State and Regime in U.S. Policy. Toward Nicaragua, 1969–1981. Morris H. Morley. Macquarie University. For Carmel and Rodney. 1. Introduction, Permanent and Transitory Interests in U.S. Foreign Policy. 2. Washington and the Somoza Dynasty, From Consolidation to Crisis of a Client Dictatorship. 33. 3. Supporting Somoza, Substance and Symbol in American Policy during the Nixon-Ford Eras. 62. 4. The Carter Administration and Nicaragua, Human Rights and the Politics of Accommodation. 88. 5. The Carter Administration and Nicaragua, Mediation and the Politics of Frustration. 126. Washington ruptures a historic relationship, dumping the dictator to save the state. 172. 7. The Carter Administration and Revolutionary Nicaragua, containing Sandinista power. 218. 8. Conclusion. 308. 1. Introduction, Permanent and Transitory Interests in U.S. Foreign Policy. Interpreting U.S. foreign policy toward the Third World, State versus Regime. The practice of contemporary U.S. policy toward Latin America is shaped by three broad-based concerns: support for open economies and development strategies that accord private foreign banking and investment capital a key role, support for regimes prepared to align themselves with efforts to contain, and even roll back, the forces of national and social revolution, and a determination to safeguard America's strategic and national security interests in conformity with regional and global goals. Throughout the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s, Washington policymakers pursued these interrelated political, economic, and strategic objectives in association with, or through, an assortment of military or military-controlled governments that dominated the political landscape of the region. Toward the end of the 1970s, however, the United States was forced to come to terms with an emerging new reality: dictatorships that had lost their capacity to enforce controls over their populations, that is, had experienced a widespread erosion of political legitimacy, the collapse of the dominant economic model as it became increasingly incapable of responding to minimal class-based socio-economic demands, and the appearance of mass-based, poly-class movements demanding a return to civilian rule. These developments forced the Carter, and subsequently Reagan, administrations to rethink the relationship between current strategies and broader policy objectives in the hemisphere. The principal dilemma confronting the White House was whether, and in what circumstances, it should withdraw support from disintegrating allies and throw its influence behind the forces pushing for a return to electoral politics. Why the United States shifts policy track and starts advocating a transfer of political power to elected civilians after decades-long support for autocratic or authoritarian Third World allies is one of the central questions addressed by the study. Historically, the possibility of a regime change leading to the demise of a long-standing Third World client has produced aggressive efforts by Washington to co-opt and shape the political transition in a manner that limits losses and maximizes advantages. In these circumstances, two vital interrelated issues have preoccupied American policymakers: the nature of the opposition movement and the survival of the key institutions that define the state structure. For successive U.S. administrations, what segment of the anti-regime force is dominant, and therefore most likely to direct the process of political and economic change in the event of a transition, has been a critical factor influencing the policy debate. The hegemony of conservative and/or moderate civilian forces implies limited socio-economic reforms and accommodation with the existing state and class structure. A guerrilla-dominated movement conjures up images of far-reaching shifts in the distribution of political and class power, restructuring of the capitalist economy, and transformation of the state, especially the armed forces and the civil bureaucracy. In other words, Washington differentiates between those groups in nationalist, anti-dictatorial movements likely to pursue programs that do not challenge U.S. permanent interests, including historic linkages with collaborator groups in the economy, state, and society, and those anti-regime elements that, at least potentially, prefigure the shift of a whole geographic territory out of the American sphere of influence. Hence, the consistent pattern in U.S. policy when confronted by these situations, intervention in support of forces pushing for a regime change that have revealed a preparedness to accommodate basic American concerns, and active efforts to eliminate or marginalize the power of forces perceived to have the most radical implications for those concerns in the post-transition period. In analyzing Third World political systems, Washington recognizes two levels of reality, the strategic and tactical, or the state and regime. The state represents the permanent interests of class power and international alignments, the defense of capitalism and ties to Western markets and linkages to the U.S. hegemonic bloc. It is not based on or constructed by transitory public opinion or electoral processes, nor does it usually depend on political parties or personalities. The institutions or components of the state are products of long-term, large-scale processes, the interaction of dominant classes and the interrelation between classes, the permanent civil and military bureaucracy, the judiciary, and those institutions that control the economic levers of the accumulation process. The regime represents the day-to-day policy decisions at the executive military/civilian level that can modify or negotiate the operations of the permanent interests but never challenge them without evoking a crisis. Regimes are the elected or self-appointed policymakers, subject to renewal or replacement, operating within the context of the state and class framework. This study targets the state rather than the regime precisely because Washington's permanent interests in Third World societies are vested in the composition, collaboration, ideology, and resources of the state. In a crisis or period of political upheaval, the regime may be expendable, the state is not. American foreign policy toward the Third World focuses on the notion of violence as the ultimate arbiter of power and guarantor of basic U.S. interests, political, economic, and strategic. Hence, the composition of, and control over, the armed forces and police is a more basic concern to the White House and State Department than who dominates the executive and legislative branches of government. Of course, U.S. policymakers are aware that hostile regimes can provoke a crisis by challenging the state, even leading to political cleavages within the state, and thus try to support regime changes congruent with the state. The level of Washington's concern over challenges to the state is incomparably greater than over changes in regime. The state/regime distinction is crucial in deciphering why the U.S. opposes Third World revolution and on occasion tolerates Third World reform. Revolutions challenge the state, reforms operate through changes in the regime based on the pre-existing state. American policymakers' preoccupation with the survival of the coercive institutions has manifested itself most strongly in cases where the political challenge to an allied incumbent includes a significant radical nationalist and/or anti-capitalist component. These occasions provide the most graphic illustration of Washington's order of priorities, ensuring the survival of the state takes precedence over the fate of a longtime friendly client. The possible alternative is not one the White House wishes to contemplate, a restructured armed forces and a new chain of command with no prior allegiances to, or linkages with, its counterparts in the United States. In the event Washington deems the new regime hostile to U.S. permanent interests and pursues a policy of confrontation and destabilization, the absence of a collaborator armed forces is a powerful obstacle, as the Cuban Revolution showed, to the achievement of the fundamental strategic objective. However, this state/regime distinction is no less relevant to elected civilian governments than to client dictators such as Batista in Cuba or Somoza in Nicaragua. As the cases of Goulart in Brazil and Allende in Chile make abundantly clear, both Democratic and Republican administrations have pursued similar confrontationist policies where changes of regime via the ballot box have not been congruent or compatible with the pre-existing state. Where these regimes have attempted to restructure the state apparatus and state-class relations as part of a new socio-economic project, Washington has actively intervened and promoted a period of instability and conflict between the regime and state, which the latter has invariably won, usually overthrowing the regime, on occasion forcing a modification in its behavior. The critical factor explaining U.S. shifts in support for a particular Third World regime, its preparedness to jettison a long-standing client ruler, is fundamental opposition to the appearance of democratic mass social movements from below wanting to change the regime and the state. United States support for, and promotion of, changes from military/dictatorial to electoral/civilian regimes is precipitated by fear and hostility toward those movements that manifest anti-regime and anti-state objectives. The policy shift is designed to preempt and divide these movements by coopting the bourgeois civilian opposition and grafting a regime composed primarily of these forces onto the existing state structure. What typically follows this kind of political transition is efforts to divide and demobilize the democratic mass social movement through a combination of clientele relations and repression. The basic hypothesis of this study is that Washington's policy toward the Third World has always operated within a state regime framework, supporting and defending by all means at its disposal client states while retaining a flexible tactical position regarding regimes. This two-track approach reveals both U.S. rigidity about changes in state structures and flexibility in relation to regime changes. Writers who conflate these essentially different phenomena have been mistaken about the options and choices open to American policymakers. Liberal critics who associate U.S. policy exclusively with dictatorships fail to explain the accommodation to electoral transitions, indeed Washington's pronounced shift toward a preference for Third World civilian governments since the late 1970s. Likewise, conservative writers who criticize the White House for dumping right-wing military regimes fail to recognize the deeper structural continuities that preoccupy U.S. policymakers. They confuse regime with state. Nor are explanations of policy shifts toward dictatorial or electoral regimes with reference to bureaucratic infighting, particular parties in power, or influential policymakers very convincing. American policy operates along multiple tracks to provide maximum flexibility and leverage in confronting rapidly evolving situations. The use of various policy instruments does not indicate a contradictory approach due to bureaucratic or personal rivalries, but must be viewed as part of a complementary and coherent strategy within which individual policymakers or agencies predominate at any particular moment depending on the level and scope of the conflict in the target country. Operationally, executive branch foreign policy agencies share a common perspective, a consensus over policy goals. Within this larger framework one finds a combination of overlapping responsibilities and bureaucratic conflicts rooted in functional responsibilities and particular agency interests. In specific instances where Washington has spurred regime changes, the supposedly conflicting executive branch agencies have cooperated and pursued complementary policies. Moreover, both Democratic and Republican administrations have pursued policies promoting cooperation with civilian or military regimes and, at different times, have supported regime changes from electoral to military and vice versa. In light of the preparedness on the part of U.S. governments to accommodate and support autocratic Third World governments over extended time periods in the absence of challenges to the regime or state, an abrupt policy change towards such clients cannot be explained in terms of any White House commitment to promoting or imposing democratic values, but only in relation to permanent interests. U.S. policymakers interpret a change from dictatorship to democratic regime, first and foremost, as a mechanism for preserving the state, not as a mode of promoting democratization and the values that accompany it. The transition from a military dictatorship to an elected regime in Chile in December 1989 is particularly instructive in this regard. Having supported the Pinochet armed forces coup that overthrew the democratic socialist government of Salvador Allende in September 1973, and hailed the free market, export-oriented economic model implemented by the generals, a decade of brutal authoritarian rule did not induce even the Carter administration to push for a return to civilian rule. However, the re-emergence of mass-based social movements offering a direct political challenge to the regime in 1983, and the subsequent radicalization of the forms of struggle and leadership of these movements, eventually forced the Reagan White House to move slowly, but surely, toward advocacy of a regime change based on a negotiated transition that would divide the opposition and preserve the state. The goal was to facilitate the ascendancy of the center-right anti-regime civilian forces over and against the ascendancy of the anti-system movements, while minimizing the changes in the existing socio-economic model and the state institutions. The United States conditioned its financial and political support for the conservative moderate anti-Pinochet groups on their willingness to break ties with the left and participate in an electoral calendar outlined by the dictatorship. Following the July 2-3, 1986 general strike, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Robert Gelbard flew to Chile and bluntly told the renovated socialists and Christian Democrats that the Reagan administration opposed the tactics of social mobilization and alliances with the left. Immediately thereafter, the mass-based opposition movement broke apart, the center-right forces rejecting the strategy of mobilization politics. In turn, Washington agreed to pressure Pinochet to comply with his electoral timetable and accept the outcome. The result was the best possible outcome from the point of view of U.S. permanent interests in Chile, a regime change that disarticulated the social movements challenging strategic state allies, and the legitimation, and stabilization, of the Pinochet state and socio-economic model by the new electoral regime. Whereas the movements forced the issue of regime change, it was Washington that brokered the negotiation process that produced the hybrid political system, a popularly elected regime inserted in military-constructed state institutions. The Reagan-Bush White House sacrificed the Pinochet regime to save the neoliberal state, and in the process took credit for promoting democracy. But it was a redemocratization process organized on the terrain of the authoritarian right. The presidential victory of the conservative Christian Democrat Patricio Aylwin was situated within the authoritarian parameters and rules of the game established by the Pinochet military dictatorship. On the basis of these observations, a number of central propositions can be generated to account for U.S. policy toward political transitions in the Third World. There is an underlying consensus among U.S. policymakers and the corporate elite to defend client state structures in all circumstances. When state structures are threatened by broad-based social and political movements, Washington will seek to divide these movements, hiving off sectors compatible with the state and U.S. permanent interests and promoting a political settlement in which electoral processes are incorporated within existing state structures. 3. The policy of dividing the opposition movement involves two approaches: pressure on the incumbent regime to modify its policies and co-opt pliable sectors of the opposition, pressure to replace the regime with sectors of the opposition compatible with Washington's permanent interests, in recent times substituting military with electoral/civilian governments in cohabitation with the existing state. 4. The new regime will be embedded within the old state structures and join with the United States in demobilizing or repressing those sectors of the opposition movement oriented toward changing the state. Furthermore, the constraints imposed by U.S. policymakers on political and social changes in the post-transition period are defended by evoking a concern with legitimate issues of national security. Under that rubric, the White House gains license to intervene and manipulate Third World internal political processes and institutions to accommodate U.S. hegemonic and corporate needs. Hegemonic states face a particularly difficult task in effecting a political transition in circumstances where the incumbent client regime is tightly connected with the state, all the more so where the client dictator has built up strong political loyalties in the armed forces that resist pressure from the outside. The hegemonic power cannot isolate the regime from the state to sacrifice the former to save the latter. In this instance, the historic ties pass from the hegemonic power to the incumbent dictator, and from the dictator to the military hierarchy of the client state. This underscores the supreme importance of prior horizontal links at the sub-regime level, particularly with the commanding officers of the military, if the hegemonic power is intent on promoting a change of regime in the Third World. As all of this suggests, Washington policymakers do not always achieve their sought-after objectives. Sometimes a regime change takes place that is deemed unacceptable. A second set of propositions lend themselves to examining under what circumstances this happens and also how the United States responds when the new regime pursues policies contrary to the former's definition of its permanent interests. 1. Regime changes may occur because of imperfect timing. Where the revolutionary process has advanced too far, and the radical forces have already assumed undisputed hegemony, no credible split-off from the opposition movement may be available. Two regime changes may occur as a result of non-synchronous perceptions between client regime and patron. Where the client regime perceives its relations with the hegemonic patron as strategic, it will come into conflict. 8. With the changing tactical policies of the patron who views the client as expendable. The conflict between the strategic perception of the client and the tactical needs of the patron can lead the former to adopt an intransigent position, refusing to leave office, thus delaying regime change and endangering the state. By tying the stability of the regime to the continuance of the state, the incumbent client may be attempting to reverse the pressure back onto the hegemonic power to force it to shift support back to the client. 3. Where regime changes take place that begin to challenge the permanent interests of the hegemonic power, the latter will exercise its historic ties with collaborator forces in the state and class structure to force the regime to reorient its policies to accommodate the state, or destabilize and overthrow the regime and replace it with one congruent with the state and its hegemonic patron. 4. Where the regime and the state have been transformed in a fashion to challenge the permanent interest of the hegemonic power, the latter will move to reverse the changes through a combination of policies, including the recomposition of the dismantled components of the old state apparatus as a counter-revolutionary army, an economic destabilization program, and the promotion of internal civilian restorationist forces. By attacking the state, economy, and regime simultaneously, the hegemonic power hopes to reconstitute an externally oriented state power linked to a pliable civilian military regime. 5. Where revolutionary changes in state power preempt and short-circuit the process of reshuffling the regime, the hegemonic power embarks on a program of ideological warfare that focuses on two sets of issues. First, state transformation and the creation of a new revolutionary state structure is described as concentrating power and undermining pluralism. In this context, pluralism is identified with the presence of client groups in positions of influence in the state and hence the continuance of outside hegemonic leverage. Second, the presence of popular militias and mass organizations as centers of political and social power are described as precursors of authoritarianism or totalitarianism, even if elected processes and elected institutions operate. In operational terms, the code words authoritarianism or totalitarianism refer to popular control over the state within which the electoral regime functions. Client dictators and elected presidents, U.S. policy and the Latin American state. U.S. policy toward political transitions in post-war Latin America has centered around the goal of securing regime changes that ensure the continuity. U.S. foreign policy interests 9. Of the state. Every president, from Eisenhower to Reagan, has accorded priority to the task of preserving the state while issues of democracy and dictatorship have remained secondary. The following examples illustrate and illuminate this argument. Each case involves either a regime crisis in which Washington's traditional allies were challenged by democratic social movements and where U.S. policymakers sought to dump dictatorial regimes to save the state, or a situation in which the White House intervened on the side of the state against a regime that prefigured a threat to the state, and enforced a political transition to recreate a congruence between regime and state, and thereby eliminate a threat to U.S. permanent interests. Cuba. Between 1952 and early 1958, the Eisenhower administration's policy of accommodation with the Batista military dictatorship was shaped by two general considerations: the Cuban regime's capitalist development strategy that provided favorable conditions for U.S. investment and trade expansion, and Batista's anti-communism and active support of U.S. regional and global objectives. The initiation of a guerrilla struggle in December 1956 and the increasingly repressive and corrupt policies of the dictatorship provoked a limited debate among mid-level American officials about the possibility of a more formal and correct bilateral relationship. But neither the White House nor the upper reaches of the State Department expressed much interest in Cuban developments, viewing the island basically as a safe precinct. In mid-1957, however, extensive interviewing of trade union leaders in Havana, Santiago de Cuba, and Pina del Rio led the New York Times correspondent on the island to conclude that a majority of the rank and file are anti-Batista too. The Santiago proletariat was described as being in open revolt against the regime. 3. Meanwhile, influential segments of the Havana bourgeoisie had begun to defect from the strategy of civic dialogue and compromise politics. Industrialists whose declining economic position derived from the intrusion of Batista and his cronies into the private business sector, and civic, religious, and professional groups, opposed to the manifest brutality and parasitism of the military-controlled state, were instrumental in providing a structured urban opposition to Batista and providing material supports for the rurally based social revolutionaries. 5. By early 1958, the regime's manifest political isolation, growing social polarization, and the appearance of a nationwide opposition movement led by insurrectionary forces had forced Washington to question its viability and its capacity to preserve the state and safeguard basic American interests over the long term. This sense of concern, even panic, was heightened with the collapse of Batista's major military offensive against the guerrillas in June and July of 1958. Eisenhower policymakers began to visualize the possibility of the disintegration of the Cuban armed forces. Officials expressed concern that the breakdown of the military as an institution would present a threat to commercial interests and also mean the loss of a resource for the maintenance of order during a transition period. 6. Defining this mass social movement as a primary threat, Washington hastily set about devising new strategies under the pressure of limited time constraints that would divide the opposition to the regime and preserve the state. The paramount concern was to deny political power to the Castro forces. Nobody in the State Department, said one official, wanted Castro to get in. 7. The preferred alternative was a pro-capitalist regime not identified with the excesses of the dictatorship but committed to the survival of a refurbished and reconsolidated Batista military state structure. The problem of sifting the various strategy options, and settling on an appropriate response, was made more difficult by Batista's intransigent refusal to accommodate repeated U.S. requests for his voluntary resignation in favor of a transitional, anti-Batista, anti-Castro regime. Nevertheless, the State Department pushed ahead in an attempt to forestall a guerrilla victory, oust Batista from power, and impose an interim regime composed of selected anti-Castro civilian and military individuals. In a top-secret memorandum to President Eisenhower in October 1958, Acting Secretary of State Christian Herter outlined the immediate strategic priorities. The department has concluded that any solution in Cuba requires that Batista must relinquish power. The department clearly does not want to see Castro succeed to the leadership of the government. Therefore, we have been and are attempting in every appropriate way, through all means available, without openly violating our non-intervention commitments, to help create a situation in which a third force could move into the vacuum between Batista and Castro. 8. These efforts ranged from continued pressures on Batista to resign, to efforts to enlist regional support for its anti-Castro policy, to investigating the military coup option, to an active CIA presence in Cuba seeking to implement the third force solution. Ultimately, however, the belated nature of these endeavors, Batista's obduracy, and the strength of the revolutionary forces proved decisive. Not only had Washington failed to engineer a regime change in Cuba that denied political power to the social revolutionaries, with the collapse of the Batista armed forces, the Castro guerrillas automatically became the new military apparatus of the Cuban state. The pro-capitalist orientation of senior economic officials in the first Castro cabinet and the decision to confine the first nationalizations to the local propertied class led some U.S. officials, especially in the State Department, to think that it might be possible to encourage the growth of a manageable Cuban political leadership. Initially, Washington pursued a dual approach: maintenance of diplomatic relations to facilitate communication with those forces inside the Cuban regime and society opposed to social revolution, and hostility to any program of large-scale social and economic change. But despite the allocation of key cabinet posts to conservative ministers, Castro did not transfer to this body the substance of political power. In his role as commander-in-chief of the rebel army, Castro set about organizing a new state independent of the cabinet and anchored in the urban and rural working class. New military and security forces were created based on armed popular militias, the bureaucracy was remade from top to bottom to enable it to respond to class-anchored demands. As the process of state transformation gathered momentum, U.S. influence further dissolved. The closure of traditional U.S. points of access into the Cuban society eliminated the power of historic collaborator groups such as the church, sectors of the labor movement, and the network of professional and employer organizations of the bourgeoisie, sugar mill owners, sugar cane growers, cattlemen, industrialists, lawyers. A politically immobilized pro-U.S. bourgeoisie was no longer capable of responding organizationally or militarily to revolutionary initiatives backed up by an organized social force and an independent military apparatus. In December 1960, a number of changes ensured that almost all of the cabinet ministries were now headed by former guerrillas or Castro's close civilian supporters. The fit between revolutionary regime and revolutionary state was complete. 9. The post-revolutionary conflict between the liberal regime and the revolutionary state was resolved in favor of the latter. Operating within the state-regime framework, the Eisenhower administration unsuccessfully sought to dump the Batista dictatorship to save the state, in order to prevent revolutionary forces from replacing it. Washington's belated recognition of the growing strength of the Castroist movement, policymakers' disagreements over the Batista regime, and the Cuban dictator's control over subordinate military officers undermined the hegemonic power's capacity to dictate the process of political transition. In the conflict between the U.S.-backed regime and the revolutionary state after 1959, the latter imposed its will, forcing Washington to subsequently attempt to restore the old order through a concerted military, economic, and political offensive that largely failed. Dominican Republic. By early I-960, a combination of the Trujillo regime's repressive political rule and the need to avoid another Cuba forced the Eisenhower administration to seriously contemplate ways of accelerating a change of government in the Dominican Republic. Contingency planning to encourage a moderate pro-United States leadership among the civilian and military dissident elements to take over was discussed at a mid-January National Security Council meeting. 10. In April, the President approved a contingency plan to act swiftly if the situation deteriorated to a point where U.S. permanent interests were threatened. The United States would immediately take political action to remove Trujillo from the Dominican Republic as soon as a suitable successor regime can be induced to take over with the assurance of U.S. political, economic, and, if necessary, military support. 11. Throughout the latter part of I-960, Washington applied diplomatic and economic pressures on Trujillo in an unsuccessful effort to get him to voluntarily relinquish power. This preoccupation carried over into the Kennedy administration. An NSC meeting of May 5, 1961 agreed that the task force on Cuba would prepare promptly both emergency and long-range plans for anti-communist intervention in the event of crises in Haiti or Dominican Republic. Noted the President's view that the United States should not initiate the overthrow of Trujillo before we knew what government would succeed him. 3 weeks later, a group of Dominican dissidents with ties to Eisenhower and Kennedy officials assassinated the country's dictator. Taking advantage of Trujillo's murder, the White House moved quickly in two directions, to ensure the end of the Trujillo political dynasty but the survival of the Trujillo military establishment. Initially, Washington sought to promote a political coalition of army officials, ex-Trujillistas, Ramfis Trujillo, and moderates to contest a future election. 13. The failure of this strategy, and the likelihood that the social reformist Juan Bosch would triumph in an open and honest election, led the Kennedy White House to refocus its efforts on reconsolidating the power of the Trujillista state. During 1962, the Pentagon provided intensive training for 3 companies of counterinsurgency troops, and the U.S. military mission pressured the National Police to increase its ranks from 3,000 to 10,000 members. 14. In December, Bosch won a sweeping electoral victory campaigning on a platform of moderate social and agrarian reforms and the expansion of civil liberties. 7 months after his inauguration as president in February 1963, Bosch was ousted from office by the Trujillista army and police forces under the leadership of General Wesson Y. Wesson in alliance with the economic oligarchy that opposed the reformist programs. The coercive apparatus of the old state, refurbished and expanded at the behest of Washington, overthrew the elected regime. In its place, the military installed a three-member civilian triumvirate representing a cluster of right-wing parties and headed by Donald Reed Cabral, an oligarch with close links to the U.S. business community. Reed Cabral proceeded to terminate the Bosch economic and social legislation and the reformist constitution, savagely cut public works spending, and opened up the economy to U.S. investors. The result was a massive decline in living standards and a resurgence of support for the Bosch era among the urban and rural masses. Despite the triumvirate's lack of popular support, the Johnson administration continued to give its unquestioned backing to the Reed-Cabral leadership. Growing popular opposition to the military-dominated regime eventually fused with an internal upheaval in the armed forces in April 1965 to produce a social revolutionary challenge to the Dominican regime and state. A revolt by a group of officers against military corruption detonated an armed mass insurrection in Santo Domingo in support of Juan Bosch's return from exile, the 1963 Constitution, and new elections. Constitutionalist military forces led by Colonel Francisco Camano and thousands of armed civilians raised the specter of a mass insurrection spreading throughout the country. The day the revolution began, a senior embassy official telegrammed the State Department, members of the country team feel Bosch's return and resumption of control of the government is against U.S. interests in view of extremists in the coup and communist advocacy of Bosch's return. 15. What triggered decisive action by Washington was the constitutionalist military success over the loyalist forces of Wesson y Wesson that was tantamount to the collapse of the Sandinistas State. Determined to smash the mass social revolutionary movement, the Johnson White House unilaterally sent 23,000 U.S. Marines into the Dominican Republic to restore stability and order and the authority of the rightist military faction. Having crushed the popular insurrection and restored the power of the Trujillista military state, Washington then proceeded to lay the foundations for a return to electoral politics. During the U.S. imposed provisional government of Hector Garcia Godoy, the popular forces were demobilized, the constitutionalist military demoralized, hundreds of leaders of the mass insurrection were assassinated, and the U.S. Marines and other foreign military forces remained on Dominican territory. Meanwhile, to provide the illusion of a legitimate political contest, Washington convinced Juan Bosch to participate in new presidential elections even though it was actively supporting the candidacy of former Trujillista politician Joaquin Balaguer. The election produced an overwhelming victory for the conservative Balaguer, an outcome determined largely by military power and intimidation. The country's predominantly rural population was under virtual military occupation for the duration of the political campaign. Only Balaguer was effectively permitted access to the voters. Bosch had limited organization and funds, minimal access to the media, and hardly left his home to campaign because of fear of assassination. The more important result of Washington's intervention was to restore to power the state apparatus that was perceived as critical to the long-term survival of U.S. permanent interests in the Dominican Republic. The Balaguer regime opened up the economy to foreign capital, froze wages, eliminated price restraints, and confirmed in power all the Trujillista military officials the United States had rearmed and reorganized. The police, state legislation, anti-working class measures, and newly established totalitarian state agencies were approved and to a large degree drawn up by U.S. advisors who were located in every major government ministry and state institution. In Washington, the Johnson administration moved swiftly to consolidate the client regime and the externally oriented state through new economic and military assistance programs. 16. The Dominican Republic illustrates the centrality of the state regime distinction in shaping U.S. policy responses to political change. In the face of a growing social movement and following the distinction between regime and state transformation, Washington supported the ouster of Trujillo to save the state. In the subsequent conflict between the democratic Bosch regime and the client Trujillista state, Washington sided with the latter. During the popular insurrection, the White House intervened militarily to protect the authoritarian state, and then supported the election of a former Trujillista civilian. In this complex pattern, several threads appear: the U.S. government defended by all means possible, including a marine invasion, the restoration of the client state, thus demonstrating inflexible support for defenders of its permanent interests. At the same time, Washington demonstrated considerable flexibility toward regime changes by alternating support for the Trujillo military dictatorship for 3 decades, the elected nationalist Bosch regime for several months, and the post-intervention Balaguer regime, all of which adapted to hegemonic definitions of reality. Brazil. Between late 1961 and early 1964, Brazil was governed by a popular nationalist president, João Goulart, who espoused policies and instituted programs biased toward the country's poor. His actions polarized the society, generating widespread opposition among the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie. The latter felt particularly threatened by the rising political and economic power of the working class and, over time, became increasingly attracted to the authoritarian solutions presented by some sectors of the dominant class as the only alternative to thwarted ambitions. 17 In Washington, Goulart's election to the presidency was greeted less than enthusiastically by the Kennedy administration. A State Department memorandum to the White House summarized the basic posture: "We are prepared to give him the reasonable benefit of the doubt." L8 If this political transition created initial unease among U.S. officials, by the end of Goulart's first year in office it seemed more than justified. They singled out the Brazilian president's refusal to prevent state governments from nationalizing American-owned properties, defects in the government's profit remittance law, the absence of an international monetary fund stabilization program to deal with balance of payments and debt crises, the worsening overall environment for foreign investors, and Brazil's refusal to break diplomatic relations with Cuba. At a December 1962 meeting with Goulart, Attorney General Robert Kennedy expressed considerable concern over Brazil's foreign policy and the extent of communist and radical nationalist influence within the government, trade union movement, and even the armed forces. He conditioned future large-scale American aid on Goulart's willingness to place pro-U.S. officials in key decision-making posts and take effective measures to control the runaway inflation. 19. Meanwhile, Washington had already begun to set in motion a strategy designed to exert maximum pressure on Goulart that involved consolidating ties with key Brazilian groups and individuals who advocate domestic and foreign policies which we can support. 20. In October 1962, the Kennedy White House channeled approximately $20 million into the campaigns of several hundred anti-Goulart candidates running for gubernatorial, congressional, state, and municipal office. 21 By early 1963, U.S. policymakers had abandoned efforts to force Goulart to the political center, having decided to systematically pursue the so-called islands of sanity tactic with a view to bolstering the anti-regime forces, exacerbating Goulart's economic problems and, ultimately, precipitating a change of government. The aim was to provide large-scale financial resources to selected state governments, autonomous public agencies, and private organizations hostile to the central administration. In a situation where the Brazilian state had ceased to be a coherent body in which agencies and groups complemented one another, U.S. policy concentrated on disaggregating the state from the new national project, reorienting their allegiances externally, and then moving in concert with these affected groups to topple the regime, assert control over the state, and redirect both to serve the interests of the United States and its internal allies. In the economic sphere, the United States not only halted virtually all bilateral assistance to Goulart's beleaguered regime but also influenced the multilateral development banks to do likewise. Though more than $600 million in Agency for International Development loans were approved for Brazil between 1960 and 1964, over three-quarters were not dispersed until after the civilian government was overthrown by the armed forces. The World Bank extended no credits to the Goulart regime. The Inter-American Development Bank provided a mere $66 million in urgently needed funds. Economic pressures were intensified by Washington's refusal to consider any renegotiation of Brazil's foreign debt to U.S. public institutions until Goulart had come to terms with his European creditors. 22 However, Efforts by Goulart to accommodate American concerns by settling the dispute over International Telephone and Telegraph's nationalized subsidiary, getting Congress to pass a tax reform bill, and taking new measures to force down inflation failed to impress a White House and State Department increasingly preoccupied with alleged communist influence in Brazil and Cuba's ties with Goulart and the country's political left. Washington demanded further concessions to foreign capital, an IMF seal of approval for the government's economic stabilization program, and the completion of debt negotiations with European creditors before any new large-scale aid was forthcoming. In May 1964, Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Thomas Mann told a U.S. Congressional committee that sometime in 1963 the administration devised a policy to help certain state governments while simultaneously terminating all forms of economic aid which benefit directly the central government of Brazil. 23. Aid loan projects authorized and disbursed in the last year of the Goulart government were done so on the basis of overriding foreign policy considerations, leading the U.S. General Accounting Office to issue a report highly critical of aid's failure to make dependable technical and economic analyses before making loans. 24. Between January and April 1964, the Johnson White House sought to tighten the financial and credit blockade against the Goulart regime in the knowledge that civilian and military golpista elements were steadily expanding their activities and influence within the state and society. Economic assistance to the civilian antagonists of the Goulart government went hand in hand with funding of the Brazilian armed forces, which U.S. Ambassador Lincoln Gordon described as part of the strategy for restraining the left-wing excesses. 25. Throughout 1963, CIA operatives and Defense Department attaches closely monitored the Brazilian military's plotting against Goulart, but some concern was expressed over the disorganized nature of these activities and the need to avoid a premature coup effort that would almost certainly lead to the cashiering of those officers who are most friendly to the United States. 26. While the CIA conducted a large propaganda and political action campaign against Goulart and, together with Pentagon officials, retained extraordinary access to anti-regime military developments, the American labor movement also played a role, albeit less direct, in support of the opposition forces. It sponsored the American Institute of Free Labor Development, which trained a number of anti-Goulart trade union leaders who, in the words of senior Eiffel official William Doherty, were intimately involved in some of the clandestine operations of the revolution before it took place on April 1, 27. Following the American ambassador's public attack on communist influence within the central government, senior embassy and consulate officials in Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo became increasingly accessible to the military and civilian coup plotters. The U.S. Defense Attaché Colonel Vernon Walters was in daily contact with coup leader General Humberto Castelo Branco and the rest of the anti-Goulart High Command. 28. Consul General Niles Bond recalled that during the coup itself our information about what was going on was very good. 29. U.S. encouragement to the Brazilian military to move against Goulart came indirectly in the form of a special closed meeting of all regional ambassadors, charge d'affaires, and chiefs of aid missions called by President Johnson in mid-March 1964, less than 2 weeks before the coup. Assistant Secretary of State Mann informed the assembled officials of a shift in U.S. policy toward non-elected Latin governments. Henceforth, diplomatic recognition and future relations would no longer be based on good or bad guys criteria. 30. Once the coup started, the White House approved a series of military contingency plans, including orders for a U.S. naval task force to sail into Brazilian waters and be ready to carry out tasks as may be assigned. 31. But any need for direct American intervention to bolster a faltering operation proved unnecessary. The parliamentary regime was overthrown, and the victorious generals ushered in a period of repressive political rule and an economic development model that accorded foreign capital, freed from most restrictions, a central role. With Goulart's fall, and the changed environment for private investment, the foreign aid spigots were turned on full force. Before the end of 1964, aid commitments from the U.S. government, the IMF, the World Bank, and a number of private multinational banks totaled around $1 billion. 32 Confronted by a nationalist regime increasingly defined as inimical to basic U.S. interests in Brazil, Washington disaggregated the state, withdrew economic assistance from the regime, provided financial support and training to key opposition institutions and individuals, and encouraged the armed forces to destroy the regime in the hope that it would recreate the state and the regime in the image of U.S. interests, which it did. Chile. On September 15, 1970, Richard Nixon denounced the newly elected socialist government in Chile at a meeting with CIA Director Richard Helms and NSC advisor Henry Kissinger. Terming it unacceptable to the United States, the president instructed the covert agency to prevent Allende from coming to power or to unseat him by whatever means possible. Some of Helms' notes taken during the meeting convey the extent of White House hostility to the election outcome, not one chance in 10 perhaps, but save Chile. Not concerned risks involved. $10,000,000 available, more if necessary, full-time job, best men we have, make economy scream. 33 A two-track strategy was implemented to prevent Allende's inauguration as president, involving not only the CIA but other executive branch agencies as well. Track I consisted of a political action, economic, and propaganda program to induce Chilean opposition forces to politically or militarily block the formal transfer of power. Track 2 concentrated specifically on efforts to foment a coup by the armed forces. 34 Washington's failure to achieve its desired outcome, a congressional vote rejecting his confirmation as president on October 24 or a military coup prior to his inauguration on November 3, did not dissuade Nixon and Kissinger from redoubling their efforts to ensure that a government they viewed as a profound threat to U.S. permanent interests in Chile did not last out its term of office. The policy was aptly summarized in a mid-October cable from CIA headquarters to its Santiago station following a White House meeting on Chile. It is the firm and continuing policy that Allende be overthrown by a coup. We are to continue to generate maximum pressure toward this end utilizing every appropriate resource. 35. U.S. policy was not determined by any particular economic decision in Chile but derived from a commitment to oppose structural ideological developments, the transformation of the country into a democratic socialist society. The changes envisioned by the Allende government not only restricted the capacity of U.S. capital to expand in Chile but threatened to disarticulate the economic and trade patterns in the region. Changes in Chile potentially laid the basis for modifying and redefining Latin America's external economic relations. Under Allende, Chile was still in transition, both in and out of Washington's orbit, and this accounted for its vulnerability to U.S. pressures. Nixon-Kissinger policy was dictated by the permeable nature of the Chilean state, the possibilities for reversing institutional changes, and the timing of the socio-economic transformation. In a context where the new government only achieved control over the executive branch, where sectors of the state apparatus remained linked to the old class structure, and where political channels remained open, the U.S. decision to maintain formal ties was an opportunity to reverse what was becoming an increasingly socialized economy. By taking advantage of the multiple points of opposition permitted by the Allende government, Washington channeled funds selectively to specific institutions, political parties, media outlets, and class organizations of the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie that would serve as spearheads or points of support for the counter-revolution. Washington's policy of economic confrontation on a bilateral and global basis successfully hobbled Chile's access to funds from the multilateral development banks, U.S. private multinational banks, and the foreign investment community, as well as to Western export markets and U.S. origin spare parts. The latter was particularly devastating for a country whose agro-industrial infrastructure was overwhelmingly dependent on purchases of these materials from American firms. 36 Chilean efforts to cope with the economic problems resulting from U.S. pressures took the form of a non-confrontation strategy based on finding alternative sources of financing and new trading partners. Despite some success, these endeavors were ultimately not adequate to the situation. The government could not at one and the same time meet both past external obligations and current economic pressures and develop the economy. The abortive efforts to promote a military coup in October 1970 led to the virtual collapse of the CIA's network of assets in the Chilean armed forces. The reconstruction of a new network of assets by late 1971 coincided with a White House decision to massively expand its covert and propaganda war against the Allende regime. 37 Between October 1971 and September 1973, the CIA subsidized a series of devastating political strikes against the government involving truck owners and other propertied petty bourgeoisie, copper workers, and professional groups that served as the basis for tens of millions of dollars in production and foreign exchange losses. It also played a key role in the organization of the first major strike of the capitalist class as a whole, the October 1972 lockout of workers from the industrial sector. During the 12 months prior to the coup, the CIA funded various private sector organizations that channeled monies to those domestic groups helping to coordinate and implement the anti-government strikes. El Mercurio, the leading opposition newspaper, received covert subsidies amounting to $1.5 million, which allowed it to play a key role in identifying the gradual economic deterioration with the policies of the regime, thus creating the economic basis for polarizing Chilean society in a manner favorable to the large property-holding class and its allies. Finally, the major opposition political parties continued to benefit from U.S. financial largesse for the duration of the Allende presidency. CIA funds enabled the PDC and PN to purchase their own radio stations and newspapers. Money provided to political parties not only supported opposition candidates in various elections, but enabled the parties to maintain an anti-government campaign throughout the Allende years. 38 Economic destabilization and covert subversion, paralleled by deepening ties between the United States and the Chilean armed forces, had the effect of separating critical state and societal institutions from the national government and its development project, and mobilizing them in support of Washington's policy goals. As the level of class conflict rose, and preparations for the coup quickened, the CIA, already involved in mobilizing and channeling the political energies of the anti-regime social forces, now moved to give it support and direction. The Santiago station began collecting operational intelligence vital to any successful golpe, such as arrest lists, key government installations that needed to be taken over, and government contingency plans. 39 In September 1973, the armed forces terminated Chile's much vaunted democratic polity. The new military regime's economic development strategy, heavily influenced by proposals from the CIA-funded Institute for General Studies, envisaged a major rollback of the Allende reforms and an opening up of the economy to foreign investment. Almost overnight, the international financial community redefined Chile's economy as creditworthy. With unseemly haste, the U.S. government, the multilateral development banks, and the private multinational banks offered the totalitarian generals large-scale funding. In its first 2 years, the dictatorship received approximately $2 billion in new loans and credits, of which $1.6 billion came from Washington and the international banks. 40. The United States intervened in Chile against a nationalist regime it defined as posing an even greater threat to its permanent interests than Goulart in Brazil. Employing a similar state-against-regime strategy, centered around strengthening bonds with the Chilean armed forces, Washington successfully laid the basis for a coup against the intolerable regime. Having enforced a regime change, the new ruling generals proceeded to U.S. foreign policy interests. 23. Recreate the state and regime in the image of American political and economic interests. El Salvador. Carter administration policy toward El Salvador during 1979 and 1980 was directed toward a single overriding goal: preserving a client state. Through the crisis and demise of the Romero dictatorship, the political transition and the subsequent regime reshuffles, Washington's direct involvement in shaping the trajectory of Salvadoran politics was inseparable from its preoccupation with strengthening, and ensuring the survival of, the state. The hegemonic power kept recomposing the new regime to find the right mix compatible with the state. Between 1977 and 1979, the White House exerted diplomatic and economic pressures on the regime of General Carlos Romero to force a diminution in widespread human rights abuses by the armed forces in collaboration with the death squads, but to no avail. 41 The overthrow of the Somoza regime and state in July 1979 by a mass democratic social movement led by radical nationalist guerrillas accelerated State Department efforts to convince Romero and the military high command to institute limited political economic reforms and advance scheduled 1982 elections to a much earlier date or risk a possible replication of the Nicaraguan upheaval. In return, Washington offered to provide increased economic and military assistance. 42 That October, however, a group of junior Army officers who attributed the collapse of the Somoza National Guard to repression without reforms spearheaded a successful coup against Romero. The United States responded positively to the coup because the regime change had eliminated the chief symbol of the terror, but the government and state still remained under military control and the left was kept isolated from the centers of power. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by the October coup, the Carter administration sought to forge a civilian-military coalition, composed of reformist and rightists, in the hope of producing a political as well as a military solution to the Salvadoran conflict. The governing junta consisted of Colonel Adolfo Maginot, Colonel Jaime Gutierrez, Roman Mayorga, and Guillermo Ungo. Washington's aims were fourfold: to preserve the state and the power of the military, to divide the civilian opposition and limit the power of the reformist army officers, to enable the state and regime to control and demobilize the popular movement, and to maintain the capitalist economy. As a result, U.S. officials refused to pressure for any major changes in the state, opposed representation of the mass movement and popular organizations in the regime, and sided with the dominant rightist military forces who rejected any accord with the guerrillas. This strategy provided the basis for a dramatic increase in terrorist activities by the security forces and the death squads. In late December, the moderates and social democrats in the regime threatened to leave en masse unless their decision-making authority was enhanced. At a showdown meeting on the 27th, the senior military commanders rejected a cluster of civilian demands, leading junta members Ungo and Mayorga, approximately 40 senior government officials, and 10 of the 11 cabinet ministers to resign their posts, acknowledging their ineffectiveness and inability to generate support for social and economic reforms in a situation where they could not control the state. 43 The United States did little to contribute to the junta's survival or encourage reforms. Ambassador Frank Devine maintained closer ties with the military rather than the civilian members of the junta, and during December 1979 Washington sent riot control equipment and technical advisors to help the security forces subdue the left and reprogrammed $300,000 for military training purposes. 44 The Carter response to the collapse of the regime in January 1980 was revealing of the administration's priorities. Instead of siding with the civilian proponents of change, Washington set about brokering an agreement between a conservative group of Christian Democrats and the rightist military to form a second junta and maintain the illusion of civilian authority. Such was the hegemonic state's determination to establish a civilian regime congruent with, but prepared to subordinate itself to, the terrorist state, the vehicle for defending U.S. permanent interests in El Salvador. Having revamped the regime, Washington announced increases in military and economic assistance, initiated discussions with Christian Democratic junta members about creating the conditions for pursuing a clean counterinsurgency war. 45 sought to promote an agrarian reform to create a social base of support for the regime, and encouraged the armed forces to institute reforms to make it a more professional and effective fighting force. At the same time, the White House refused to tolerate rightist military oligarchy coup plotting on the grounds that any such move would almost certainly halt the flow of congressional funds for both the regime and the state. Meanwhile, the security forces and death squads accelerated their terrorist activities in the countryside, especially in those areas targeted by the regime for agrarian reform. The continuing savagery of the counterinsurgency war provoked the resignation of 3 civilian cabinet ministers at the end of March, a split among the Christian Democrats, and mass resignations by senior party officials and rank-and-file members over the decision of a small clique headed by José Napoleón Duarte to participate in the formation of a third junta in alliance with the military and paramilitary architects of the terrorist state. But the White House order of priorities remained intact. That April, it convinced a pliant Congress to reprogram $5.7 million in military aid to the new junta. In May, Washington once again responded to reports of rightist military coup planning with the statements that it simply did not accord with U.S. strategic objectives in El Salvador. The newly arrived American ambassador Robert White bluntly told the Army High Command that a coup would result in the complete termination of the Carter administration's aid program. 46 Because the strategic interest of the White House and the State Department was in protecting the Salvadoran state and securing legislative and public support for the U.S. aid program to promote class warfare against the mass-based social movement, they opposed rightist military coups that wanted to change the regime as endangering these efforts. Whereas a military regime was viewed as a liability, a civilian-led regime constituted an asset in the administration's effort to maintain funding programs and domestic support for the terrorist Salvadoran state. On December 5, the administration suspended new military and economic assistance to the junta pending clarification of the role of the Salvadoran security forces in the murders of 4 American church people. 5 weeks later, the suspension was lifted despite Ambassador White's categorical assertion that the regime had refused to conduct a serious investigation into the assassinations. 47 The decision to resume military aid was based on the survival of the military imperative. Even the dissident American envoy accepted this as justification. The first priority of our policy is to support a reform-minded government, and to preserve the Salvadoran military as an institution. The military is the final barrier against a Marxist-Leninist threat. 48. On January 17, 1981, Carter authorized an emergency $5.6 million package of lethal military assistance to the junta, invoking special executive powers in order to circumvent the need for congressional consent. His term of office ended before a final decision could be made on a State Department proposal to send $50 million in economic aid, up to $7 million in military sales and credits, and 38 U.S. Army advisors to El Salvador. 49 El Salvador is an excellent illustration of the distinction that Washington makes between regime and state changes. Faced with a growing revolutionary social movement, Washington supported the overthrow of the Romero military regime in October 1979 and its replacement by a civilian military coalition. The conflict between the reformers in this coalition regime and the U.S.-backed state led to the defeat of the former and its subsequent replacement by a second coalition regime more compatible with the state and U.S. permanent interests. The Carter White House was able to control the process of political change because of its ties with sub-regime level military officers who were able to oust the military incumbent. The imperial state's willingness to support regimes operating within the parameters of the existing state structures revealed its tactical flexibility in pursuit of the strategic goal, a rigid commitment to defending the continuity of the state. In this case, the appearance of civilian authority, despite its illusory or figurehead status, was a crucial ingredient in securing legislative approval for large-scale, sustained funding to support the state as the ultimate guarantor of U.S. permanent interests. Guatemala. The Guatemalan military regimes of Rios Montt and Humberto Mejia were among the most violent in recent Latin American history. The armed forces collaborated with rightist death squads to physically destroy political opposition in the cities and wage an escalating counterinsurgency war in the countryside. Workers' organizations were decimated and thousands of civilian non-combatants were killed. The Reagan administration response was to describe these terrorist regimes as valued allies. Human rights abuses were of minimal concern when set against the military's free market economic policies, its virulent anti-communism, its support of U.S. regional goals, and the fact that it was combating a guerrilla movement with a growing popular constituency. The major problem for the military regimes, however, was that the successes against the guerrillas were not matched by similar gains in the economic sphere. Between 1980 and 1985, there was massive capital flight combined with sustained declines in levels of foreign investment, overseas economic aid, export earnings, and tourist dollars. Nor was the resulting economic crisis helped by continued high military budgets or the absence of any pressure for concessions from the oligarchy. Against the background of a deteriorating economy and an abysmal reputation abroad, the military, encouraged by the White House, agreed to return the country to civilian rule. Both the hegemonic state and its Guatemalan allies viewed elections as serving a threefold purpose. First, they would offset those factors perceived as inhibiting economic recovery. Second, they would encourage increased levels of foreign aid, deemed critical to effectively prosecuting the anti-guerrilla war, and, third, they offered a means for producing a regime change that would achieve economic objectives without eroding the power of the military state or weakening the existing class. Linkages to the U.S. In return for allowing a political transition, the generals insisted on retaining a political and administrative structure that effectively ensured the armed forces a veto power over the new civilian government. And during the election campaign, General Mejia warned that it would be a mistake if the new president decided to investigate past human rights abuses by the military. From Washington's vantage point, the November-December 1985 elections produced the best possible results. On the one hand, the victorious Christian Democratic Party had little or no history of involvement with the depredations of military rule, and the new president Vinicio Cerezo espoused the rhetoric of human rights. On the other, the civilian regime was prepared to accommodate, and collaborate with, the terrorist state structure, the oligarchy, and foreign multinationals. In the process, the regime facilitated efforts by Washington to bolster the authority and power of the armed forces while deflecting criticism of the coercive state by the U.S. Congress and West European governments. The essential feature of the political transition is that it took place on terms established by the armed forces, no let-up in the counterinsurgency program, army control over foreign policy, rural development policy, and all security matters, no prosecution of military officials for human rights. 28. Abuses, and no socio-economic reforms that threaten the position of the oligarchy. During his first year in office, Cerezo hewed to the course laid down by the generals. He selected a new defense minister from among the ranks of senior army officers. He refused to dissolve the military's civil defense patrol system that had forced almost 1 million rural villagers to join paramilitary units. He buckled to army pressure in abandoning a public offer to begin a dialogue with the guerrillas and in scrapping plans to name a civilian to head the national police. And no attempt was made to overturn the Mejia regime's amnesty decree preventing indictments against army officials accused of terrorist activities. 50. Cerezo recognizes the breaking points, a Western diplomat pointedly observed in March 1987. He can't appoint generals, he can't set budgets, he can't do anything with the Army. 51. But Washington did not promote the transition to civilian rule to weaken the power of the military state. On the contrary, it manipulated the Cerezo regime to preserve and enhance the power of the state in defense of U.S. permanent interests in Guatemala. To this end, the White House gained congressional approval for a $5 million military aid package for Guatemala in 1986 even though Cerezo had only requested $1 million, thus reinforcing the parameters within which the regime could operate. 52. The White House and the generals deemed the shift to an electoral civilian regime a great success insofar as it achieved three priority objectives. First, it demonstrably improved Guatemala's image throughout the Western world. Cerezo retained his status as a reformist leader and an advocate of human rights despite the persistence of army death squad political killings and disappearances of trade unionists, peasants, teachers, and students. Although the new president failed to prosecute the architects of the terror, he continually denounced such actions and took no responsibility for the violence attached to the regime. Second, the civilian government did not seek to enact major reforms in agriculture, banking, or commerce. Instead of confronting the oligarchy and foreign investors, Cerezo adopted an economic approach that disproportionately benefited the existing centers of wealth. Third, and perhaps the most important achievement of the Transi Lion, was the ability of Cerezo to secure new commitments of large-scale economic assistance from Western governments and international banks, and to negotiate a debt restructuring with the country's foreign creditors. The level of foreign currency reserves increased from less than $8 million in 1985 to $484 million in September 1986. 53 Guatemala is another illustration of U.S. support for regime change and continuity in the state apparatus. The catalyst was not an imminent political challenge but the profound economic crisis and the general's desperate need for outside economic assistance. Although overwhelming military force had temporarily contained the revolutionary challenge, it isolated the regime in the world community. The shift to civilian government was perceived in Washington as an excellent mode of securing international economic assistance and strengthening the state. The Reagan administration and its military allies were able to control the process of regime change because the timing was propitious. Elections were held after the defeat of the guerrillas and the demobilization and decimation of the radical social movements, similar to the Dominican Republic experience of 1965–66. The process was aided by the synchronous perceptions between U.S. policymakers and the Mejfa government. There was sufficient flexibility among the generals to accommodate a shift in regime as long as they retained control over the state apparatus. In the post-transition period, the elected regime revealed itself fully willing to cohabit with the military state. Meanwhile, Washington chose to turn a blind eye to the armed forces' continuing, large-scale human rights abuses, and its support of Cerezo never wavered. Throughout both Republican and Democratic administrations, under conservative and liberal presidents, the state/regime distinction has been basic in explaining U.S. foreign policy toward political change and socio-economic reform. As these case studies demonstrate, Washington's policy toward the state in Latin America has remained constant, toward the regime, variable. Whether we are discussing Eisenhower and Cuba, the Kennedy-Johnson approach toward the Dominican Republic and Brazil, Nixon's hostility toward Chile, Carter's policy toward El Salvador, or Reagan's approach toward the crisis of the dictatorship in Guatemala, the thread that links them is a singular determination to preserve the state, together with a flexible approach regarding support for elected regimes or dictatorial rulers. Precisely because the state shapes the long-term policies of a political system, Washington is willing to accept changes in a regime in order to preserve the continuity of the state, including accommodations between elected civilian regimes and terrorist military states. At the same time, it consistently opposes, by military, economic, and/or diplomatic means, political transitions that dismantle the existing state, particularly when the new state is organized to sustain a nationalist or anti-capitalist development project. U.S. governments are willing to sacrifice long-standing third-world clients and accommodate a transition from dictatorship to civilian rule as long as the state structure survives the transition process intact. Successive administrations have attempted, with mixed success, to take preemptive action when mass democratic revolutionary movements have threatened client states. Preemptive policies seek to create opportunities for sectors of these opposition movements to form new regimes and thus ensure that the new government will collaborate with the existing state. The cases of Cuba and Nicaragua illustrate that the United States is not always able to reshuffle regimes, either due to conflicts with regime clients or because of inadequate policy calculations. Washington's unremitting hostility toward the Cuban and Nicaraguan revolutions, in contrast to its willingness to accommodate political shifts to civilian regimes elsewhere, is largely explained by the type of change that is proposed or takes place. The key issue in determining U.S. policy is not principled support for civilian electoral systems or authoritarian military regimes, but policy estimates in specific historical contexts as to the appropriate type of regime to defend existing state institutions that support U.S. permanent interests. Approaching Nicaragua, the relevance of the framework. The state-regime distinction provides an indispensable key to understanding the shifts and changes, or lack thereof, in U.S. policy toward Nicaragua from the late 1960s to the early 1980s. In the absence of any fundamental challenge to the Somoza dictatorship, neither Nixon nor Ford expressed interest in withdrawing U.S. support and promoting a democratic transition. The impetus for a regime change occurred under Carter in a context of Somoza's growing political isolation, a rising level of social class conflict, and an emerging perception among U.S. officials that the scope and composition of anti-regime movement offered, potentially, a threat to the state as well as the ruling dynasty. As a result, there was a policy shift that took the form of more active support for those sectors of the opposition willing to cohabit with the regime and work with the existing state, and it pressured the regime to negotiate and make concessions to these civilian elements. The failure of this strategy led Washington to promote a regime change by pressuring the client to leave office and acceptable civilian opponents to definitively split from the mass movement to form a new regime that would collaborate with the old state. In other words, confronted by a regime crisis in which a traditional ally was challenged by a mass-based democratic social movement, the White House sought to dump the regime in order to save the state. But success remained elusive, compounded by an inability to isolate the dictatorship from its coercive apparatus. The result was a virtual rerun of the Cuban scenario 2 decades earlier. The mass movement led by nationalist guerrillas overthrew a client regime and transformed the state. The Carter administration again revealed its flexibility by outlining a new strategy based on attempting to nurture divisions within the new regime in the ultimate hope of promoting a new collaborator regime as a manifestation of democracy accompanied by a reconstituted state that would be responsive to U.S. permanent interests. Chapter 2 of this study presents an overview of the decades-long relationship between Washington and the Somozas. Without a historical setting, it is not possible to understand why the family dictatorship survived so long, nor to fully comprehend the shaping of American policy during the latter half of the 1970s. In Condemned to Repetition, Robert Pastor has argued that most administrations were uncomfortable with the Somozas, that the policy pursued was largely one of benign neglect or indifference, that rather than being a close ally of the dynasty, Washington was more a reluctant collaborator attracted by its anti-communism and willingness to support U.S. interests in the region. He dismisses the notion that the Somozas were American puppets given that they always pursued their own interests, which on occasion conflicted with those of the imperial state. 54 Irrespective of the nature of the Somozas' clientelism, however, such an interpretation cannot obscure Washington's pivotal role in contributing to the longevity of the dynasty. As the events of 1978 and 1979 so graphically illustrate, its survival ultimately depended on the hegemonic power's continued support. Chapter 3 tracks U.S. policy toward Nicaragua during the Nixon and Ford presidencies, highlighting the bureaucratic debate, confined primarily to State Department officials, over how closely Washington should tie itself to Somoza. Chapters 4 to 6 analyze Carter policy toward Somoza and the increasingly formidable polyclass, urban-rural opposition movement, at all times distinguishing between the basic consensus over policy objectives and the bureaucratic conflicts about how these goals could best be achieved. Chapter 7 focuses on the critical first 18 months in the relationship between Washington and the Sandinista-dominated regime and state, during which time the White House embarked on a multi-track effort to limit the process of transformation consonant with U.S. permanent interests. Throughout, this study makes extensive use of personal interviews and recently declassified U.S. government documents. Together, they cast fresh light on various aspects of American policy in a period of transition from dictatorial to revolutionary rule, ranging from Pentagon views of Somoza's demise to pressures on the Sandinistas to renegotiate Nicaragua's foreign debt as a precondition for access to large-scale sources of overseas reconstruction aid. Washington and the Somoza dynasty, from consolidation to crisis of a client dictatorship. The historical setting of U.S. Nicaraguan relations. Historically, Central America has been within the sphere of U.S. domination. Frequent military invasions and occupations, economic and political interventions, and the routine manipulation of elected officials and army generals to suit overseas investor and strategic interests have been recurring themes in the 20th century relationship. Starting in the late 1920s, Washington began the process of creating national armies in Central America and the Caribbean as the most cost-effective, long-term alternative to repeatedly sending in the Marines to put down nationalist challenges to client rulers and protect U.S. economic and financial interests. Since World War II, tens of thousands of Army, Naval, and Air Force officers from the sub-region have honed their fighting skills at American military training centers in the Panama Canal Zone or on the mainland. They have also received political indoctrination in the values, ideals, and belief systems of the dominant power. The Defense Department's role as the most important weapons supplier for the Central American military, the stationing of U.S. Army, Naval, and Air Force missions in these countries, bilateral military pacts, and periodic joint maneuvers further consolidated professional and personal relationships. The two most consequential outcomes have been sub-regional armed forces prepared to support the political and economic status quo, and Washington's determination to safeguard the power and prerogatives of these coercive institutions in periods of societal upheaval and political transition. Prior to World War II, U.S. economic interests focused on the agro-export sectors while its geopolitical interests centered on the control and operation of the Panama Canal. After 1945, however, the rapid and massive expansion of American multinational capital around the world relegated 33.34. Central America to a secondary position in Washington's global and regional concerns, except on those occasions when area regimes, notably Arbans in Guatemala between 1950 and 1954, sought to challenge the role of foreign investors within the national economy. While the rest of the Third World was experiencing political and social upheavals, U.S. policymakers continued to support the entrenched landed oligarchies and military regimes in Central America. Supporters of capitalist development and expanding markets for U.S. products and services, they were dubbed modernizing oligarchies and technocratic military. Washington encouraged the conversion of the oligarchs and generals to entrepreneurial behavior as part of its larger goal of promoting large-scale commercial agriculture and manufacturing based on cheap labor and major infusions of overseas capital. Beginning in the mid-1950s, U.S. policymakers became increasingly linked to those sectors of the Central American ruling class involved in financial and industrial institutions and less tied to the direct ownership of land. The establishment of the Central American Common Market provided the catalyst for a shift in the pattern of multinational investments during the 1960s and 1970s, with industry absorbing an increased proportion of new capital commitments and agro-mining sectors a declining share. In I-960, only $12 million out of a total of $342 million in U.S. direct investment in Central America was located in manufacturing. By 1980, $417 million out of $1,033 million was found in textiles, chemicals, food products, pharmaceuticals and other industrial activities. 1. More diversified investments, however, did not lead to any change in Washington's policy toward those forces seeking to change the political and economic status quo. The convergence of the interests of the imperial state to and American investment capital with those of the local dominant groups produced a historic compromise in which successive U.S. administrations sacrificed democratic rights in exchange for capitalist economic opportunities and strategic objectives. The latter's support for Central American dictatorships was manifested through a vast program of bilateral and multilateral economic aid and various forms of military assistance. Between 1953 and 1979, Washington provided the rulers of El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and Nicaragua with over $1.5 billion in economic and military assistance, a sum exceeded by the U.S. influenced international banks who channeled more than $2.2 billion into their coffers. 3. At the same time, U.S. military assistance, arms sales, and training programs enabled these autocratic regimes to counter domestic challenges to their authority and White House interests. In return, Central America collaborated with Washington's geopolitical designs, acting as a staging ground for direct U.S. military intervention in the region, a training base for U.S. and Latin American military forces, and a testing area for counterinsurgency warfare methods. United States and Nicaragua. The political strategic relationship. From the late 1940s to the mid-1970s, American presidents regarded the implacably anti-communist Somoza regime as a valued sub-regional ally and pursued policies that assured the consolidation and longevity of the Nicaraguan dynasty. The growing centralization of political and economic power in the hands of the Somoza family, senior National Guard officials, and assorted regime cronies was intertwined with continuing American political endorsements, military assistance, public economic aid, private bank loans, direct investments, trade relations, and support for Nicaraguan loan requests to the multilateral development banks. As a reward for Somoza's willingness to collaborate with Washington's strategic goals, promote an open economy, and support U.S. political positions in the Organization of American States and the United Nations, Democratic and Republican administrations alike accommodated the authoritarian rule, the rigged elections based on hand-picked opponents and savage repression of independent challenges, and the corrupt, predatory state that operated largely as a vehicle for private capital accumulation by the Somoza family and its supporters. Although the Somozas ruled on the basis of political manipulation, corruption, and repression, with minimal roots in any important social group or class in society, no White House prior to the Carter period deemed it necessary to actively encourage or pressure the regime to eliminate the worst excesses that accompanied its method of rule, precisely because such a concern was always subordinate to the fact of Somoza's willingness to accommodate fundamental American interests in Nicaragua and the Central American Caribbean region. Washington's acquiescence was reinforced through the dynasty's long-standing ties with key legislative branch officials, and further cemented by a lavishly financed public relations/lobbying program that spanned almost 2 decades. 4 successive U.S. ambassadors behaved more as personal advisors to, and propagandists for, the Somozas than as diplomatic representatives of a foreign power. One of them, Thomas Whelan, who ran the Managua embassy from 1951 to 1961, lauded Nicaragua as our staunchest friend in Latin America and the Somozas for having done a good job of keeping it economically sound and politically stable. 5. A prominent Nicaraguan government official called Whelan our ambassador. 6. The Nixon White House appointee, Turner Shelton, was so subservient to Somoza, a high-level State Department Central Americanist recalled, that he was practically his ambassador rather than ours. 7. The Somoza family's entrenched political and economic power was immensely facilitated by the links forged between the country's armed forces and the coercive agencies of the imperial state. Nicaragua's National Guard was a creature of U.S. policy from its inception in the late 1920s, when Washington decided to organize, finance, and train a national military force, to its demise at the hands of the Sandinistas in mid-1979. 8. The Somozas built up and sustained a politically loyal officer corporate by preventing non-family members from heading the organization, providing myriad opportunities for officers and enlisted men to accumulate wealth legally and illegally, and making devotion to the dictatorship the prime prerequisite for appointment to troop commands, subject by Somoza to tight internal control through dispensation of favors, frequent rotation of postings, and occasional expulsion of ambitious officers, was large enough to seem ubiquitous in a small country and yet too small to develop an institutional ethic beyond loyalty to its commander. 9. However, the other side of the Guard's total identification with the Somoza family, its personal private army, was its isolation from the rest of the population among whom it had developed the reputation as a brutal and corrupt occupation force, not a professional institution charged with protecting the country from external attack. Rooted in concrete historical experiences, this perception was to have profound consequences for Washington's efforts to promote a desired outcome to the anti-regime political upheaval in the late 1970s. Even by Central American standards, Nicaragua under the Somozas was a most favored recipient of U.S. military assistance and training, particularly after the establishment of Pentagon Army and Air Force missions in the country in the early 1950s. A mid-1957 internal State Department memorandum referred to the United States as the chief supplier of arms to Nicaragua. 10. During the 1960s, the Kennedy-Johnson preoccupation with avoiding a second Cuba and imposing regional stability triggered a substantial increase in military aid that, among other things, enabled Somoza to acquire the largest force of jet aircraft in Central America. 11. Between 1963 and 1967, such assistance totaled $7.5 million, almost double the amount released over the previous 13 years. 12 training programs for National Guard officers and troops in the Panama Canal Zone or at military bases in the United States complemented these weapons sales to produce a formidable fighting force capable of easily overwhelming internal threats to the regime, including that posed by the Sandinista National Liberation Front. In the decade prior to Somoza's overthrow, Pentagon largesse reached new heights. Although figures vary from a low of approximately $20 million to a high of more than $32 million, what is indisputable is that between 1968 and 1978 Nicaragua was the largest per capita recipient of U.S. military assistance in Latin America. 13. Moreover, the number of National Guardsmen trained at U.S. military centers abroad in the 2.5 decades after 1950 topped the list of Latin American armed forces. 14. The upshot of these historical processes, in the words of a Pentagon official involved with Nicaragua during the 1970s, was the emergence of a multi-tiered relationship between the Department of Defense and the National Guard that resembled social bonding. Formal military ties were complemented by what turned out to be over the longer term much more important personal relations developed through continuous interaction between Nicaraguan and American officers via training schools, military assistance advisory groups, and the like. The result was pretty open dialogue not only on an official level but also through personal friendships. 15. Somoza himself went out of his way to maintain personal contacts with his fellow West Point class of 1946 graduates. This included flying them to Managua to attend his presidential inauguration in May 1967 and celebrate the group's 25th anniversary in 1971. 16. Such long-term, large-scale U.S. military involvement in Nicaragua was to a considerable degree responsible for sustaining in power an autocratic political dynasty that refused to seriously tackle the country's underlying social and economic problems. In exchange for consistent military support, Somoza became perhaps Washington's most important sub-regional ally. In 1954, Guatemalan army exiles, organized, financed, and trained by the CIA at the direction of the White House, mounted a successful invasion against the nationalist government of Jacobo Arbenz from staging bases in Nicaragua. 7 years later, in 1961, the Kennedy administration attempted to replicate the Guatemalan tactic, again using Nicaraguan territory, in an unsuccessful effort to terminate the Cuban Revolution. In 1963, with Pentagon encouragement and support, Somoza played a leading role in the formation of the Central American Defense Council, a counterinsurgency regional military alliance, and became the dominant figure in the organization's pacification activities during the late 1960s and early 1970s. Hewson Ryan, the U.S. ambassador to Honduras from 1969 to 1973, recalled that Somoza viewed Condeka as his tool. The Nicaraguan ruler reaffirmed his traditional commitment to furthering Washington's anti-nationalist and counter-revolutionary objectives following the 1965 U.S. military invasion in the Dominican Republic. He publicly supported the White House action and contributed troops to the regional peacekeeping force organized by Washington to help maintain order in the aftermath of the invasion. Somoza's willingness to serve as a U.S. regional policeman and enforcer of political stability in Central America and the Caribbean went beyond Condeka mobilizations against guerrilla movements to direct involvement in efforts to fend off domestic challenges and in other ways support allied military regimes. 2 instances will suffice. In Guatemala, the Nicaraguan ruler actively supported the armed forces candidates in the 1970 and 1974 presidential elections. In El Salvador, National Guard troops participated in quashing a junior officer's coup attempt against the military high command in the aftermath of the latter's rigging of the 1972 presidential election results to deny the clear-cut victory achieved by reformist political forces. The dictatorship also vigorously supported Washington's global policies. Its actions ranged from consistently voting in favor of U.S. positions in the United Nations to offers to send troops to bolster American interventionist policies in the Third World. In an October 1975 dispatch to the State Department, U.S. Ambassador to Nicaragua James Thieberge based his opposition to a proposed aid cutoff on Somoza's unquestioning support for American positions in international forums, especially when such support has been of crucial importance. This included co-sponsoring resolutions of great importance to us and lobbying intensively on issues of high priority to the White House but of little direct interest to Nicaragua, the ambassador concluded. By describing the Somoza regime as one of the few remaining, reliable friends in Latin America that we can call on for assistance, L8 by no means, however, was the relationship totally devoid of conflict or disagreement. The Truman administration, for instance, opposed Somoza's presidential re-election bid in May 1947, which contributed to the latter's decision to withdraw from the race in favor of the Liberal Party's Leonardo Arguello. When the Somoza-led National Guard ousted Arguello from office soon after his election, the White House refused to recognize the new regime, imposed military aid sanctions, and over the next 10 months applied moral persuasion and diplomatic pressure 19 in a failed effort to restore constitutional government to Nicaragua. Diplomatic ties were ultimately resumed, a testament both to the Guard's loyalty to Somoza and the latter's solid identification with the anti-communist ideology that more and more defined post-war American foreign policy. Events in Costa Rica also precipitated some temporary rifts between Washington and Managua. Following the outbreak of civil war in 1948, Somoza's offer of military assistance to the embattled Picardo government was roundly condemned by American officials. 7 years later, President Eisenhower authorized military aid to the regime headed by José Figueres, then under attack by an army of Costa Rican exiles organized by the Nicaraguan dictator. The White House rejected Somoza's request for a similar aid package, moving the client to wonder aloud, what advantage do we get for being friendly? 20. In late 1958, the possibility of a visit to the United States by Somoza led the State Department to advise against extending a formal invitation for a meeting with President Eisenhower to avoid giving credence to any accusations that the United States favors the Somoza dynasty. At the same time, State had no objections to informal arrangements being made should come to the United States for a medical checkup. 21. Public and private criticisms of this kind notwithstanding, Washington policymakers still refused to contemplate any measure that raised the specter of a major shift in policy toward Nicaragua. The economic basis of U.S. Nicaraguan relations, contradictions of capitalist development. Capitalist development in post-1950s Nicaragua occurred within a socio-economic and political framework that included the continuity of the traditional ruling class increasingly diversifying its holdings but retaining its family-based sources of political and economic power, rulership through a military police state regime with ties to the military and intelligence agencies of the U.S. imperial state, and multinationals, primarily American, with links to the Somoza family as well as to the economic and political agencies of the U.S. imperial state. This triumvirate of traditional family-based capitalism, foreign multinationals, and military-dominated political regimes provided the framework for a sustained period of economic development and growth preceding the Sandinista Revolution of July 1979. 22. Economic expansion in Nicaragua during the 1960s and 1970s featured two contradictory processes: a growing concentration of capital and declining wage and salary levels. While the Somoza family wealth, based on the ownership of agricultural estates, industrial enterprises, communications and banking operations, food processing companies, and joint ventures with foreign investors, increased from approximately $60 million in the mid-1950s to an estimated $400 million to $500 million in the mid-1970s, 23. Real wage levels of Nicaraguan workers declined by 25% between 1967 and 1975. 24. These twin developments induced the growth of a mass-based opposition that linked demands for immediate improvements with the transformation of the social structure. The processes of capitalist development homogenized the conditions of heterogeneous social classes, creating the basis for a broad unified social revolutionary movement that ultimately terminated dictatorial rule in Nicaragua. Origins of the political crisis, the economic development model. The political upheaval in Nicaragua in the late 1970s was rooted partly in the country's prior economic development experience. Autocratic government created optimal conditions for capitalist expansion. Between 1961 and 1977, the gross domestic product grew at an average annual rate of 6.5%. During this period, the yearly increase in industry and agriculture exceeded 9% and 6% respectively. 25 Although shifts in commodity export prices produced cyclical fluctuations, the overall picture was that of an economy enjoying a relatively dynamic industrial and agro-export-based growth. In the early 1970s, however, portents of a serious, long-term economic decline began to emerge. Recessionary periods took an increasingly harsher toll on living standards, prefiguring major changes in the economy and the class structure that eventually spilled over into the political arena. Agricultural expansion after mid-century, based principally on booms in cotton and beef production, was fueled by growing overseas demand and made possible by the introduction of new fertilizers, insecticides, herbicides, and other features of mechanization into the rural sector. Between 1950 and 1965, cotton jumped from 5% to 44% of total exports. 26 In the following decade the process of mechanization quickened, providing the basis for a new era of agro-export expansion. The fourfold increase in the number of tractors in operation and the amount of land under irrigation between 1965 and 1976 was accompanied by a 40% increase in beef exports and a 30% rise in cotton exports. 27 Despite a slowdown in the average annual growth rate of exports from 9.7% in the 1960s to 5.6% between 1970 and 1978, the average yearly increase for the entire period topped imports by a narrow margin. One index of the direct relationship between exports and economic prosperity was the marked increase in export earnings share of GDP from 24% in 1969 to 33.7% in 1975. 28 The major beneficiaries of this export growth were a small number of urban-based capitalists, wealthy rural families, the Somozas who owned vast amounts of ranchland, and foreign, mostly U.S., multinational corporations. The agro-export boom provided rich rewards for those American commercial traders and multinationals who sold most of the new pesticides, fertilizers, machine parts, raw materials, and transport equipment to the rural sector. The Monsanto Chemical Company, for instance, became a major supplier of insecticides to the expanding cotton industry. "Our business was very profitable," recalled a company executive. "We increased our market share in Nicaragua during the 1970s due to the growth of the cotton crop." 29. Agricultural sales composed a substantial part of U.S. exports to Nicaragua in the 1960s and 1970s. Although U.S. exports as a percentage of total Nicaraguan purchases abroad experienced a modest decline during the 1970s, there was no lessening in the agro-export sector's dependence on access to American-origin goods. 30 Throughout the 1960s and 1970s, the United States remained an important, although declining, market for Nicaragua's exports. During the early 1960s, American purchasers absorbed over 40% of the total. Between 1969 and 1973, this figure hovered at 33 to 35% annually. Following a sharp drop to 19% in 1974, it regained lost ground in 1975 and 1976 before regressing again to 24% in 1977 and 23% in 1978. But despite Nicaragua's increased access to European Economic Community, Japanese, and Latin American markets, over 1/4 of all its exports continued to find their way to U.S. ports between 1975 and 1978. 31 Although primary products still accounted for 82% of total exports in 1977, there was a steady, if incremental, expansion in non-traditional exports after I-960 stimulated by rising foreign investments in the industrial/manufacturing sector of the economy. 32. The Kennedy administration's Alliance for Progress and the establishment of a Central American Common Market in the early 1960s initiated a period of highly capital-intensive industrialization in Nicaragua dominated by American multinationals who actively exploited the advantages offered not only by a protected region-wide market but also by government tax and other fiscal inducements, a docile labor force, and low wage levels. According to an American businessman who worked in the construction industry, Nicaragua was an easy place to do business in, but you had to know the type of business conducive to low labor costs. Much of the U.S. investment was to take advantage of the agrarian situation, fertile land and low labor costs, or to take advantage of tariff barriers of the CACM 33. The growth of a more diversified economy triggered largely by investment decisions made in the United States could not, however, mask a pattern of development based on a great deal of non-productive investments in the form of entrepreneurial and speculative activities by the Somoza family, senior military officials, and representatives of the dominant local banking groups. The investment proclivities of the dictatorship and its supporters ensured that there would be no lessening in the importance of the service sector relative to industry and agriculture. In 1961, the service sector contributed 55% of the country's GDP, more than double that of both industry and agriculture. Over a decade and a half later, this situation remained virtually unchanged. 34. Probably the most distinctive feature of the Nicaraguan development model was its excessive dependence on access to multiple sources of foreign financing, private investment capital, government economic assistance, multilateral development bank loans, and private multinational bank funds. In each of these areas, the pivotal roles were played by United States actors and institutions. Annual studies of the Nicaraguan economy prepared by the American Embassy in Managua during the 1960s and 1970s extolled the virtues of the country as a profitable locale for U.S. investors. They highlighted the lack of equity requirements, the absence of limitations on profit or royalty remittances, ease of access to local capital, no exchange controls, numerous tax concessions, duty-free entry of capital equipment and raw materials, a political environment that secured investors against expropriation or nationalization, the availability of all U.S. government overseas private investment corporation investment guarantee programs, and a foreign investment policy that accorded national and foreign firms identical treatment. 35. Throughout the 1960s, U.S. direct investments flowed into agriculture, industry, natural resources, banking, and commerce retail enterprises. Enticed by generous financial incentives, tariff protection, minimal constraints, and the expectation of large profits, American multinational giants such as Esso, Texaco, United Fruit, U.S. Steel, Bank of America, Citibank, and Sears invested at a faster rate in Nicaragua than in any other Central American country. Total U.S. investments increased from $18 million in I-960 to close to $80 million in 1970, the latter figure more than 10 times the amount of the next biggest group of foreign investors. Between 1970 and 1978, U.S. investments exhibited a sawtooth pattern of growth, with estimates of the overall increase varying from $45 million to double that amount. 36. But whatever the precise rise, of greater significance was its strategic location. The 63 American-owned multinationals operating in Nicaragua between 1976 and 1978 were entrenched in most key economic sectors: agribusiness and food processing, chemicals, forest products, banking, mining, petroleum, tourism, and transport. 37. Discussing the treatment of overseas investment in a March 1966 cable, the Managua Embassy painted a glowing picture: the treatment of foreign capital is very good and is expected to remain good for the foreseeable future. Most heads of American firms in Nicaragua concurred in this assessment. They characterized bureaucratic red tape and the general lack of technical competence in the government agencies as normal by third world standards and relatively minor problems in any event. Moreover, easy access to cabinet ministers and other senior regime officials usually ensured that such problems were swiftly resolved. Some American companies employed local lawyers to handle their business with the government and get things done expeditiously. Although one U.S. firm complained that whenever a worker's grievance against management ended up in the labor court, the decision was in favor of the employees, the embassy downplayed the issue. The court had only declared 2 strikes legal, both involving U.S. companies, but with the exception of these strikes, American firms appear to have had generally amicable labor relations. 3. The U.S. capitalist class doing business in Nicaragua during the 1960s and well into the 1970s basically concurred with the embassy's picture. For most, Nicaragua was a very stable country, the Cordoba was fairly convertible, it was an open economy, Americans were welcome, a laissez-faire economy. 39. They lauded the Somoza regime for being very pro-US and open to business. 40. The threat to profit-making posed by the organized working class was invariably minimized. Bruce Cuthbertson, an American citizen with economic interests in the construction industry, noted that there were not really any labor problems. We were a unionized industry but had no more labor problems than in a unionized company in the United States. 41. Like the embassy, American businessmen took a rather low-key, even sanguine, approach to the obstacles they did encounter. In the construction sector, explained Cuthbertson, we had the problems of any developing country, inefficiencies, telephone didn't work, electricity problems, basic infrastructure problems. 42. A Westinghouse Electric Company executive singled out language comprehension difficulties. 43. But the ability to gain rapid and direct entree to government agencies and officials, and the latter's always helpful and cooperative response, meant delays were kept to a minimum. You had access up to the ministerial level with relative ease. 44. For Westinghouse, which supplied millions of dollars worth of equipment annually to the government's power utility agency, it was simply a question of directly informing the head of the agency, who happened to be the dictator's uncle. We could call Dr. DeBale on the phone and he would discuss the problem and respond or set a date for us to meet him. 45. Apart from the bureaucratic delays and the Somoza family's extensive economic holdings, which limited investment access to some areas, the most consistent problem American corporations and banks had to deal with was the regime's oft-demanded quid pro quo for profitable business opportunities, cash payments, minority equity participation, arranging loans or contracts for Somoza-owned companies, or some other kind of fee or payoff. The examples are numerous. Loans to the dictator's cement works greatly facilitated First National City Bank's initial entry in the 1960s, according to the then head of International Business Machines World Trade Corporation Arthur K. Watson. Somoza blatantly demanded a payoff for allowing IBM to expand its Managua operations in the late 1950s or early 1960s. American mining and lumber companies paid an annual fee to avoid operating problems and taxes. Joint ventures with Somoza-owned firms involving such prominent multinationals as U.S. Steel and Intercontinental Hotels became commonplace. 46. In 1973, an American businessman told the Wall Street Journal, "I don't care who you're dealing with, whether it's an assistant minister or the chief himself, you have to cut him in if you're going to close a deal." 47. 5 years later, another U.S. executive knowledgeable about the Nicaraguan scene said virtually the same thing in an interview with Businessweek, "You just don't do business here without offering the general a share in it from the beginning." 48. Nonetheless, despite such entry requirements, the advantages of investing in Nicaragua outweighed any particular obstacle. Also, Somoza was willing to fend off hemispheric threats to American investor profits so long as they did not impinge on his family capital accumulation activities. In the early 1970s, for instance, he protected U.S. economic interests at his own country's expense by helping to sabotage Latin American schemes to create coffee and banana cartels for the enforcement of higher commodity prices. 49. In August 1975, the American ambassador Turner Shelton cabled the State Department about the Somoza regime's attitude toward overseas investors. "The climate for U.S. investment is excellent. a pro-investment consensus among political leaders and Nicaraguan businessmen. Today, more than ever, the government encourages foreign investment and local entrepreneurs to actively seek joint venture arrangements. 50. Later that year, the regime announced a new range of incentives in an effort to entice $1 million plus investment projects into the tourist industry. 51. On January 30, 1977, 10 days after the inauguration of a new American president, the Nicaraguan dictatorship purchased a full-page advertisement in the New York Times to promote foreign investment. The policy line was summed up in one pithy sentence: practically no restrictions limit the fields of endeavor which foreigners may enter. 52. The subsequent decision to establish a free trade zone was made specifically with American investors in mind, and included incentives such as unlimited credit, no restrictions on capital outflows, and freedom from currency controls. There are no strings attached, Somoza declared. If wants to take a local partner he can. If he doesn't want a partner he can do it. 53. Even more than overseas investment capital, the Somoza dictatorship was a leading beneficiary of the U.S. foreign aid program and the loan policies of the U.S. dominated multilateral development banks. Between 1962 and 1978, Washington provided the Somoza clan with over $280 million in economic assistance, while the World Bank Group and the Inter-American Development Bank together channeled almost $394 million to the regime. 54 officials of the IADB emphasized the institution's normal relations with the Somoza government during this period. 55 Arturo Cruz, a staff member through most of the 1970s, not only described the relationship as very stable but also commented on the bank's lack of animosity towards Somoza. 56. U.S. aid policy toward Nicaragua remained quite consistent from the Kennedy administration onward, and when a change began to emerge it tended to be more symbolic or procedural than substantive. The Nicaraguan economy first attracted the attention of American private banks during the 1950s. While Citibank and Bank of America were content to establish branch offices around the country, others entered into much more direct ties with the local capitalist class. Wells Fargo Bank and the First National Bank of Boston joined forces with Banco de America, and Chase Manhattan Bank teamed up with Banco de Nicaragua, the two most powerful non-Somoza financial institutions that were formed by, and represented, the interests of the agro-export, industrial manufacturing, and commercial elites not part of the ruling family's economic empire. 57. It was not until the early 1970s, however, that U.S. private multinational banks in particular began to assume a commanding presence in the Nicaraguan economy. The impetus to this sudden increase in foreign bank exposure was twofold: the quadrupling of oil prices and the decision of the world's major petroleum exporting countries to channel their newly acquired windfall profits into Western commercial banks, and the impact of this dramatic rise in oil import costs on Nicaragua's terms of trade. Flush with petrodollars, the banks moved rapidly to recycle these monies at high interest rates, in most cases requiring only that the interest payments be made on time. To Somoza, this seemed the optimal solution to Nicaragua's growing, and potentially chronic, balance of payments deficit. And U.S. banks, in particular, were only too willing to oblige. According to a senior Managua embassy official, they were not only knocking on the door offering one more attractive loan package after another but also giving kickbacks and bribes in trying to get a part of the action. 58. Almost every major American commercial institution lent to the Somoza dictatorship. In February 1973, bank syndicates headed by Wells Fargo and Manufacturers Hanover Trust negotiated $60 million in refinancing and $40 million in new loans with Nicaraguan government officials. In late 1974, a consortium of international banks led by First Chicago arranged a $30 million 5-year loan. In 1977, Citibank and the Banco Exterior de España jointly approved a $68 million credit line for the purchase of road building equipment and machinery. 59. By early 1978, the total loan exposure of U.S. private banks had reached an estimated $350 million. 60. In January of that year, Somoza announced a new law allowing foreign banks to operate free from all regulation and taxes. Discussing the profit-making climate in Nicaragua during the 1970s, one of Citibank's Managua branch managers noted Somoza's refusal to even allow his own bank, Banco de Centro Americano, to get special favors. Foreign banks had no problem with the Somoza government. 61. Despite these infusions of finance capital, the external sector crisis continued to worsen, forcing the government to resort more to short-term commercial borrowings at higher rates of interest. Between 1976 and 1978, the short-term portion of the Nicaraguan bank system's overseas debt rose from 43% to an astronomical 80% of the total. 62. The country's fiscal problems were compounded by the fact that a substantial part of these funds were being lent to private companies owned by the Somoza family, or its associates, and often already mortgaged to the hilt, or simply deposited into the dictator's personal bank account. The corruption was so blatant that even the lender banks, normally reluctant to comment on borrower countries' use of loan funds, could not remain silent. 63. The American ambassador, Mauricio Solon, told Somoza in April 1978 that he had received word from foreign banks that they were concerned about GAN practices such as the number of GAN officials skimming off large portions of new loans. 64. Nonetheless, these sentiments only translated into limited cutbacks in loan exposure by 2 or 3 banks. Surveying the relationship between the foreign banks and Nicaragua during the 1970s, a World Bank official accused them, in a masterpiece of understatement, of injudicious lending. 65. Nicaragua's external public debt also skyrocketed in the years prior to Somoza's overthrow, thereby further exacerbating the state's fiscal crisis. Borrowings from Western governments rose from $332 million in 1972 to over $1.2 billion in 1978. 66. The severity of the debt crisis was not least revealed by the history of the debt-export ratio. In 1970, 10.6% of the country's export earnings was needed to pay interest on the total foreign debt. In 1978, the figure stood at 17.3%. 67. Although the type, scope, and direction of U.S. capital flows into Somoza's Nicaragua varied, beginning with direct investment in agromining, manufacturing, and other economic sectors, followed by state assistance and multilateral and private bank loans, there was no significant division among U.S. capitalist sectors regarding Washington's policy toward, or relations with, the dictatorial regime. Essentially, the process of incorporating new capital to old was an additive accommodative one. The absence of any rupture between different forms of capital reflected the complementary role they performed, the interlocking interests they shared, and their narrow socio-political base of support in a country whose regime ruled partly on the basis of its dependence on the U.S. imperial state. In the 2 decades prior to Somoza's downfall, Nicaragua pursued an economic development model based on the commercialization of agriculture, industrial expansion, urbanization, a large service sector, and access to large-scale borrowings of foreign capital. In the absence of a political regime supporting programs of social and economic redistribution, however, these parallel processes produced other, unanticipated, consequences. In a fundamental sense, they helped to create the social movements and social and class conflicts that more and more dominated Nicaragua's political horizon. Origins of the political crisis, capitalist transformation and the class structure. The processes of economic development in Nicaragua during the 1960s had a profound impact on the nation's class structure. In the countryside, the new emphasis on cotton production for export marginalized traditional crops for local consumption and led to a precipitous decline in the economic position of small landholders. Dispossessed of their land, small peasant producers of corn, sorghum, rice, and other subsistence crops became wage laborers forced to seek employment on large plantations where jobs were seasonal and insecure. Approximately 1/3 of the economically active rural population worked only during the 3-month harvest period. The growth of huge beef cattle ranches also quickened the proletarianization process, peasants were ejected from lands they occupied without tithe and stripped of their livestock holdings. By 1970, Nicaragua had a higher percentage of landless rural families than any other Central American country. 68 The expansion of large-scale agro-export farming exacerbated an already skewed pattern of land ownership. In the mid-1970s, 0.6% of the rural population owned 30.5% of the arable land, whereas 50.8% of farmers owned a mere 3.4%. 69 Meanwhile, rural unemployment climbed to 16% in 1977, doubling to 32% at the time of Somoza's ouster in July 1979. 70 In sum, the commercialization and mechanization of agriculture uprooted the peasant population, increased the number and importance of landless wage workers, depressed the conditions of petty commodity producers, worsened employment possibilities, and pushed a large segment of rural Nicaraguans to the margins of economic life. In urban Nicaragua, the growth of commerce and industrial production and imperially capitalized enterprises had a dual impact on the class structure. First, it increased the number of industrial workers who benefited from relatively high wages and job security. Second, it was linked to, and accompanied by, a substantial rise in the numbers of both property-owning and salaried petty bourgeoisie. The managers and clerical and technical workers who staffed the expanding state sector further increased the numerical power of the wage-earning middle sectors. The transformation of rural land tenure relations also had important consequences for the urban class structure. Migration to the cities during the 1960s and 1970s increased the percentage of the population living in urban areas from 41% to 53%. 71 Attracted partly by the pull of industrialization, these new additions to the urban labor force soon discovered that the industrial expansion was capital, rather than labor-intensive. The resulting disjuncture between urban growth and capital-intensive industry forced most of these new migrants to become part of an amorphous strata of floating poor looking for employment outside of the factory system. To the extent that they could find work, it was usually in low-paying and unstable jobs in the service sector. In the process, the service sector ballooned while the industrial workforce experienced relative stagnation in the decade prior to Somoza's overthrow. Between 1960 and 1978, the service sector as a percentage of the total workforce almost doubled from 22% to 41%, while the industrial workforce declined marginally to 16%. 72 Although a small proportion of rural migrants were integrated into the factory system, providing them with a class-anchored frame of reference through which to act politically, the mass of migrants were excluded from stable wage employment, either unemployed or underemployed in low-paying, unproductive jobs, and were systematically concentrated in urban slums as a result of the organic ties between the state and real estate investors. Changes in the Nicaraguan class structure were paralleled by economic setbacks for salaried and property-owning groups in both the city and countryside. The periodic recessions and uncontrolled inflation during the 1970s compressed the real wages of urban and rural workers and the incomes of small peasant producers. Combined with rising and underemployment, especially among the urban poor, and declining levels of social services, this created a situation in which a substantial part of the population lacked any real stake in the existing economic arrangements and thus were potentially open to appeals based on radical socio-economic changes. Moreover, the petty bourgeois and bourgeois property-owning groups also began to express increasing dissatisfaction with Somoza economic policies. In Managua, the middle sector commercial and industrial entrepreneurs who were affected by the December 1972 earthquake failed to recover economically during the rest of the decade. Bankruptcies became the order of the day as new recessionary cycles and massive capital flight forced a contraction in state credits upon which many of these businesses, however profitable, depended for their continued operations. On the other hand, those wealthy capitalists who had prospered from the 1960s industrial growth now had to contend with Somoza family intrusions into economic sectors they had traditionally dominated. Ultimately, the general and chronic deterioration in economic conditions presided over by an autocratic and predatory state served to unite adversely affected groups: workers, peasants, urban poor, the business community, the church, students, and guerrilla forces, leading to united action across class and occupational lines. Increasingly, these diverse classes and socio-economic groups linked the resolution of their specific problems to a change in political regime, and some to changes in the structure of society as a whole. The shifting class structure and declining living standards forced Nicaraguan workers to resort to organization and struggle in an effort to recover past losses and promote new demands. Violent and indiscriminate resistance by the Somoza state, however, eventually blurred the distinction between the satisfaction of economic demands and a confrontation over political power. Although large numbers of peasants had responded to the rise of plantation agriculture and the hegemony of the agro-exporters by migrating to the cities, and fewer relocated to the agricultural frontier areas, even as early as the late 1960s the countryside was the scene of numerous land invasions, calls for agrarian reform, and labor demands for wage increases and improved social services. To put an end to this rural militancy, the large landowners turned to Somoza and the National Guard. By the end of the decade the main centers of rural economic struggle had become the prime targets of the U.S. trained and equipped Guard counterinsurgency forces. 73 A new cycle of strikes and land takeovers erupted in 1973 and 1974, provoking another bout of state repression. During 1975 and 1976, as part of its effort to isolate and physically destroy the Sandinista National Liberation Front, the National Guard embarked on a program of wholesale terror against peasants and peasant communities suspected of collaborating with the guerrilla movement. An Amnesty International report on the Guard's activities paints a stark and gruesome picture. The wholesale killing of peasant farmers and their disappearances after detention is probably the most serious aspect of human rights violations in Nicaragua. The populations of entire peasant villages have been reported exterminated or taken away as prisoners by National Guard troops. The few who are released allege severe torture. The disappeared who aren't even acknowledged to be in custody and who never reappear must, in many cases, be presumed to have died in custody. 74 The report noted that the overwhelming majority of killings and disappearances occurred in the country's northeast, the area of most active FSLN operations. Despite this, National Guard war against its rural population, land takeovers, and strikes continued. The increased level of organization was reflected in the formation of the Association of Rural Workers in 1977. By this time, economic and political demands were largely indistinguishable, only a change of regime could lead to the satisfaction of economic grievances. In the cities, confrontations with the regime developed at a slower rate, and only took on significant proportions after the cataclysmic earthquake that leveled Managua in December 1972, eliminating thousands of jobs and substantially increasing the size of the urban poor. Christian social activists inserted themselves into this milieu and began to organize these strata to make demands on the regime for financial assistance, improved social services, and other basic needs. These newly organized forces were among the more vociferous critics of Somoza's misappropriation of international reconstruction aid. The dictator's response mirrored that taken to deal with rural economic unrest, swift and savage National Guard repression. But once again this heavy-handed approach proved counterproductive. Instead of cowering the urban poor into submission, it radicalized and politicized many of them. Other sectors of the urban population also began to challenge the regime's economic policies. During 1973 and 1974, factory workers in textile, construction, metal, and other industries, hospital workers, and university employees participated in wage strikes. 75 Predictably, Somoza's response was hostile and, where necessary, force was used to end these mobilizations. The dictatorship's intransigence and willingness to resort to violence further alienated a business community unhappy over state corruption, economic competition from the Somoza family, and new taxes. Between mid-1978 and mid-1979, these various economic grievances helped detonate a major political offensive against the family dynasty, composed of multiple class participants ranging from unemployed slum dwellers to the most privileged bourgeoisie. Political crisis and revolutionary confrontation, the demise of Somoza family rule. Every crisis discards the conventionalities, tears away the outer wrappings, sweeps away the obsolete and reveals the underlying springs and forces. V.L. Lenin. Like the Cuban Revolution of January 1959, the Nicaraguan insurrection of July 1979 was the culmination of a prolonged domestic conflict featuring many of the same kinds of political and socio-economic factors that characterized the earlier upheaval: a corrupt and autocratic dictatorship with long-standing political, economic, and military ties to the United States, a capitalist development model that disproportionately benefited the ruling clique and a small coterie of local and foreign investors, the absence of reformist political channels through which regime opponents could express their discontent, and a method of rulership based on the repeated and indiscriminate use of force against the antagonists of government policy. The regime's political isolation and eroding legitimacy ultimately led to the growth of a formidable broad-based opposition movement hegemonized by radical nationalist guerrillas. Revolutionary movements typically originate as processes of disengagement from established patterns of domination. The trigger may be a crisis situation or traumatic event that challenges traditional relationships or assumptions about the way in which society should be ordered and the role of individuals and institutions within that larger framework. In the case of Nicaragua, two moments of this kind were pivotal in accelerating the downfall of the Somoza dictatorship: the Managua earthquake of December 1972 and the Chamorro assassination of January 1978. The capital city of Managua was virtually laid waste by the severity of the natural disaster that hit it at the end of 1972. Tens of thousands were killed or injured, hundreds of thousands left homeless, and over 80% of commercial enterprises destroyed. Maurice Williams, the Nixon administration's special coordinator for emergency relief, provides a detailed and graphic account of the earthquake's impact. Not only was the basic infrastructure of a modern city, electricity, communications, water supply, and transport, immediately knocked out, but 50,000 homes were totally destroyed and thousands more made uninhabitable, forcing the survivors into the streets to fend for themselves. The gigantic dimensions of what was lost soon began to emerge. Gone was all of the physical plant of the national government, half the public schools in the city, all of its hospitals, and practically all of the commercial services, markets, and commodity stocks upon which an urban society depends. A preliminary estimate places the immediate losses at over $600 million. Additionally, almost half of the nation's GNP has been disrupted, more than half of the government's sources of revenue have been lost, and 25% of the population is now without the means to sustain even the minimum necessities of life. 76. What precipitated a crisis of political legitimacy, however, was not the earthquake itself but the bankruptcy and callousness of the regime's response, its decision to subordinate the basic needs of a devastated population to a headlong drive for private enrichment. Somoza and senior National Guard officials personally commandeered tens of millions of dollars in reconstruction assistance provided by the international community that was subsequently invested in highly profitable real estate and commercial activities. 77. In the following years, the regime immersed itself in bribery, graft, and multifarious forms of public and private corruption that concentrated more and more capital in the hands of the few, while its continued failure to rebuild downtown Managua remained a visible symbol of the Somoza family's unpardonable behavior in a moment of acute socio-economic crisis. The earthquake and its aftermath ripped asunder traditional societal commitments, opening up thousands of individual minds to the possibility, indeed necessity, of mass political action against the dictatorship as the only means for gaining a redress of grievances. Over the next 4 years, the regime confronted a burgeoning urban-rural opposition movement as well as the still numerically small Sandinista guerrilla forces. Notwithstanding the imposition of a state of siege from December 1974 until September 1977, during which the National Guard waged a brutal counterinsurgency campaign against the rural population in and around the guerrilla strongholds, the genie of revolution could not be forced back into its bottle. The second traumatic event that served to weaken the bonds of allegiance between the Nicaraguan people and the Somoza regime was the January 1978 assassination of Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, publisher of the newspaper La Prensa, a leading centrist political figure, and a member of one of the country's oldest and wealthiest families. The National Guard's involvement in the murder sent a message to the bourgeoisie that no one, however eminent and well-known, was safe from the depredations of the regime. The Guard's action had undermined part of the traditional consensus between Somoza and the capitalist class, that based on a mutual understanding about the rules of the political game. This latest outrage, on top of increasing hostility toward the government's economic policies, led influential sectors of the business community to move into opposition and become actively involved in efforts to force Somoza from office. In late January, for the first time in its history, the local capitalist class stopped obeying the law and decided to participate in mass mobilization politics and a general strike to topple the regime from power. By mid-1978, the dictatorship lacked solid roots in any significant class or social grouping in Nicaraguan society. Its support was primarily confined to Somoza's nationalist Liberal Party, the Guard, and a small group of crony capitalists. For the moment, however, the existence of a hostile, unstable civil society was more than offset by the continued presence of an internally cohesive and disciplined armed forces loyal to the country's authoritarian leader. Somoza still presided over a strong state capable of mediating or controlling national class conflict. But the regime's survival was becoming increasingly linked to its willingness to engage in high-level repression, a viable strategy only so long as there was no countervailing military power to complement those civilian forces demanding a political transition. This state of affairs did not last for long. Throughout the 1960s, the FSLN struggled unsuccessfully to establish itself as a viable military alternative to the National Guard. A rurally based guerrilla movement lacking an organized social constituency, the Sandinistas could not withstand the superior numbers and firepower displayed by Somoza's Pre-Darian army. During the first half of the 1970s, however, the FSLN began to develop effective rural and urban support systems. In the countryside, peasant mobilization was facilitated by the Guard's increasingly brutal and indiscriminate counterinsurgency warfare that produced more casualties among civilian non-combatants than guerrillas. In the cities, the FSLN built on prior ties thrown down among the student population and established new links with the numerically dominant urban poor through their post-earthquake community organizations. Paralleling this emerging nationwide political infrastructure was a series of successful, if small-scale, guerrilla military actions against National Guard rural posts. A key turning point in the fortunes of the FSLN was an adventurous December 1974 raid on the home of a former agriculture minister hosting a farewell party in honor of the departing American ambassador Turner Shelton that brought the guerrillas publicity, recruits and credibility. 78. The setbacks of the 1960s had generated a volatile strategy debate among the three FSLN factions over how best to confront the regime. Failure to agree on a common approach produced an organizational split in the wake of major guerrilla losses suffered during the 1975 National Guard campaign in northern Nicaragua. For the next 3 years, each faction pursued its preferred method of struggle, all the while expanding memberships, engaging in military actions and improving combatant skills, and gaining increased access to weapons through sympathetic regional governments, which gradually began to shift the balance of military power in favor of the guerrillas. The strategic differences were ultimately reconciled in early 1979 on the basis of according primacy to the insurrectionists' approach, incorporating all opponents of the regime, including the petty bourgeois and bourgeois elements, into the broadest possible mass movement, but in a way that did not allow any challenge to the FSLN's hegemonic status. The insurrectionists' political flexibility and preparedness to embrace short-term alliances with diverse social and political groups represented an effort to adjust to immediate contingencies in order to maximize support for the guerrilla leadership within a disparate movement united only by its anti-dictatorial and democratic nationalist aims. The violent nature of Somoza rule between 1975 and 1979, legitimate by an almost permanent state of siege, directly or indirectly affected every major class and occupational and social group in society. The failure of the January and August 1978 bourgeois-led general strikes to topple the dictatorship undermined the viability of the centrist option in the minds of many, accelerating support for the guerrillas as the only alternative to a continuation of the Somoza family dynasty. The following months witnessed mass mobilizations in urban neighborhoods and the growth of a formidable FSLN political organization in the cities, increased Sandinista military confrontations with the National Guard in the countryside, and widespread human rights abuses by the Somoza state against the civilian population that, at one and the same time, totally isolated the regime and transformed the FSLN into a mass movement capable of challenging for governmental and state power on a national level. In the final offensive of July 1979, the locus of the struggle shifted to the nation's major provincial cities such as Leon, Estili, Chinandega, and Matagalpa, where the urban poor, unemployed youths, wage workers, students, skilled tradespeople and, to a lesser extent, small property owners, professionals, technicians, and teachers offered critical support to the FSLN, including direct involvement in military battles against the Guard. 79 This urban resistance movement established the basis for the FSLN's crushing military victory over the Guard in Managua in July 1979. Conclusion. Political revolution in Nicaragua was not the product of economic stagnation, underdevelopment, economic dependence, or the absence of capitalist production. On the contrary, it grew out of the very experience and processes of capitalist development and the political social conditions under which it occurred. During the 1960s and early 1970s, the Nicaraguan economy experienced a period of dynamic economic growth based on exports, external financing, and incentives to foreign capital. When the global economy began to contract beginning around 1973, however, the contradictions of the Somoza model were exposed. The economy was incapable of cushioning the impact of falling exports and commodity prices, declining markets, more stringent conditions attached to foreign loans, rising public and private debts, and interest payments to overseas banks and governments that absorbed an increasing percentage of export earnings. The result was chronic balance of payments problems, a slowdown in growth rates, and plummeting living standards. Neither worker nor peasant, slum dweller, nor property owner were unaffected. More than ever, this new sense of deprivation required a repressive and autocratic state to sustain optimal conditions for capital accumulation and expansion. The collapse of the economic model, accompanied by rising state corruption, widespread human rights abuses by the National Guard, and an expanding Somoza business empire, began to erode regime legitimacy among all sectors of the community. This was the forerunner of the appearance of a mass-based, poly-class movement united in its determination to end dictatorial rule in Nicaragua. One of the fundamental causes of the regime's growing isolation was the behavior of the National Guard, its assumption of functions beyond its original raison d'etre, which in turn redefined its position in society. Initially, the Guard was established by the United States as a bulwark against the forces of political and economic nationalism, and associated challenges to foreign investment. Following its assumption of unlimited power over civil society at the time of the December 1972 earthquake, the Guard and its commander-in-chief revealed a propensity to wage indiscriminate warfare against its opponents and to indulge in an array of non-military objectives in the form of multiple corrupt enterprises, exchanges, and transactions that catered to the ruling elite's private accumulation drives. The United States played a central role in implanting, consolidating, and sustaining the post-war political economic environment in Nicaragua, and thus the long-term survival of the Somoza dictatorship. But this commitment was always a means to an end, based on a continuing determination by Washington that the regime was doing the job. American presidents, Democratic and Republican alike, viewed Somoza as a key sub-regional political and strategic ally, a willing and effective supporter of U.S. permanent interests, American public agencies, private banks and foreign investors, and American-dominated international financial institutions legitimated the Somoza development model through decisions that channeled hundreds of millions of dollars to the regime. Together, U.S. public and private institutions and individuals played a pivotal role in helping to create the conditions that produced economic expansion, political repression, popular mobilization, and revolutionary confrontation in Nicaragua within the space of 2 decades. Supporting Somoza, substance and symbol in American policy during the Nixon-Ford era. Introduction. Throughout the presidencies of Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, American policymakers perceived Somoza as a viable dictator firmly in control of the Nicaraguan state and society, and promoting U.S. permanent interests. This despite increasing business sector hostility toward the regime's economic policies, the growth of a politically heterogeneous opposition movement, Somoza's willingness to use excessive force against peasant non-combatants in areas of guerrilla concentrations, and the appearance of institutional conflicts within the National Guard. Toward the end of the 1960s, National Guard officers became embroiled in a divisive controversy over the twin issues of promotions and corruption. Many junior officers directed their criticism at Somoza himself over alleged favoritism toward family members, close cronies, and less qualified individuals at the expense of younger, more professionally oriented officers and military academy graduates. But these conflicts had little or no impact on the overall cohesiveness of the Guard as a military organization capable of waging war against domestic opponents in the most efficient and ruthless fashion. In July 1969, amid disagreements among the officer corps, it crushed the Managua base of the Sandinista National Liberation Front, the last in a series of major military defeats suffered by the guerrillas at the hands of Somoza's Pre-Darian army since the early years of the decade. One confronting the formidable task of rebuilding its military capacities and establishing an organized mass political following, the FSLN moved its center of operations to the countryside in 1970, to the large provincial towns where it could operate out of the shadow of the regime's military police force. In 1974, Somoza initiated a merciless counterinsurgency campaign to eliminate the main centers of guerrilla activity in northern Nicaragua. The Guard revealed its continuing military superiority over the FSLN, inflicting substantial losses on the guerrilla forces. In the process, it also perpetrated widespread human rights abuses against the surrounding peasant population. Some U.S. embassy officials even began expressing concern when credible reports started coming in of Guard officials forcing peasants from their land and taking it for themselves. This was particularly disturbing because the rural population was the most politically apathetic and at the same time generally supported Somoza. Beginning in 1974, we started hearing of more and more peasants supporting the Sandinistas with food and shelter. This was very worrisome too. Still, from Washington's vantage point, the counterinsurgency successes merely reinforced the perception of a regional ally well able to contain local challenges to its power and authority. While Somoza was easily fending off the guerrilla challenge, however, economic downturns were beginning to create new centers of civilian opposition in the nation's most populous cities and towns. Government policy decisions and changes in the global economy combined to produce skyrocketing inflation, rising industrial production costs, declining exports, growing indebtedness, and a plethora of new direct and indirect taxes. The result was an erosion in living standards not only of wage workers, peasants, and the urban poor, but also of the property-owning class, especially the owners of small and medium-sized enterprises. In 1974, leading conservative and liberal politicians and moderate labor unions and political parties joined forces with small shopkeepers, factory owners, cotton producers, construction firms, and other propertied petty bourgeoisie to form the Democratic Liberation Union. The new political organization saw two interrelated objectives: political and economic reforms, and Somoza's ouster from office. The behavior of the dictator and his cronies in the post-earthquake period also affected the country's two other powerful economic groups, BANAC and Ban America. Flush with international reconstruction aid, Somoza decided to end the long-standing informal consensus on economic spheres of influence and intervene in sectors traditionally the preserve of these competitor groups. This move to exploit his control over the state and public finances and form alliances with foreign multinationals and individual American entrepreneurs such as Howard Hughes, provoked some degree of bitterness and discontent within Bannock and Bon America. After 1972, writes George Black, the phrase on every businessman's lips was competencia desleal, unfair competition 3. At the same time, neither was disposed to identify with the political opposition and support efforts to change the regime for two reasons. Both groups still benefited disproportionately from the development model. Perhaps more important, they perceived no change in the correlation of military power on the horizon and thus no immediate threat to the survival of the dictatorship. Washington's confidence in the National Guard was a decisive factor militating against any basic shift in U.S. policy toward the Somoza dictatorship during the Nixon and Ford presidencies. Spreading opposition to the regime's corruption and coercion was outweighed for American officialdom by the existence of a highly trained, battle-experienced armed forces loyal to a devoted regional ally, compounded by the manifest inability of the forces arraigned against Somoza to mount any coordinated and serious challenge for political power. Nixon Somoza, a favored client. Every American administration since Franklin Roosevelt contributed to the military, political, and economic consolidation of Somoza family rule in Nicaragua. The Somocista economic model and willingness to support U.S. strategic interests in Central America and the Caribbean took precedence over the clan's autocratic political rule. No White House better exemplified its commitment to this order of priorities than Richard Nixon's. The ascendancy of conservative civilian regimes and the growing militarization of Latin American civil society during the late Kennedy and Johnson presidencies was welcomed by Richard Nixon when he entered the White House in January 1969. Against this background of a quiescent hemisphere and a determination to prevent any erosion of U.S. hegemony, the new president proposed to take a low-profile approach in relations with his southern neighbors. Henceforth, Washington would deal realistically with all governments irrespective of their origins or methods of rule, so long as they accommodated U.S. permanent interests. To this end, National Security Council advisor Henry Kissinger announced, questions of morality would not be allowed to distract foreign policymakers from pursuit of their more traditional national security interests. This low-profile strategy prefigured a shift away from the direct military intervention of the Johnson period to an emphasis on more indirect forms of involvement in the hemisphere's social and political struggles. Allies threatened by domestic political or military challenges would receive sufficient covert funding, public economic aid, and military assistance and training to rebuff such threats to their own survival and, by extension, to American national security as well. In Central America, Washington employed this new approach to forge ever closer ties with repressive military or military-controlled collaborator regimes throughout the area. With compliant authoritarian rulers in the ascendancy, there was little enthusiasm at the highest U.S. policy-making levels for proposals seeking to change the status quo. The American ambassador to Honduras from 1969 to 1973, Hewson Ryan, remembered a great deal of difficulty in getting any attention to Central America in the Washington bureaucracy. 5. The State Department official in charge of Central American affairs during the Nixon and Ford presidencies described the sub-region as a low-priority area. 6. In Guatemala, the regime of Colonel Carlos Arana was showered with U.S. economic and military assistance while it engaged in a ferocious terror campaign, in alliance with rightist death squads, to eliminate all vestiges of opposition, civilian and guerrilla, to military rule. Regarding El Salvador, White House policy was most notable for its silence over the massive electoral fraud perpetrated by the armed forces during the 1972 presidential elections that assured Colonel Arturo Molina victory over a popular-based center-left coalition led by Christian Democrat José Napoleón Duarte. The stridently anti-communist Somoza regime in Nicaragua was a particularly willing client, prepared to do Washington's bidding on most regional and global matters, from votes in the United Nations and Organization of American States to allowing the use of its territory to train Contra movements. In return, the Nixon White House offered unswerving political, economic, and military support. Some U.S. embassy officials attributed the closeness of bilateral ties to strategic factors, including the importance of the Panama Canal. Others focused on Nicaragua's very prosperous and booming economy, its role in the Central American Common Market, and the large number of U.S. financed macro-infrastructure projects underway. 7. To Leland Warner, the embassy's deputy chief of mission from 1972 to 1975, administration policy seemed a mixture of two attitudes that were sometimes blurred. One was that we considered Nicaragua pretty reliable as far as helping us in a regional context. The other attitude was a general Nicaragua is down there, a nice country, staying that way, and it doesn't bother us. Discussing Pentagon National Guard relations, though, he characterized them as about as good as you can have with a Latin American military aid. In June 1971, Somoza was a special honored guest at an informal White House dinner hosted by President Nixon for Washington, D.C. area graduates of the 1946 West Point class on its 25th anniversary. 9. A high-ranking Central Americanist in the State Department attributed the close, real affinity between Nixon and Somoza not merely to the Nicaraguan leader's consistent support for U.S. foreign policy objectives, but in no small measure to his consummate understanding of how that country's political system worked. The official, Lawrence Petzulo, remarked on Somoza's ability to manipulate the system to his own ends, especially his skill at cultivating the most influential decision-makers within both the governmental and corporate spheres. Somoza was a cunning fellow. Not only was he friends with Bibi Rabazo, he cultivated lots of people in the U.S. government and in the Congress over the years. And because of that, he was a difficult man to go up against and change policy on. Somoza knew people in government, banking, investments, and different political parties. 10. In 1970, Turner Shelton arrived in Nicaragua as the new American ambassador, reportedly a payoff for financial contributions to the Nixon presidential campaign, convinced that Washington and Managua had shared, identical interests. Thomas O'Donnell, a senior embassy officer during the first half of the 1970s, elaborated. Shelton felt that Somoza was Washington's best friend in Central America and his job was to do everything he could to strengthen and reinforce not just relations between the U.S. and Nicaragua but to strengthen Somoza's position in his government and in Latin America. Shelton believed that anything that strengthened Somoza was good for the United States. He saw no divergence over any issue between U.S. interests and Somoza interests. 11. Shelton's first DCM, Robert White, described the envoy's relationship with Somoza as equivalent to that of a courtier to a regent, a cheerleader approach that meshed perfectly with the requirements of both the White House and the Nicaraguan leader. When the White House thought about Nicaragua, their thoughts were directed toward supporting Somoza. Turner Shelton knew that he would never get anything but well-dones from the Nixon White House if he made Somoza feel good, and he set out to do that to the exclusion of everything else. 12. In the State Department, the Bureau of Inter-American Affairs was rife with anti-Shelton sentiment. According to one official, Shelton was held in such low regard that scheming to force his premature recall began almost from the time he arrived in Managua. 2 days before I went down to Nicaragua in 1972, I went to see Bob Hurwicz, acting Deputy Assistant Secretary at the time. Hurwicz said, "We don't like our ambassador, his closeness to Somoza. We are making a case against Somoza and the ambassador, and would you participate in this effort? If you agree, and write to us like Bob White and continue to help us, we will help you." I had had similar hints from Larry Petzulo, the Deputy Director of the Office of Central American Affairs. Bill Bodler, ambassador to Guatemala, questioned me about Somoza in 1972 during a stop-off in Guatemala. I think Bodler was also part of this anti-Shelton group. 13. Leland Warner, who succeeded White as embassy DCM, targeted IAA as the locus of opposition to Shelton's warm and close embrace of Somoza. The predominant sentiment there favored a much more formal relationship, one that placed some distance between the U.S. and the dictatorial regime. 14. But the fundamental obstacle to any significant policy shift was the continuing Nixon-Kissinger support for Somoza. Hence the reluctance of IAA to press the issue vigorously. In his position as Secretary of State, Kissinger's basic view was that Nicaragua was a backwater and Shelton couldn't do much damage. 15. Warner recalled seeing two letters in which the White House urged Shelton to stay close to Somoza and assure him of U.S. support. 16. On at least two occasions, with tacit White House support and no apparent State Department opposition, Shelton intervened directly into the Nicaraguan political arena to defuse or remove potentially serious domestic challenges to the Somoza family dynasty. The first contributed to prolonging Somoza's control of the presidency, the second to re-establishing the authority of the National Guard in a moment of acute national crisis. In 1967, Somoza won the presidency of Nicaragua running as the civilian candidate of the Nationalist Liberal Party with the help of the National Guard, which brutally clamped down on the electoral activities of opposition groups. As his term entered its final year, Somoza gave notice of his intention to seek re-election despite a constitutional prohibition against an incumbent succeeding himself. This decision triggered widespread opposition, particularly among political, labor, student, and church groups. By early 1971, Somoza also found himself beset by an additional problem: institutional conflicts within the National Guard. To reinforce Somoza's authority at home, Shelton organized a trip to the United States and a private meeting with President Nixon. To facilitate Somoza's political ambitions, he arranged discussions between his regent and the Conservative Party leader Fernando Aguirre over the succession issue. The Nixon talks served the purpose of defusing the civilian opposition, while the meeting with Aguirre produced a formula allowing Somoza to contest the next presidential election. According to one Central American foreign minister, Somoza contributed $1 million to Nixon's 1972 presidential re-election campaign. 17. Under the agreement worked out with Aguirre, an interim junta composed of the Conservative Party leader and two Somoza appointees would govern the country from May 1972 to December 1974, at which time new elections would take place. For all practical purposes, though, Somoza remained the de facto ruler of Nicaragua. While the triumvirate exercised nominal power, writes Richard Millett, all real decisions were made by Somoza. 18. In September 1974, Somoza won another 6-year presidential term in another suspect election. Only 1/3 of eligible voters went to the polls amid a boycott call by sectors of the civic opposition on the grounds that the process was rigged to guarantee a Somoza victory. The other major domestic crisis, which exposed the Somoza dynasty as more vulnerable than at any other time in its history and prompted decisive intervention by Ambassador Shelton, occurred in the aftermath of the December 1972 Managua earthquake, when the National Guard momentarily disintegrated as an organized institution. Officers and enlisted men deserted their posts, most in search of their families, some to engage in massive looting. Alarmed by this turn of events, Shelton pressed Somoza to seize total power from the governing triumvirate in order to gain time to reconstitute the Guard as a unified, mobilized fighting force. 19. Somoza heeded the advice, invoking constitutional authority to allow rule by decree, graphically exposing the facade of junta government. Some administration officials argued that we should not bypass the triumvirate, Lawrence Petsulo recalled, but Nixon would have none of that. 20. Indeed, the White House put through a direct call to Somoza assuring him of U.S. support and help within 24 hours of the earthquake. 21. Meanwhile, the American ambassador was doing everything he could to support and reinforce Somoza's position. He just asked Somoza what he needed. Shelton speedily arranged for a contingent of U.S. Southern Command troops stationed in Panama to be dispatched to Managua to provide emergency disaster assistance. When they arrived, they chose to set up their mobile military field hospital in Somoza's front yard. The Nicaraguans picked up on this right away. 22. Writing to President Nixon to express his appreciation for U.S. assistance, Somoza highlighted, in particular, the rapid reaction of U.S. forces stationed in the Panama Canal Zone. 23. The White House showered Nicaragua with emergency economic aid, which a number of embassy and State Department officials believed was motivated by a need to divert public attention from the pre-Christmas American bombing of Cambodia. Thomas O'Donnell was one of these. The context within which U.S. earthquake assistance was provided had little to do with Nicaragua. The day before Christmas, the US had resumed bombing in Cambodia, producing an upsurge of domestic criticism of US policy in Southeast Asia. The Nicaraguan earthquake presented an opportunity to demonstrate the humanitarian side of the administration. The earthquake gained wide media coverage, and in this 70 context, Nixon decided to act for political as much as humanitarian reasons. 24. In the following months, largely on the basis of Shelton's reports, the United States channeled massive amounts of economic reconstruction aid to Nicaragua. Agency for International Development post-earthquake assistance totaled $120 million, with an additional $48 million coming from the multilateral development banks. 25. Instead of reaching its designated targets, however, much of these relief funds were siphoned off by the Somoza family and a small coterie of military and civilian cronies for their own private enrichment. A 1976 aid-funded inquiry into charges that Somoza-owned companies were the sole suppliers of materials used to build hospitals, schools, roads, and drainage canals noted that the regime had purchased land for 5 district centers at above-market prices and for amounts much greater than paid by the sellers. 26. Although a subsequent aid investigation was unable to find evidence of diversion of funds and equipment to Somoza family-owned companies, an internal memorandum conceded that some of these enterprises unavoidably benefited from the large-scale procurement which aid helped finance as part of the reconstruction of Managua. 27. Although pronouncements from the Nixon White House and the 7th floor of the State Department raised little prospect of any change in U.S. policy toward Nicaragua, the post-earthquake political repercussions served to exacerbate divisions within the embassy throughout 1973 and 1974 over how to relate to the Somoza regime. DCM Leland Warner identified 2 groups of protagonists. On the one side was the ambassador, myself, and the military attachés. On the other was the political economic counselors section, the James Cheek Group. 28. The most significant individual confrontation erupted between the ambassador and his political counselor James Cheek, who complained about reports critical of the Somoza regime being edited before transmission to the State Department or not sent at all. I was saying that Somoza had lots of trouble, that new forces were emerging, but Shelton was censoring the reports from the embassy to Washington or was refusing to send the cables. This led to a constant conflict between Shelton and myself and to the use of the descent channel. 29. The broad thrust of Cheek's descent cables was that the earthquake had changed the economic and social landscape of the country, and inevitably a political earthquake had to come, and that was going to be the rub and challenge for Somoza, and, therefore, Somoza was going to have to change or there would be no long-term stability. 30. Included among these cables was one referring to a hospital strike and censorship of La Prensa that particularly angered the ambassador. He refused to transmit it through normal channels because he objected to a comment that the strike showed that people were organized and getting unhappy with Somoza. 31. Cheek's reports finally led Deputy Secretary Hewson Ryan to visit the country himself to make an on-the-spot assessment of the Nicaraguan political scene. What he saw seemed to confirm Cheek's views. Soon after Ryan's return to Washington, the administration decided to make substantial cuts in a $100 million to $125 million reconstruction aid package it was on the verge of committing to the Somoza regime. 32. In recognition of his descent channel cables, Cheek received the State Department's prestigious William R. Rivkin Award for being the first to recognize, seek out, and report on the new socio-political forces in Nicaragua. 33. But the Nicaraguan desk officer at the time stressed that Cheek's report did not suggest a major change in policy or differ markedly from most of the cables coming out of the embassy during that period. It was just a little stronger criticism of Somoza. There were lots of cables with the ambassador's signature that talked about corruption in government, suffering, political maneuvering, unhappy middle classes, and so on. The political counselor was honored simply because he managed to argue with the ambassador and get the cables out, not because of the dissent itself. 34. Indeed, at the awards dinner, Secretary of State Kissinger was heard to comment that he didn't think that Cheek's award was deserved. 35. Efforts by IAA officials to promote a limited policy change on Nicaragua continued to founder on the shoals of Nixon and Kissinger's refusal to consider any revision of the status quo. To the Secretary, Nicaragua was a back-burner issue and little was to be gained from raising it with a White House that still viewed Somoza as a valued and supportive regional ally. Notwithstanding, the Latin Americanists, discomfort over Somoza's maneuverings to keep himself in office and concerned over what comes after him, kept the issue alive. As one of their number explained, the State Department was looking for alternatives, whereas the White House was content with the situation staying as it was and was not really interested in interfering. Its attitude was let Somoza work out his own thing. The White House looked to Somoza to make changes but were not about to push him, whereas the State Department was saying change is coming and we have to push him. 36. But such differing perceptions and attitudes should not be exaggerated. To the extent that a conflict existed, it was tactical rather than strategic. State officials, for instance, repeatedly urged Ambassador Shelton to be less effusive in his praise of and support for Somoza, and to keep a little distance. You don't have to go out to the airport and meet him every time he comes back from a trip. 37. Yet even those who were beginning to have doubts about Somoza's survivability did not suggest that Somoza was evil and had to go. Nobody in Washington did. 38. One aspect of Shelton's behavior that enormously irritated those state officials responsible for implementing Nicaragua policy was the ambassador's repeated insistence that in his dealings with Somoza he was only answerable to the White House. Turner Shelton would go to Somoza and say, "Don't take any notice of what the State Department said. I take orders from the White House and they say to support you IOO%. 39. Lawrence Petsulo, one of those most convinced that Shelton was taking orders from the White House, recalled how he would just ignore statements from the State Department. 40. None of this was lost on Somoza, who started giving short shrift to embassy officials attempting to convince him that one or other of his actions was undermining his standing within the department. On a couple of occasions, Leland Warner recalled, "When I was in charge and had talks with Somoza and tried to tell him that he was damaging himself with Washington by doing things such as censorship of La Prensa, it had no effect." 41. What posture to adopt toward the civilian opposition also served to bedevil Ambassador Shelton's relations with his embassy colleagues. According to DCM Malcolm Barnaby, neither Shelton's predecessor nor the State Department attempted to limit embassy efforts to establish ties with leading representatives of the anti-regime forces in Managua. We had open and full communication with the Conservative Party and with a whole range of parties from left to right, excluding the extreme left, during 1969 and 1970. We dealt with the social Christians, conservatives, dissident liberals, Somoza's own party, but not with the FSLN. 42. After Shelton arrived, some Washington officials perceived little or no change in this area. Until the December 1972 earthquake, the new ambassador allowed the existing practice to continue even though he was not very keen on his subordinates dealing with these groups. Basically, Shelton maintained that they were not really important. His attitude was, "I'll talk to Somoza if I want something done. It's a waste of time to talk to the others." Occasionally, he conversed with the House opposition or with top echelon Somoza protagonists such as the Chamorros but refused to talk to any of the others. 43. Robert White, who succeeded Barnaby as DCM in 1970, perceived the situation differently from his colleagues, insisting that Shelton actively discouraged contacts with the moderate and conservative opposition groups well before the natural disaster that befell Managua. According to White, this issue soured relations between the two diplomats because of what the ambassador's deputy said was his insistence that such contacts were one of the few ways we had of trying to impress upon Somoza that he didn't have us locked up. 44. The events surrounding the earthquake and its aftermath precipitated increasingly sharp disagreements between Shelton and those embassy officials who desired an end to the long-standing U.S. policy of complete, uncritical support for the Somoza dictatorship. 45. Tensions were further heightened by Shelton's harder-line stance on consorting with the regime's critics. He didn't like the idea of embassy officials getting too cozy with opposition politicians. Henceforth, the ambassador studiously avoided such individuals on the grounds that working with Somoza was in the best interests of the United States. But IAA officials believed that it was now more important than ever to talk with all areas of opinion across the political spectrum. 46. Taking their cue from their colleagues in Washington, embassy officers increasingly and openly defied Shelton on this point. Leland Warner described the widening chasm between the ambassador and his subordinates. The State Department wanted the embassy to expand its links with the opposition, and this was one of the bones of contention between the State Department and the ambassador. One big mistake the ambassador made was to try to stop visiting U.S. government officials, members of Congress, etc. from seeing some of the opposition. The embassy fought him as a unified group on that. We refused to support that and would take these people to see Somoza and the opposition leaders. 47. What the dominant embassy sentiment favored was not a fundamental policy shift but a less cozy and more dignified bilateral relationship with the regime, accompanied by greater efforts to get Somoza to implement limited changes in his method of political rule. Undeterred, Ambassador Shelton continued to act as though he didn't need the State Department to tell him what to do. 48. Toward the midpoint of the second Nixon administration, however, developments in Nicaragua and the United States began to noticeably weaken and erode Shelton's Washington support network. While a more assertive State Department started treating his reports on the Nicaraguan political scene with growing skepticism, and to distance itself more and more from his actions in support of Somoza, the ambassador's most prominent executive branch ally, Richard Nixon, was much too preoccupied with the Watergate scandal and the very real possibility of impeachment during 1974 to devote even limited attention to Nicaragua policy. The Ford administration and Somoza. New rhetoric and old policy. In August 1974, the long-running presidential crisis reached its denouement when Richard Nixon resigned from the country's highest political office in disgrace and was replaced by his Vice President Gerald Ford. Over in the State Department, William D. Rogers, a proponent of a new approach toward dealing with Nicaragua, was appointed Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs. Although Rogers immediately discovered that Nicaragua was very low on the priority list, he nonetheless set about lobbying within the foreign policy bureaucracy for authority to place relations between Washington and Managua on a more professional and diplomatically correct foundation. This necessitated, first and foremost, a change of ambassador. The day I went into office, the first task was to get rid of Turner Shelton. It was not an easy task on which Larry Eagleburger and I conspired almost daily because he had a lot of friends and he was persistent in involving them. Somoza was very active in pulling in all his chips on behalf of Turner Shelton in the Congress, and the White House had a lot of fish to fry and didn't want another in terms of getting rid of Shelton. So it took a little while to do it. 49. Almost 12 months passed before Shelton was removed from his post. Meanwhile, relations between the ambassador and his embassy colleagues worsened apace. The staff was going in one direction, the ambassador was going in another. The staff was trying to do a professional job while the ambassador was trying to do everything he could to support Somoza and to be sure the United States supported Somoza. 50. When the Office of Management and Budget proposed that the U.S. eliminate new aid programs to all countries with per capita incomes in excess of $300 per annum, Shelton immediately cabled his opposition on the grounds that an abrupt ending of the aid program would lead over time to a reduction of our influence with President Somoza and the GON. 51. Assistant Secretary Rogers' hard-won effort to get Shelton out of the Managua embassy was only a partial victory because of his failure to gain a free hand in the choice of a successor. Under pressure from Vice President Nelson Rockefeller and the Secretary of State's wife Nancy Kissinger, Rogers was forced to accept the appointment of James Theberge, a traditional Cold War academic attached to the conservative Georgetown Center for Strategic and International Studies, where he specialized in studies on the communist threat to the hemisphere and how best to counter it. Some years earlier, Theberge had worked as a staff person on a Latin American project supervised by Kissinger under the vice president's overall authority. 52. This decision to replace Nixon's courtier to Somoza with someone to the right of the Bureau of Inter-American Affairs and Assistant Secretary Rogers was a disappointment to the Latin Americanists in state. 53 Still, Rogers was determined to move Nicaragua policy off dead center, and the first step in this process was to leave Somoza in no doubt that the ambassadorial reshuffle was a signal of our displeasure with his performance and a move toward distancing the United States from the regime. 54 Because THIRD was to play an important role in carrying out this policy shift, the Assistant Secretary intended to keep the new ambassador on a very short leash. He had conservative instincts that could have led him off the reservation. 55. The first order of business was to give state's imprimatur to embassy contacts with a civilian opposition that had become more potent, larger, more important. 56 Especially as a result of the growing capitalist class disillusionment with the regime's economic policies. Henceforth, Washington intended to pursue an even-handed approach in its dealings with the Nicaraguan government and the non-radical opposition, including regular embassy staff communications with leading political and business critics of the regime. Assistant Secretary Rogers elaborated, "We sent THIRD down with very clear instructions to make clear to Somoza that the United States was now neutral with respect to the political struggle and that he was to establish relations with the opposition. I accompanied THIRD either the first time he met with Somoza or shortly thereafter to underline the point that we were sending a new ambassador down to open a new era of American-Nicaraguan relations and that THIRD was instructed to avoid any action that would give the impression that we favored any particular regime and to open channels of communication with the political opposition." 57 As ambassador, THIRD, like his predecessor, preferred to limit personal contacts with the opposition to top echelon figures, and was particularly enchanted by the Chamorros. 58 This attitude probably contributed to the strained relations that developed between the new head of mission and his embassy colleagues. THIRD, his longest-serving DCM observed, felt uncomfortable with the embassy staff in many ways. 59. Nonetheless, he carried out his responsibilities to the satisfaction of his superiors in Washington. He was very obedient. He did what we told him to do. 6. The only exception was a minor one. He failed, said a member of the State Department's briefing team, to move out of the U.S. residence on the hill that was next to the Somoza residence after being told to do so. 61 At the time of THIRD's appointment, the White House assured Somoza that the change of envoys was not to be taken as representing any change in United States policy toward Nicaragua. 62 Even senior state officials who were most active in searching for ways of distancing ourselves from Somoza and trying to persuade him to modify his behavior were at pains to stress that they wanted to achieve these goals without jeopardizing the overall relationship between the United States and Nicaragua. 63. Nothing the administration did was carried to extremes. 64. No thought was given to rupturing ties or dumping the client, not least because such an approach was anathema to the Secretary of State. As one of Kissinger's senior hemispheric advisers put it, no serious contemplation was given to drastic measures against Somoza because this was entirely against Henry's general approach to things. 65. The fundamental realization that took hold within state during the Ford presidency was that some kind of public distancing was required to preserve our long-term interests. Simultaneously, the department embarked on an effort to encourage Somoza to open up the political system. Between mid-1975 and mid-1976, embassy reporting tracked very carefully, and despite frustration over the lack of movement, we continued to press for it. 66. Washington also targeted the issue of government corruption. During a visit to Nicaragua in October 1976, for example, a senior U.S. diplomat conferred with Somoza and pressed him hard on corruption. 67. In other words, whereas Ford policy was based on distancing ourselves so as not to be seen by other political elements in Nicaragua as favoring Somoza's stay in power, 68 accompanied by discreet criticisms of particular aspects of regime policy, the actual measures taken were restricted to what Deputy Secretary of State Hewson Ryan termed low-level diplomatic pressures and signals of displeasure. 69 At the end of 1976, the administration was, as one high-ranking embassy official put it, doing no more than trying to nudge Somoza to open up the political process. 70. Throughout this period, the State Department was particularly concerned to deny the Nicaraguan leader any opportunity to exploit the bilateral relationship for his own domestic or regional purposes. In April 1976, the dictator arrived in Washington to confer with Vice President Nelson Rockefeller. A State Department memorandum to Rockefeller in preparation for the meeting noted that there are no bilateral issues of significance between the two countries. Somoza has based his foreign policy consistently on close identification with the United States and on a rigid anti-communism. It counseled the vice president to assuage Somoza's concern that the ambassadorial change signaled a basic decision to cool relations with him by emphasizing that the U.S. had neither any reason nor the intention to make any fundamental change in our relations with Nicaragua. They have traditionally been close and mutually helpful. However, regarding Somoza's interest in inviting a senior administration official to Managua to permit a public expression of gratitude for U.S. post-earthquake assistance, the memorandum offered Rockefeller the following advice in the event an offer was made to him: such a visit would have the primary purpose of bolstering his personal political position domestically and reinforcing his self-assumed image as our man in Central America vis-a-vis the other heads of state. A polite brush-off would be the best response. 71. President Ford refused to meet with Somoza during another of his U.S. trips later that year for basically the same reasons. Meanwhile, officials continued to emphasize that such brush-offs did not signify any erosion of the continuity of our relationship with Nicaragua. 72. Only changes in economic or military ties would indicate movement in this direction, and there was no evidence to even suggest that the administration was interested in pursuing a shift of that kind. On the contrary, in November 1976, as Ford was about to leave the White House, the United States Southern Command sent observers to Central American Defense Council tactical military maneuvers, codenamed Eagle 6, held in Nicaragua. 73. The Ford-Kissinger refusal to contemplate any major shift in relations with the Somoza regime, and the basic White House perception of Nicaragua as a minor or back-burner issue, was partly explained by the lack of a serious radical challenge to the family dynasty and the state. Even though State Department officials most critical of Somoza's behavior readily agreed that the FSLN was still a very minimal blip on the horizon, which was the real key to understanding the administration's relative indifference to reports of institutional conflicts within the National Guard. 74. Insofar as state had decided to actively cultivate sectors of the civilian opposition movement, it was doing so in the belief that Somoza's political base was beginning to crumble, which necessitated some kind of contingency planning. This included aiding the non-Sandinista forces within what Assistant Secretary Rogers called the growing tide of popular opposition. The department was encouraged by the fact that the anti-Somoza civilian opposition was stronger than the guerrillas at this time. There was no sense that if we did get Somoza out and the moderates in, the radicals would take over. 75. And America's long-term interests in Nicaragua could only be enhanced by taking whatever initiatives were possible to consolidate the leadership of the conservative and moderate opposition sectors within the anti-regime movement. American policy also was influenced by Nicaragua's declining strategic importance. Responding to a letter from the leader of the anti-Somoza group in the House of Representatives Edward Cook in late January 1976, the Assistant Secretary of State for Congressional Relations wrote that we do not consider that the United States has any major strategic interests in Nicaragua. 76. William Rogers concurred in this estimate. There was no strategic concern. At that time the United States was engaged in secret negotiations with Castro, and Nicaragua was not even considered a serious problem to be dealt with during those negotiations. 77. The Ford administration's refusal to place much pressure on him. 78. Encouraged Somoza to deflect or ignore calls for political reform in the knowledge that such requests were not backed by significant penalties. His confidence, already bolstered by the attitude of the White House and Secretary Kissinger, was reinforced by the existence of influential supporters within the foreign policy bureaucracy. Perhaps no executive branch agency lobbied more strongly on Somoza's behalf than the Department of Defense, which looked upon Nicaragua as a far more reliable partner for Central American activities compared to El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. 79. A graduate of the U.S. West Point Military Academy in the late 1940s, Somoza went out of his way to maintain personal as well as professional contacts with his classmates over the following quarter century. This was an integral aspect of his continuing effort to identify himself with the United States and to portray himself as representing the United States in Central America. Embassy DCM Robert White described Managua as crawling with generals during the 25th anniversary reunion of Somoza's graduating class in 1971. 80. Throughout the Ford years, the dictator also kept inviting major generals, lieutenant generals, and generals to come down and go hunting with him. 81. Somoza had equally powerful allies on Capitol Hill. In the House, John Murphy of New York and Charles Wilson of Texas were among the more influential members willing to lobby on his behalf. In the Senate, no one was more supportive of the Nicaraguan dictator than Senator Jacob Javits, the liberal New York Republican and a prominent member of the Foreign Relations Committee. Nobody in the administration wanted to start a fight over Somoza with Senator Javits, Deputy Secretary of State Hewson Ryan recalled. Javits had long been a strong supporter of Somoza because of the Israeli connection, and as a key liberal leader of the Republican Party, no one wanted to initiate a confrontation with him over this issue. 82. During the final year of the Ford presidency, Nicaragua became one target of a growing U.S. congressional focus on human rights abuses in the Third World, particularly by governments receiving American economic and military aid. The White House refusal to comply with non-binding legislation calling for the termination of military assistance programs to repressive allies failed to slow down the groundswell of legislative support for sanctions against offending regimes. Subsequently, Congress passed the Harkin Amendment, legally mandating the executive branch to halt all economic aid to governments deemed guilty of a gross and consistent pattern of human rights violations. In May 1976, the amendment was extended to U.S. policy in the Inter-American Development Bank and the African Development Bank. U.S. representatives in these regional economic institutions were now required to vote against loan requests from designated human rights abusers except where the monies were intended to directly benefit the poor. Congress also directed the Secretary of State to submit an annual report on the status of human rights in all countries receiving U.S. aid. Finally, legislative pressure was instrumental in the administration's decision to establish a Human Rights Office in the State Department. Irrespective of these congressional demands for greater attention to human rights questions in the conduct of foreign policy, the overall Ford White House posture remained a mixture of reluctant accommodation, subtle resistance, and outright rejection. The major stumbling block was Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, who exhibited a palpable lack of enthusiasm over the idea that morality had any, let alone a prominent, role to play in the making of foreign policy, and a president willing to defer to his secretary's judgment on this issue. A senior Inter-American Affairs official summarized the basic approach. Ford policy remained essentially the Kissinger policy, which basically placed considerably less emphasis on human rights issues and more on government stability and friendly relations. Governments supportive of the United States were basically viewed as good governments. The policy of the Kissinger period was to do what was necessary to satisfy Congress on human rights but not to take any measures to distance the U.S. from governments helpful to us. 83. Neither the Harkin Amendment nor the newly formed State Department's Office of Human Rights substantially interfered with this general policy line. In the multilateral development banks, the administration applied pressure to force postponements of final decisions on loan submissions from repressive Third World allies. Our general tactic, an involved official observed, was to get loan requests put off so we didn't have to vote either way. 84. Meanwhile, Kissinger ensured that the Office of Human Rights was kept outside of the policy-making loop. According to the office's first coordinator James Morrison Wilson, he routinely ignored office memorandums recommending greater attention to human rights factors in America's relations with autocratic governments. 85. As a result, it wielded virtually no influence over Third World aid decisions. Not surprisingly, the secretary was harshly critical of any subordinates who publicly diverged from his approach. In June 1976, for instance, Kissinger laid out the administration's line on human rights in an opening address to the Organization of American States, which was meeting to consider the issue. In the debate that followed, comments by U.S. Ambassador to El Salvador Robert White went a considerable way to specifically condemn Somoza and the Chilean dictator Pinochet. Kissinger was outraged and accused White of having overstepped his instructions. 86. The deterioration of the human rights situation in Nicaragua began soon after the transition from Nixon to Ford. On December 1, 1974, Somoza engineered his re-election to a new 6.5-year term as president over a hand-picked puppet opponent. 8. That same month, Sandinista guerrillas successfully executed a military action that severely embarrassed the regime, capturing the home of former Nicaraguan Agriculture Minister José María Castillo during a party being held in honor of the departing U.S. Ambassador Turner Sheldon. Several high-ranking politicians were taken hostage and only released after Somoza agreed to pay a $5 million ransom, free a number of FSLN prisoners, and guarantee safe passage for the guerrilla force and their liberated comrades out of the country. In line with the distancing strategy, Washington was reluctant to assist its Nicaraguan client extricate himself from each and every domestic crisis. Somoza tried very hard to get the U.S. directly involved in dealing with the hostages, a State Department official with major responsibilities for Central America explained. At a minimum, he wanted us to advise him, to send down to Nicaragua a former FBI officer. We declined and told him to deal directly with the guerrillas. We refused to become directly involved in the negotiations, even after his personal request for support. 88. Furious over this turn of events, Somoza declared an immediate state of siege, which was the prelude to a large-scale National Guard military offensive against the FSLN in the guerrillas' northern strongholds. Supported by Condeka troops, the Guard waged a prolonged and brutal counterinsurgency war employing such methods as free fire zones, which not only resulted in heavy Sandinista casualties but also indiscriminate abuses against the local civilian population. 89 denunciations of National Guard terrorism against the peasant population by Amnesty International, the Nicaraguan Church, and leaders of the moderate political opposition focused the U.S. congressional spotlight on Nicaragua. In July 1976, a House International Relations Subcommittee held hearings on the status of human rights in Nicaragua, Guatemala, and El Salvador. In testimony before the subcommittee, executive branch officials basically conceded the accuracy of some of these reports of Guard human rights abuses but questioned whether they were so extensive and systematic as to justify the termination of U.S. economic aid or some equivalent dramatic response by Washington. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Hewson Ryan stated that the administration could find no evidence of a consistent pattern of gross violation of human rights but acknowledged that U.S. embassy officials had been instructed to voice our concern to the Somoza regime on a number of occasions. Nevertheless, Ryan's answers to subcommittee questioning led the chairman, Representative Donald Fraser, to conclude that the embassy was guilty of a marked disinclination to investigate reports of Guard human rights abuses. Also revealing of Washington's reluctance to consider any kind of major policy shift was Ryan's effort to partially justify the Guard's counterinsurgency operations insofar as their primary target was a movement which has a very strong base of support in Cuba. This attempt to redefine an organization with deep roots in Nicaraguan politics and society as externally supported and manipulated elicited skeptical subcommittee responses. Edward Cook expressed amazement and incredulity at the evidence presented to support the Cuba connection, the fact that the FSLN prisoners freed in December 1974 received sanctuary in Cuba and that 2 of their number returned to Nicaragua 2 months later to renew anti-Somoza activities. Seeking clarification of the State Department position, Cook asked Ryan the following question: is it your position that external aggression exists when an insurgent in one country is able to receive sanctuary or guns in another country? Would you define that as the kind of external aggression that allows us to assist the government in putting down the insurgency in its own country? The Deputy Assistant Secretary answered in the affirmative and then presumed to bolster his argument by concluding that the Sandinistas received psychological support as well as weapons and refuge from Cuba. 90. The Ford administration differed from its predecessor in its willingness to at least privately raise the issue of human rights violations with the Somoza regime. Assistant Secretary of State William Rogers maintained that part of his original instructions to THIRD was to communicate our view about human rights violations to the Nicaraguan leader. 91. And, if the former ambassador is to be believed, our concern was made clear to the Nicaraguan government on various occasions after his posting to Managua. 92. Hussein Ryan told a House subcommittee considering the foreign aid program to Nicaragua that state officials had regularly discussed National Guard human rights abuses with Somoza and other regime influentials during 1976. 93. But as department officials were quick to point out, there was no attempt to single out or target the dictatorship. The effort to get Somoza to behave better, to reduce the number of human rights violations, was simply part of a general effort in Latin America. 94. Just as significantly, diplomatic representations were unaccompanied by sustained and consequential pressures to force a change in Guard behavior. U.S. economic assistance to Nicaragua in 1976, through bilateral and multilateral agencies, totaled more than $100 million. 95. Officials in both Washington and Managua rationalized this soft approach partly on the grounds that the documented cases of abuse were not as excessive and widespread as critics of the dictatorship contended. Ambassador Theberge, one of his embassy subordinates, remarked, "Didn't think it was very important and thought the Somoza regime was not guilty of any serious human rights violations and certainly didn't think it was a consistent government policy." 96. Consequently, he was somewhat reluctant to push as hard on the human rights issue as on corruption, an approach that received a sympathetic hearing among some senior Latin Americanists in state. Said one, "I was sympathetic to some extent to his approach because it wasn't clear that the U.S. government per se was going to do much good in terms of overall results by being too public and too strong." 97. Efforts by the Ford White House to get Somoza to govern in a less repressive fashion, without provoking a rupture in bilateral relations, seemed constrained by much the same sentiments that shaped U.S. policy during the Nixon era. Rising, but uncoordinated, political opposition was incapable of challenging the military power of the Somoza state, and in the absence of an acceptable alternative it was important to avoid taking measures that might undermine a reliable hemispheric supporter. The general feeling around was "don't bother us on the 7th floor with Nicaragua," a prominent State Department official with hemispheric responsibilities explained. "We have other more important things to deal with. Don't rock the boat." 98. Conclusion. I have argued in this chapter that the Nixon-Ford White House viewed Somoza as a consolidated strategic ally willing to support and safeguard basic U.S. interests in Nicaragua and Central America, that in the absence of any serious challenge to his survival, senior policymakers were uninterested in contemplating a fundamental change in the existing relationship despite their client's increasingly corrupt and repressive rule. The emergence of a growing cross-class opposition movement after the December 1972 earthquake did little to weaken the perception of a regime well able to dispose of any internal challenge given its near monopoly over coercive power. At the same time, I have also identified and emphasized the importance of growing divisions within sectors of the foreign policy bureaucracy over the extent of Washington's support for Somoza. Officials in the State Department and the Managua Embassy advocated more distancing from a regime that was mired in corruption, a ruler who was a pain in the ass, just not a situation that we enjoyed at all. 99. And increased ties with the civilian opposition perceived as politically viable and likely to be just as accommodative of U.S. permanent interests as the dictatorship. Although the Ford administration adopted a relatively more neutral posture toward the regime and its critics, and was forced by Congress to address Nicaragua's human rights record, there was no radical change in the direction of policy. 100. Apart from the perceived absence of any serious threat to American interests, Secretary of State Kissinger believed that moral considerations had little or no place in the making of U.S. foreign policy, and therefore opposed rupturing ties with Third World allies simply on the basis of methods of political rule. Furthermore, Somoza had influential supporters within the Defense Department and the Congress whose activities were aided and abetted by a highly effective Nicaraguan government-funded public relations campaign in the national capital. Nor were the dissident Foreign Service officers advocating a major policy change. Their behavior was motivated by a concern over the long-term future of U.S. permanent interests in Nicaragua. It was also revealing of the way in which the ideology of particular administrations and a policy based on enduring interests are interrelated. Many of these same individuals' formative diplomatic experiences with Latin America occurred during the Kennedy administration and the Alliance for Progress. The alliance was fundamentally an effort to promote reform to avoid revolution. Washington's response to the demise of the Client Batista dictatorship in Cuba, the capture of political and state power by radical nationalist guerrillas, and the rapid elimination of American influence on the island. One of its central features was hostility to dictators and support for elected regimes willing to implement socio-economic reforms and maintain the continuity of existing state institutions. And since the early 1960s, avoiding a second Cuba had become one of the central preoccupations of career diplomats involved with the making and implementation of U.S. hemispheric policy. The State Department dissidents did not believe there was any impending threat of revolution in Nicaragua at that time. But, in light of recent developments, especially the regime's response to the December 1972 earthquake and growing local capitalist class hostility toward Somoza's policies, they at least wanted discussion of a possible future regime crisis placed on the bureaucratic agenda. In advocating expanded ties with the civilian opposition, they were motivated by a concern to position the United States so it would have a viable and acceptable alternative to the dictatorship it could support in the event of a political transition. They were looking both to the past and the future rather than reacting to the present, anticipating that the Somoza's behavior might well create problems for the state in the near term. If this circumstance arose, as professional diplomats they wanted room to maneuver. Therefore, it was in Washington's basic interests to move away from too close an identification with the long-standing client and establish links with all those opposition forces that did not pose a threat to state. The emphasis was on political flexibility, opposing Somoza within the framework of existing institutional and economic structures. These officials perceived U.S. support for a bourgeois opposition willing to cohabit with the National Guard as the best means of defending U.S. permanent interests in a post-Somoza Nicaragua. Finally, they were also influenced, and appalled, by the manifestly undiplomatic behavior of an ambassador who used to spend at least 10 hours a week alone with the general, counseling and guiding him. One said he simply didn't conduct himself in a professional manner. 102. Exclaimed another, he was not performing the job of ambassador. 103. This criticism extended to Somoza's ability to exploit Shelton's obsequious and fawning support for his own ends. Somoza, in the words of the Nicaragua desk officer in state during 1973 and 1974, played him like a violin. 104. The debate among Nixon and Ford diplomats over how closely Washington should tie itself to Somoza foreshadowed the Carter administration's policy of distancing and the inter- and intra-agency conflicts that re-emerged in the late 1970s. The Carter administration and Nicaragua, Human Rights and the Politics of Accommodation. Introduction. Shifts and changes in U.S. policy toward Third World allies are dictated by variations in the level of political and class struggles. In periods of low or declining levels of conflict where there is no need or imperative to contemplate a change of regime, Washington continues to support the incumbent, no matter how repressive or corrupt the method of political rule. In periods of medium or high-level confrontation, Washington tends to throw its support behind the more conservative and moderate sectors of the opposition and encourage the client regime to begin a dialogue with these elements and make concessions in order to isolate the more radical opposition forces, the greatest potential threat to U.S. permanent interests. During the first 9 months of the Carter presidency, the Somoza dictatorship easily brushed aside isolated, individual protests against its policies and continuation in office. The dominant perception among American officials was of a consolidated regime that had time and again proved its military superiority over the Sandinista guerrillas. Given the absence of any consequential domestic challenge to Somoza rule, the incoming U.S. administration felt no pressing reason to undertake a major reassessment of bilateral ties. Diplomatic initiatives to encourage reforms were largely confined to the discrete issue of human rights abuses. In mid-October 1977, however, the terrorist faction of the FSLN launched a nationwide military offensive against the coercive Somoza state, attacking National Guard posts near the Costa Rican and Honduran borders and in numerous provincial cities. What was very significant, wrote Bernard Diederich, was that the Sandinistas had for the first time shown themselves capable of launching coordinated attacks in diverse parts of the country and of achieving brief occupations of small towns from north to south too. In a number of these towns, FSLN actions triggered spontaneous mass uprisings, with guerrillas and civilians fighting side by side against the Guard. Opposition to the Somoza regime was not confined to the guerrillas. The local capitalist class had become increasingly disillusioned over the dictator's economic policies and dynastic ambitions in the period since the December 1972 earthquake. The return of Somoza's Harvard-educated son to manage the family enterprises was interpreted by many in the business community as meaning that Somoza was not planning for any interim figure between himself and Takeito Tres III. A State Department official monitoring these developments observed, the Nicaraguan business community could live with Somoza himself but did not want to see the reins of power passed on to Somoza's son for. The notion of a dynasty Somoza forever was anathema to many entrepreneurs, who equated new possibilities for capital accumulation with access to political power. The business community had a big piece of the economic pie and seemed very prosperous, but it knew it could do even better, said a knowledgeable U.S. Embassy officer. It wanted a piece of the political action and Somoza wouldn't go for it. 5. After dining with a group of Nicaraguan business leaders at the embassy residence in October 1976, a leading State Department Latin Americanist concluded that Somoza had clearly lost the support of the business community. 6. In the years following the earthquake, capitalist class discontent was also fueled by the ruling family's abuse of power for personal financial gain, the rising public debt, electricity shortages, new taxes, increased prices for petroleum imports, industrial stagnation, and declining prices for coffee and cotton exports. The business community accused the regime of responsibility for stifling foreign investment by demanding family involvement in the most promising ventures. Nor was the situation helped by the lack of planning and coordination within public agencies, the inability of non-Somoza enterprises to compete with the dictator and his military-civilian cronies for state contracts, and the regime's monopoly over economic decision-making. 7. The resulting crisis in confidence translated into declining private investment, rising liquidity and savings, spiraling inflation, and capital flight, which reached $90 million during the last 6 months of 1977. 8. Less than 3 months after the National Guard violently suppressed the October 1977 Sandinista military challenge to the dictatorship, Somoza confronted a new crisis that writ large the increasingly heterogeneous nature of the opposition movement. In early January 1978, members of the ruling clique apparently participated in the decision to assassinate the prominent anti-Somoza newspaper publisher and politician Pedro Joaquin Chamorro. The murder not only produced widespread popular outrage accompanied by riots and attacks against Somoza-owned enterprises, but also galvanized large sectors of the business community and a number of reformist political and labor organizations into direct confrontation with the dictatorship. These non-Sandinista forces coalesced to organize a general strike whose major strategic goal was to force Somoza from office. Initially, the strike attained a high degree of effectiveness. In early February, however, the bourgeois leadership decided to push for an end to its political challenge on the grounds that the strike had failed to weaken Somoza's hold on political power, and the situation was beginning to move beyond the control of the moderates and increasingly take on the appearance of a mass movement of workers against the regime, that is, a class struggle. Meanwhile, spontaneous insurrections, spearheaded by the urban poor with only minimal FSLN participation, erupted in a number of provincial cities, inducing more unease among Somoza's non-radical adversaries. The National Guard ruthlessly crushed these popular uprisings with little concern for the high number of non-combatant civilian casualties, further contributing to the regime's political isolation. The failure of the general strike to topple Somoza began to shift public opinion toward the belief that only armed struggle could eventually achieve the opposition objective. In the following months, the Sandinistas sought to capitalize on this trend, stepping up their organizational activities in the cities and military operations in the countryside. At the same time, urban Nicaragua well and truly established itself as the locus of anti-government resistance. Mass demonstrations by the poor and unemployed, workers' strikes, and student unrest were common occurrences. 9. The American Embassy reported that June had seen a plethora of labor activity over wages and working conditions, continuing land takeovers which had now spread from the provinces to Managua, and confrontations between students and the National Guard in most major cities. In July, seeking to consolidate mass support for its claim to the leadership of the anti-Somoza struggle, the FSLN established the United People's Movement, composed of newly formed mass organizations, labor unions, and left-wing political parties. The conservative and moderate opposition, with Washington's encouragement, also moved to develop a structured, viable organizational presence that could compete for hegemony within the anti-dictatorial movement. In March 1978, Alfonso Robelo, a wealthy businessman with close ties to the Bannock Economic Group and U.S. multinationals, founded the Nicaraguan Democratic Movement, whose membership consisted primarily of small capitalists and members of the most highly paid professions. But the MDN was saddled with a serious dilemma from the outset. On the one hand, it could not ignore the mass demand for Somoza's ouster; on the other, its capacity to achieve such a goal through its own actions was severely limited by the regime's economic and military power. In other words, the bourgeois opposition seemed incapable of changing the regime in the absence of pressure from either Washington or the Sandinistas. Reluctant to intervene directly, the Carter White House encouraged its Nicaraguan allies to reach out to the center-left opposition in order to construct the broadest-based alternative to both Somoza and the most radical factions of the FSLN. In May, the MDN, the Democratic Liberation Union, the Liberal Group of 12, and selected labor federations and opposition political parties amalgamated into the Broad Opposition Front. The most significant bourgeois absentees were Bannock and Bon America. Both had consistently refused to participate in efforts to challenge Somoza on the grounds that the National Guard could rebuff any threat to the survival of the regime. Having been on the receiving end of Somoza's economic ambitions, neither was resolutely opposed to his ouster. But they preferred to plot with dissident high-ranking National Guard and government officials to achieve the common goal. Still, the FAO offered the Carter administration and the civilian opposition at least some hope of a non-revolutionary outcome to Nicaragua's crisis. On July 19, in a show of strength, the FAO organized a successful one-day general strike that closed down 70% of businesses nationwide and 90% in Managua. 11. The evolution of a national, mass-based polyclass movement, incorporating divergent political and ideological views, but lacking a high degree of coordination, did not produce a major revaluation of U.S. policy prior to September 1978. Somoza's repeated and successful military crackdowns on the civilian and guerrilla opposition sustained the appearance, in the minds of American officials, of a regime well able to impose controls over an increasingly volatile population. Despite the rising level of political and military struggle after October 1977, the power of the National Guard and concern over a viable, acceptable alternative tempered U.S. initiatives that might have presumed a fundamental restructuring of Washington's historic relationship with the Somoza dynasty. Human rights and Nicaragua, pushing reforms through Somoza. When Carter entered the White House declaring his intention to elevate human rights to the center stage of U.S. foreign policy, he signaled that the executive branch would assume the leadership from Congress in this area. Human rights would be actively pursued as a matter of legitimate U.S. policy interests. 12. The legislative framework for a more aggressive approach was already in place. The Harkin Amendment terminated bilateral economic aid to highly repressive governments and instructed U.S. representatives to vote against loans from the regional development banks. In October 1977, this was extended to all multilateral development banks. 13 initial measures taken by the incoming administration to fulfill its promise included an upgrading of the State Department's coordinator of the Office of Human Rights to Assistant Secretary status and the establishment of an interagency group on human rights and foreign assistance to examine U.S. bilateral and multilateral economic assistance programs in the context of human rights situations in the recipient countries. Yet, from the beginning, the symbolic gesture coexisted with the substantive act. Quiet or private diplomacy still remain the preferred means for confronting regimes deemed to be widespread human rights abusers. At the same time, the Carter White House, unlike Ford's, was more than willing to voice public criticism and apply aid sanctions if traditional diplomacy failed to produce the desired results. DEP. UD Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights Mark Schneider described the approach as a sequential and calibrated diplomatic strategy 14. But it was one applied with considerable selectivity. Excluded from sanctions were such key Third World allies and regional influentials as Iran, Indonesia, Brazil, and the Philippines. Moreover, it did not seek to challenge the origins or legitimacy of offending regimes, or the institutions upon which their power typically rested that were largely responsible for the violence. The fundamental aim of the diplomatic and economic pressures was to get these governments to assert greater control over their armed forces and police, and to eliminate the excessive use of force against the domestic opposition. 15. The Carter approach toward Nicaragua and the other Central American dictatorships was symptomatic of a reluctance to translate human rights criticisms into measures prefiguring a fundamental change in bilateral ties. At the peak of their influence during 1977 and 1978, the human rights advocates within the executive branch did not preside over any decisive shift in economic relations between Washington and its sub-regional allies. Nicaragua was a perfect example of the anomalies that were a feature of the way in which the policy was applied in practice. Between November 1977 and May 1978, for instance, administration criticism of National Guard behavior was interspersed with votes in favor of 3 Nicaraguan loan requests to the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank totaling more than $62 million. That May, the Christopher Committee also recommended that the Agency for International Development proceed with 5 grants to the regime totaling $589,000. L6 regarding military aid cutbacks to the dictatorships in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala, the trigger was always specific, discrete conflicts. Such decisions never reflected any thought-out, consistent, or committed opposition to rule by the generals. Nor did the Carter White House take action to prevent Israel, its strategic Middle East ally, from substituting itself for the United States as the major foreign weapons supplier to these Central American regimes. Despite this rather narrowly conceived approach to human rights, it still constituted a shift of sufficient proportion to engender resistance within key sectors of the foreign policy bureaucracy, principally the departments of the Treasury and Defense, and among career officials in the Department of State's geographic bureaus. Treasury officials were concerned that using human rights criteria to determine U.S. policy on loan requests to the multilateral development banks might be interpreted by member governments as an attempt to politicize these institutions, thereby complicating efforts to achieve broader American foreign policy goals in these lending agencies. 17. As a result, although Treasury-appointed executive directors adhered to the letter of the law and voted against loans to human rights abusers, the agency would not put pressure on these banks or their members to defeat or delay loans opposed by the United States. 18. The Pentagon considered the human rights policy an unwelcome intrusion on regional military assistance programs that could only weaken its influence or leverage over the armed forces of Third World allies. The head of the department's Inter-American region insisted that the Pentagon always supported human rights, but it didn't support the manner in which human rights were being implemented in Latin America. The Carter administration picked and chose who they were going to apply human rights to. 19. Another U.S. military official was less circumspect, saying defense was concerned about the application of the policy, why it was so arbitrarily applied to basically friendly nations. 20. In the State Department, the political appointees in charge of the Bureau of Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs conducted running battles with the 5 regional offices during 1977 and 1978 over foreign aid to repressive regimes, an internecine warfare characterized by turf battles, personality conflicts, and differing interpretations of the agency's diplomatic responsibilities and how best to manage and pursue bilateral relations. The career Foreign Service officers believed an excessive emphasis on human rights would only lead to the downgrading of more objective national interests. 21. HA's Assistant Secretary Patricia Darien and her most senior advisors, however, repeatedly accused the regional bureaus of overstating the extent of U.S. interests at stake in particular cases and the damage that could possibly result from failure to approve proposed security assistance. 22. They coupled this criticism with an attack on states' annual country reports on human rights prepared by the Geographic Bureau officers, accusing the authors of consistently underreporting abuses perpetrated by pro-US governments in the Third World. 23 Of all the regional bureaus, Inter-American Affairs and its then Assistant Secretary Terrence Todman waged the most aggressively obstructionist campaign against the human rights policy during the early period of the Carter presidency. Todman adhered to a traditional conception of realpolitik, that the U.S. needed to maintain alliances in Central America and that no single country was that important but the region as a whole was because of the proximity of Central America to the United States. Therefore, he was an advocate of maintaining alliances and of quiet diplomacy. 24. His principal deputy assistant William Stedman attacked the need to put every single foreign policy operation through one single lens, which was human rights, terming the exclusivity of this one approach, overbearing. 25. Todman opposed HA sanction proposals at every opportunity and was unwilling to brook any disagreement from his subordinates. Deputy Assistant Secretary Sally Shelton recalled one such experience involving a projected Nicaragua aid package under consideration by the Christopher Committee. I was yanked off the committee by Todman as a result of a virulent argument over economic assistance to Somoza. When he learned that I had encouraged either an abstention or a no vote or a suspension of some development project, he yelled at me that we should not use economic assistance to the poor to express our unhappiness with the political complexion of another government. 26. Such reluctance to publicly pressure allies over their human rights records and Todman's repeated attempts to blockade cutbacks to autocratic governments in Latin America finally gave way to a full-blown attack on the human rights policy in a February 1978 speech to the Center for Inter-American Relations in New York City. The State Department leadership, severely embarrassed by the outburst, decided it had no alternative but to move him to another position within the foreign policy bureaucracy. He was replaced by Viren Vaki and subsequently reassigned as U.S. Ambassador to Spain. 27 The Carter administration's late January 1977 global agenda did not assign a high priority to Central America. Although a broad review of our overall policy toward Latin America and the Caribbean identified the sub-region as one of the special country problems, 28 more pressing concerns in other parts of the world ensured that hemispheric issues received limited attention from senior officials during 1977 and much of 1978. In the State Department bureaucracy, however, the new human rights emphasis guaranteed the region would loom larger in discussion. Advocates of quiet diplomacy, for instance, accused Secretary of State Cyrus Vance's deputy Warren Christopher, Assistant Secretary for Human Rights Patricia Darien and others of targeting Central America as a relatively cost-free area in which to pursue an activist human rights policy. Some State Department officials in preparing a transition paper for the Carter administration, as well as some transition team officials, said that in Central America we had no vital interests and therefore Central America can be a great testing ground for the new administration's human rights policy. Therefore, we can try and adopt a human rights policy almost to the exclusion of everything else in dealing with Central America. 29. During the first 12 months of Carter's tenure, Nicaragua policy was almost exclusively filtered through the human rights prism. Outside of this framework, writes Robert Pastor, the National Security Council's Latin American staff specialist, U.S. relations with Nicaragua received low priority 30. Officials attributed the White House decision to pressure Somoza to curb human rights abuses rather than implement political and economic changes to the country's limited strategic importance and Carter's desire to avoid the interventionist policies associated with his predecessors. Discussing the former, American ambassador to Panama Ambler Moss observed that Central America had become a political backwater that didn't pose any threat to U.S. interests. This lack of concern produced a feeling within the administration that Somoza might well be susceptible to reform if pushed hard enough by the Human Rights Policy 31. Another senior State Department official spoke of a very strong reluctance on the president's part to his government's being tagged with the interventionist label, having viewed the past U.S. exercise of power in Latin America as inappropriate, particularly Chile. Intervening to alter a political system was a no-no, even if it was a horrible political system. Intervening to protect human rights was acceptable. 32 As a designated human rights target, Nicaragua soon became a battleground between the State Department's warring parties. Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Terrence Todman and the Director of the Office of Central American Affairs Wade Matthews charged that U.S. permanent interests were too complex and subtle to be allowed to fall under the influence of a simplistic ideology, a good and evil moralistic sort of thing like human rights. Washington had neither the will nor the resources to decisively determine events in these countries. In such circumstances, they argued, it seemed more efficacious to obtain the support of those in power to effect changes that would be beneficial to both sides. Applied to Nicaragua, this meant that we should work with Somoza, encourage him, and give aid to encourage reform. Somoza could be encouraged to change if we adopted the right set of policies. To Patricia Darien and other department advocates of a more aggressive approach, working through Somoza had already been found wanting. Reforms were a forlorn hope unless the United States moved away from the regime, sent signals to the opposition, and continued to get tough with Somoza. 33. This bureaucratic tug-of-war, within and between foreign policy agencies, did not produce a decisive and consistent approach in dealing with the Somoza dictatorship's human rights record. Instead, ambiguity, inconsistency, and contradiction became the order of the day. Appearing before a congressional committee in early April 1977, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Charles Bray testified that the Nicaraguan National Guard has used brutal and, at times, harshly repressive tactics in maintaining internal order. Since the beginning of 1976, the Ford and Carter administrations had made almost monthly diplomatic representations at the highest levels to complain about human rights abuses. Bray then qualified his initial comments by describing the human rights picture in Nicaragua as mixed as well as in some respects a stark one. The continuation of a state of siege and strict press censorship had to be weighed against the availability of legal remedies to redress grievances, a government decision to allow political exiles to return home, minimal constraints on freedom of association, and the apparent decline in the number of abuses attributed to the National Guard and to other instrumentalities of the Nicaraguan government over the past year. 34. Taking into account this mixed picture, the administration requested congressional passage of its fiscal year 1978 Foreign Aid Authorization Bill, which included $15.1 million in economic assistance and $3.1 million in military aid for the Somoza regime. The State Department argued that the Nicaragua submission satisfied legislative requirements because it focused on selected development bottlenecks and is designed to benefit the poor. Deputy Assistant Secretary Bray warned against any resort to aid sanctions because the only result would be to eliminate U.S. leverage on Somoza to push for reforms. 35. The need for maximum flexibility was also trotted out by state officials to justify the administration's military assistance program. Any perceived strategic interest was given short shrift by Undersecretary of State for Security Assistance Lucy Benson during an appearance before a House Appropriations Subcommittee. What, asked Representative Clarence Long, would be lost to the United States and would there be a violation of our security interests? Benson's reply was succinct and revealing, I cannot think of a single thing. 36. Congressional debate on the foreign aid bill began in the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Foreign Operations, where Edward Koch, a liberal Democrat and leading Capitol Hill opponent of the Somoza regime, sponsored an amendment to ban all military assistance to Nicaragua. The amendment carried by a narrow majority. Prior to full House consideration of the entire bill, State Department officials verbally informed members of Koch's staff on 3 separate occasions that the administration would not actively lobby to overturn his amendment. 37 Thus, Koch was surprised and angered to discover that on June 21, the day before the start of debate, Assistant Secretary Todman wrote to Clarence Long urging that the military package for Nicaragua be restored to the bill for national security reasons and because there has been a marked decline in reports of human rights abuses attributed to the National Guard over the past 4 months. 38 Koch denounced Todman's intervention in a letter to President Carter and reminded the White House of Benson's testimony before the same subcommittee that a military aid cut-off would not affect any American security interest in Nicaragua. 39 Unbeknownst to Koch, however, administration officials had approached a leader of the congressional Somoza lobby. Conservative Texas Democrat Charles Wilson, prior to the Appropriations Subcommittee vote, for help in retaining the military assistance program, for use as a lever to pressure Somoza to improve Nicaragua's human rights image. 40 If Wilson, together with longtime Somoza friend and ally John Murphy, the powerful chairman of the House Merchant Marine and Fisheries Committee, constantly opposed U.S. efforts to pressure Somoza to institute reforms, they were more than willing to lobby on the floor of the House of Representatives on behalf of Nicaragua's foreign aid program. Wilson offered an amendment to the Foreign Assistance Appropriations Act to restore the administration's military aid request, which passed by a vote of 225 to 180 following a highly acrimonious debate. In the Senate, Edward Kennedy withdrew his amendment to terminate military aid to Nicaragua after being assured by the State Department that no monies or weapons would be released pending major human rights improvements, and the full chamber followed the House example. Even though anti-Somoza legislators believed that financial sanctions would send an unequivocal signal 41 to the dictator that Washington was no longer prepared to maintain traditional relations with repressive Third World allies, the combined forces of the Somoza lobby and the State Department with its strictures on the need for flexibility carried the day. Secretary of State Vance sought to mollify the critics of military aid by insisting that no funds would be dispersed until there was an improvement in the human rights situation in Nicaragua. 42. Paradoxically, while Secretary Vance, Under-Secretary Benson, and other state officials were preaching the advantages of flexibility in dealing with the Nicaragua aid question, Bureau of Inter-American Affairs officers were criticizing the policy on the grounds that it lacked flexibility and was even counterproductive. Wade Matthews leveled precisely this kind of attack against the Bureau of Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs over its refusal to approve an export license for a U.S. company to replace non-lethal rusted sling swivels on several thousand rifles sold to the National Guard during the Ford presidency. Matthews contended that the timing of the HA action, coming amid reports of Somoza successes in curbing National Guard abuses, justifiably raised the dictator's ire about Washington's support for reforms. It had the result of making the Nicaraguan leader very pessimistic about the likelihood of any positive Carter policy response, no matter how effective the crackdown on Guard violence against the civilian population. 43 In August 1977, the newly confirmed American ambassador Mauricio Solon arrived in Managua with instructions to implement our human rights policy and avoid any commitment to either side. Instead of the close embrace of the Nixon period, the Carter White House was intent on maintaining a distance from the government, and establish broad, active contacts with the unarmed opposition. 44. However, putting some distance between Washington and Somoza, allowing the embassy to cultivate a wide spectrum of anti-regime political and business figures, and even making occasional public criticism of Somoza or the National Guard did not mean that the United States was contemplating more drastic measures or involvement in any opposition attempts to topple the dictator. Although Solon was told don't get too close to the Nicaraguan leader, 45 the administration was reluctant to force the pace of regime change. In early September, Vice President Walter Mondale told the President of the Nicaraguan Congress Cornelio Hiek that the United States, encouraged by the marked decrease in reported violations by the Nicaraguan National Guard 46. Less than 2 weeks before the administration deadline for signing the aid agreement, Somoza lifted the state of siege that had been in force for almost 3 years. The State Department response was twofold. On the one hand, it applauded the move as a step in the right direction and certain to be viewed favorably when it came time to make a final decision on the economic and military aid package passed by Congress in August. On the other, officials wanted to signal the regime that it still had some way to go to satisfy Washington's human rights concerns. On September 27, the Christopher Committee reconvened to discuss the fate of almost $14 million out of the $15.1 million aid economic program for Nicaragua, and also how the U.S. should vote on a $455,000 Inter-American Development Bank Technical Cooperation Grant. State Department members Sally Shelton and Mark Schneider joined forces with the NSC's Robert Pastor to recommend deferring final action on the aid package until the next fiscal year to allow sufficient time to assess the genuineness of Somoza's newfound commitment to eliminating National Guard abuses. According to Nicaragua Desk Officer Daniel Welder, State in particular did not want to seem to be overreacting to the lifting of the state of siege 47. Warren Christopher, who exercised the ultimate authority over the fate of each individual project, 48, concurred despite the objection of NSC official Jessica Tuckman that postponing basic human needs funds was tantamount to using aid as a political weapon. Justifying his decision to withhold the bulk of the package, Christopher termed it part of Washington's goal to convince Somoza of the administration's commitment to human rights. He described the action as a big enough signal for the time being. But, as Washington Post journalists John Goshko and Karen D. Young observed, given the confusion generated by the decision in official U.S. circles, it was unlikely that Somoza would divine the intended message. 49. The committee action provoked an immediate and angry response from Terrence Todman. In a strongly worded memorandum to the Secretary's office, he expressed dismay over the failure to sign the agreement to release already appropriated funds, especially after Somoza had lifted martial law and loosened constraints on the mass media. 50. In December 1977, the Christopher Committee's working group met to consider additional aid loan requests for Nicaragua. The group concluded that proposed $296 million Small Farmers Enterprise and $60,000 Rural Women Leadership loans could be justified with reference to basic human needs criteria, and that a convincing case could be made for passage of 3 more loans totaling $300,000. Its final report, though, recommended that these and earlier aid proposals should all be considered in context with current Nicaraguan loan submissions to the Inter-American Development Bank. 51. The administration debate over human rights and Nicaraguan aid programs also flared over what to do about the $3.1 million military assistance authorization passed by Congress in June. In this case, postponement was not a solution. Agreements not signed in the current fiscal year were automatically cancelled. This precipitated another bitter dispute between the State Department Bureaus of Human Rights, Inter-American Affairs, and Politico-Military Affairs over the issue of aid to repressive Third World allies in general, and Nicaragua in particular. Human rights officials opposed arms sales to regimes such as Somoza's in the belief they only served to enhance the ability of these autocratic rulers to entrench themselves in power and ignore calls for redemocratization. They argued that disbursement of the Nicaraguan military package would send the wrong signal to both the opposition and the regime, undermining the former's morale and easing pressure on the latter to participate in negotiations to resolve the conflict. Inter-American Affairs and Politico-Military Affairs countered that each case should be assessed on its individual merits and not automatically rejected as lacking in merit. 52. In the absence of a formal interagency mechanism for considering military aid issues, the State Department made sure it solicited the views of the Pentagon and other interested executive branch agencies before making a final determination. Tactical considerations ultimately carried the day. We had to decide, Under Secretary Benson declared, whether we were going to throw this weapon away or try to preserve it as a weapon of future leverage. 53. On September 29, 1977, the department informed Somoza that it would sign the military agreement in view of the diminution of charges of serious human rights abuses by the Nicaraguan National Guard over the past months, and particularly in view of termination in Nicaragua of the state of siege 54. But Deputy Secretary Christopher stipulated that all arms shipments would be withheld pending hard evidence of a continuing improvement in the human rights situation. Daniel Welter attributed the administration's reluctance to simply terminate the military aid program to a continuing perception of Somoza as a reliable ally with whom the U.S. could still do business. Why? Because of his close ties to the United States. He is West Point educated and his son is a Harvard graduate. He's a leader we can bargain with and influence. To cut off all FMS would have deprived us of some valuable leverage. 55. Human rights official Michelle Bova said the decision to sign but not disperse reflected a concern to avoid any precipitous action that would reduce our flexibility in dealing with Somoza, and stressed the symbolic relevance of the measures taken. The important thing is that Somoza has gotten the message and he's not at all happy about the situation. 56. The civilian opposition was both encouraged and energized by the implications of Washington's action. Somoza could no longer automatically expect U.S. support to consolidate his political rule. Yet, it was still not possible to speak of a consistent American policy. Accompanying this decision to withhold military aid was a State Department agreement to release an assignment of 5,000 Me-6 rifles valued at almost $800,000, negotiated with the Ford administration and in the pipeline during the presidential transition. Amid Washington's limited efforts to pressure Somoza to liberalize his regime, a Sandinista-led nationwide uprising in October 1977 revealed growing political disaffection with the Somoza dictatorship and revived the prospects of the guerrilla movement emerging as a viable alternative to the government, a pole around which a still disparate, unstructured, and uncoordinated movement could cohere. To avoid such an outcome, American Ambassador Mauricio Solon began advocating a more activist U.S. collaboration with the conservative anti-regime forces in the hope of exerting sufficient pressure on Somoza to accept a timetable for redemocratization and possibly relinquish power before May 1981. His superiors were not convinced, more or less pouring cold water on the whole idea. During State Department meetings in late 1977, Solon's proposal that the United States work more closely with Somoza's Nationalist Liberal Party and the centrist opposition to open up the political system and accelerate the process of regime change met a wall of opposition. Some termed it unrealistic, others, like Terence Todman, were still convinced that Somoza was strong enough to overcome any internal challenge, and believed the administration should not participate in any joint action with his civilian protagonists. The only support for the ambassador's idea came from some junior career officers in inter-American affairs who thought that Somoza's power rested on a more fragile base than was generally appreciated, that his regime could not survive indefinitely, and that the United States should act to speed up the process of political transition. 57. The Carter refusal to go substantially beyond human rights criticisms during 1977 and the first half of 1978 reflected a belief that it was still possible to pursue reforms through the client regime. The prevailing wisdom also extended to Somoza's continuing firm hold on political power, based on one of the most formidable coercive structures in the hemisphere. In any event, as the dictator told a group of church and private sector leaders in late 1977, he had no intention of voluntarily relinquishing office before his term expired in May 1981. The inconsistencies and contradictions that were so much a part of the application of the human rights policy to Nicaragua must also be seen in the context of a White House and State Department reluctant to become involved in a visible, public effort to change the government, especially in the perceived absence of a satisfactory political alternative. The known client was preferable to the possible negative consequences of an immediate regime change. The activities of the Congressional Somoza lobby and a high-powered team of public relations consultants based in Washington further constrained the administration from contemplating any measures that might prematurely destabilize a long-standing ally and threaten U.S. permanent interests in Nicaragua and Central America. When the Christopher Committee reconvened on January 20, 1978 to discuss the Nicaraguan situation. It noted some improvement in National Guard behavior but refused to identify a positive human rights trend or change the existing designation of the regime as a repressive one on the grounds of continuing reports of military abuses against the civilian population. 58 Within state, however, the gap between the human rights advocates and the Latin Americanists over aid policy remained as wide as ever. A draft paper prepared by Inter-American Affairs for the January 20 meeting highlighted the benefits the U.S. derived from its relationship with the Somoza dictatorship. Human rights was almost an afterthought. The document summarized the key objectives of American policy as follows: maintenance of a favorable trade and investment climate, ensuring the continuation of Somoza's consistently strong support for U.S. position in international forums and the regime's role in preserving sub-regional stability and protection of U.S. flanks, avoiding any interruption to the mutually beneficial and cooperative relations between the two countries, and promoting improvements in the human rights situation. 59. The regime's involvement in the January 1978 assassination of newspaper publisher and prominent opposition leader Pedro Joaquín Chamorro became the trigger for major political realignments inside Nicaragua, accelerating movement toward the creation of a pre-insurrectionary situation. Still wedded to the human rights through Somoza policy, this event, observed Assistant Secretary of State Viren Vaki in a masterpiece of understatement, was not fully appreciated by the administration. 60. In Managua, Chamorro's murder sparked mass demonstrations and riots, including attacks on Somoza-owned enterprises and some U.S. firms. A senior American executive in Citibank's local branch recalled the occasion. Our offices at the time were directly across the street from La Prensa, and in the fighting that followed part of our branch was burned, but not intentionally. They were going after a Somoza-owned bank. In the turmoil they torched the bank and our building also burnt down. It was clear that the Chamorro assassination had changed things dramatically and permanently for the worse. 61. Determined to bring an end to the dictatorship, a coalition of business, political, and labor leaders issued an immediate call for a general strike. An official of the centrist Democratic Liberation Union, originally founded by Chamorro, emphasized that the coalition's goal was to change the regime, not the state. We have made it clear we are not opposed to the National Guard. 62. Although one private sector influential told the U.S. Embassy he doubted the strike could sustain itself for any length of time in the absence of a single dynamic figure around which conservatives and moderates could rally, within 48 hours approximately 80% of Managua's commercial and industrial establishments closed their doors, forcing the heart of the nation's economy to a virtual standstill. The summons to strike achieved equally successful results in the large provincial cities of Leon, Granada, Chinandega, and Matagalpa. 63. Reporting on the status of this national mass mobilization against the regime at the end of its first week, an embassy official cabled the State Department that it continued effective in Managua, Leon, Granada, and Chinandega. 64. The Chamorro assassination significantly widened the cracks that had already developed between the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie and the regime. On January 24, the Nicaraguan Development Institute, the Nicaraguan Chamber of Industries, the Nicaraguan Chamber of Construction, the Managua Chamber of Commerce, and 4 other prominent business organizations issued a joint communiqué in support of the strike. Even the 2 most powerful non-Somoza economic groups, Banco de America and Banco de Nicaragua, which had taken no part in opposition political activities, were apparently only restrained from joining the strike movement because the association as a whole not take a stand owing to the objection of foreign and Somoza-owned or controlled banks. 65. The scope and depth of the opposition moved Ambassador Solon to comment in a message to the State Department that, irrespective of the final outcome, the strike has already demonstrated that Somoza is no longer in as complete control of events in Nicaragua as he was 6 or 7 months ago, say 66. On February 1, 16 private sector organizations issued a statement denouncing the lack of progress in the Chamorro murder investigation and the failure to halt National Guard abuses, and called for a return to democracy. At the same time, however, the business community was starting to become uneasy over the direction in which the strike was moving. Of particular concern was the growth in worker militancy which, if allowed to proceed unchecked, might conceivably transform this effort to overthrow the dictatorship into an anti-capitalist movement as well. A growing resolve to end the strike, the American ambassador reported, was apparently stiffened by the walkout of many National Bank and Ministry of Agriculture employees. The increasingly militant behavior of workers, both in government and private firms, indicates work stoppage is evolving from being mostly a lockout into becoming a genuine strike. 67. Public sector workers staged mass walkouts and many employees of large private industrial and commercial firms rebuffed management entreaties to resume operations, contending that their strike is not against management but against the Somoza regime. 68. Taken aback by this unanticipated development, the owners of capital began to reconsider their position. Impression is that many firms who originally backed the strike are having second thoughts about what forces they may have unleashed, i.e., Nicaragua workers who heretofore have been poorly organized may now realize their potential strength and apply it against management on future occasions. 69. On February 4, Ambassador Solon cabled Washington that the private sector had decided to abandon the strike, fearful that their workers may be getting out of hand. 70. Despite its failure to achieve Somoza's ouster, the general strike exposed a regime that lacked legitimacy among a large, heterogeneous segment of the Nicaraguan population. The U.S. Embassy questioned whether a government as politically isolated as Somoza's could serve out its term of office. Notwithstanding its impressive military capabilities, the GAN can no longer credibly claim its only opposition is from revolutionaries and small groups of political oppositionists. To the extent that the anti-GAN protest constitutes a plebiscite, the results appear to have been a large majority of the urban population of all cities expressing support for the challenge to the GAN. While this time around a loyal and disciplined National Guard had enabled Somoza to overcome his most serious political challenge to date, the ambassador was not sanguine about the regime's long-term prospects. Although the appearance of normality has returned, he cautioned the State Department in a February 10 cable, the situation has not returned to the status quo ante and likely will not. 71. He expected the political and social polarization to worsen, triggering new challenges to the autocratic dynasty, whether can continue to maintain firm control over the GAN and the GN to 1981 is problematic. 72. Of particular concern to Solon was the looming presence of the Sandinista National Liberation Front in the context of the failure of the general strike to topple Somoza. He singled out two apparently well-executed hit-and-run attacks against the National Guard that coincided with the faltering in the peaceful protest movement. Thereby they identify themselves with the movement to overthrow Somoza but only after nonviolent protest has fallen short of its goal. Such military actions have gained the FSLN increased sympathy and simultaneously put the regime on notice that it is still a serious challenge and the pressures that can be brought to bear on the GAN come from a wide spectrum. 73. In the post-strike period, Somoza moved swiftly to shore up the Guard's authority and battle readiness and avoid the possibility of defections through promotions, pay increases, and a decision to expand the number of troops eligible to attend the elite basic infantry training school. 74. Efforts to solve his two other most pressing problems, the economy and the Sandinistas, proved more difficult. A return to economic normalcy had to contend with the ongoing political crisis, the business community's anxiety over possible reprisals for participating in the general strike and the growing influence of the FSLN, and the worsening debt-trade fiscal situation. 75. What to do about the Sandinistas was not just the subject of concern and debate in Managua. The scope and depth of the January upheaval visibly surprised U.S. policymakers, renewing the interagency debate over whether a more activist U.S. involvement would produce a quicker solution to the conflict than the current distancing and reforms approach. However, many inter-American affairs officials were still basically unwilling to concede any significant erosion of Somoza's hold on power, and remained optimistic about his commitment to political change. Much to the surprise of a visiting embassy official, I came up and talked to people in the State Department and said I felt there was a 50-50th chance that Somoza would not last out 1978, and that the odds were against him lasting out 1979. But the Bureau people said oh no, he was going to have elections in 1980. The Bureau was optimistic that we would get elections and something would happen 76. Even though Assistant Secretary Todman and his deputy Wade Matthews were taken aback by the assassination and the national revulsion that followed, Todman was reluctant to abandon a planned visit in the midst of widespread rioting that followed Chamorro's assassination, and only did so under pressure from his superiors. 77 Nonetheless, Chamorro's assassination and its aftermath, as one department official put it, opened up a wider administration debate over what to do about Nicaragua, including a reassessment of the possibilities for a change of government. 78. Nicaragua policy was the only agenda item at a mid-February 1978 meeting in the State Department attended by the NSC's Robert Pastor and senior state officials from Inter-American Affairs, Humanitarian Affairs, and Policy Planning. There was no clear-cut consensus over the best way to proceed. Some argued that the situation would almost inevitably deteriorate unless the United States pressured Somoza to negotiate with the leaders of the civilian opposition. Those skeptical of this approach worried out loud about the possible negative consequences for American policy if an initiative of this kind failed to achieve its objective. Among state officials there was also support for getting Somoza to leave office before his term expired on the grounds that otherwise the current moderate leadership of the anti-dictatorial movement would become more radicalized and increasingly threatening to American interests. For the time being, Warren Christopher decided against any shift in the existing policy. 79 Secretary Vance cabled Ambassador Solon to avoid being seen to be propping up Somoza government or supporting efforts by the opposition to unseat Somoza. 80. Once it became apparent that the general strike was not going to force Somoza from office, members of the local business community turned to the American embassy for help in their efforts to change the regime. The ambassador, although a confirmed advocate of the U.S. playing a mediating role in the conflict, was under strict instructions from state that the embassy could not mediate or even serve as a messenger between the protagonists. Thus, he was forced to parry opposition appeals for support under the cover of neutrality, a stance that confused and frustrated Washington's bourgeois allies. To them it indicated a lack of understanding of the dynamics of the unfolding political struggle. Solon elaborated, "In the light of my instructions, I did not promise that we would get Somoza out or discourage them from the path they were taking. I told them we were not going to intervene." The business community was very upset. They did not understand why we could not intervene but could interfere through preaching reforms. They felt Somoza would not give up power without American pressure. They couldn't understand U.S. policy and why the U.S. government wouldn't deliver in view of the fact that Venezuela, Costa Rica, etc. were helping. They could not believe U.S. policy. 81 The White House refused to become directly involved in attempts to terminate the dictatorship and remained opposed to even brokering a dialogue between Somoza and the moderate conservative opposition. "We've quite clearly put some distance between ourselves and Somoza," a State Department official observed, "but we don't want to shift from a policy of actively backing Somoza to a stance of actively seeking this overthrow." 82. Another, on the seventh floor, put it even more succinctly, "Our focus was on Somoza and attempts to find some way to achieve a better government rather than to oust him." 83. One of the concerns uppermost in the minds of senior U.S. policymakers was the importance of avoiding a premature transition. Like President Kennedy's sentiments about the Dominican Republic at the time of the Trujillo assassination in 1961, a return to political democracy was the preferred alternative, but the continuation of Somoza rule had to be supported if it meant blocking the likelihood of an FSLN victory. In early February, as the guerrillas were beginning to substitute themselves for the general strike, one American official commented, "There is no telling what would fall out if Somoza was toppled." 84. By acquiescing to Somoza's determination to serve out his current term, while reserving the right to discreetly criticize the more repressive and brutal aspects of National Guard behavior, the U.S. hoped to establish the necessary groundwork for an eventual peaceful political transition dominated by responsible anti-regime forces. Instead of public pressure, therefore, the White House settled for a more low-key triple-track approach: private diplomacy, selective public pronouncements on human rights abuses, and the carrot and stick of economic assistance. It supported Venezuelan efforts to get Somoza to endorse a visit by the Inter-American Human Rights Commission of the Organization of American States, but distanced itself from a proposal by Venezuelan President Carlos Andrés Pérez that the regional organization be asked publicly to investigate the human rights situation in Nicaragua. Quiet diplomacy was still the preferred option. 85 The Nicaraguan human rights aid question resurfaced in February 1978 when the State Department presented its annual country report to Congress, noting a decline in the number of reported National Guard abuses over the preceding 12 months. In follow-up testimony, Deputy Assistant Secretary Sally Shelton told a House International Relations Subcommittee that marked progress, including the lifting of martial law, influenced the administration to sign the foreign military sales agreement so as to allow us to retain the option of providing these military credits, if circumstances warranted. 86. For fiscal year 1979, though, the White House would only request $150,000 in military training grants and $3,000 for supply operations for Nicaragua. Some career Latin Americanists in state criticized this minuscule funding package as harsh punishment of a traditional and friendly ally, especially in light of the department's stated belief that political repression had markedly diminished over the past year. 87 Remarked one of these dissenting officials, "The issue is not human rights. The objective is the ouster of Somoza." 88. In terms of the overall policy approach, the proposed reduction in the military aid program was less significant than the failure to terminate the program completely. Even a small amount of aid was fraught with symbolic overtones. Washington was telegraphing not only its continuing reluctance to break relations with the regime but also with the most important of all the state institutions. During her congressional testimony, Shelton stressed the importance of the bilateral military relationship to Central American stability and U.S. regional collective security commitments, and spoke of the need to maintain our cooperative political relationship with a government that had consistently supported U.S. positions in the United Nations, the Organization of American States, and other key forums. 89. In Nicaragua, the moderate opposition was becoming increasingly vocal in attacking what it viewed as the disproportionate emphasis in American policy on the human rights issue to the seeming exclusion of far more serious problems: political polarization and spreading radicalization among wage workers, the poor and unemployed, students, and other segments of the urban population, and periodic land invasions, some involving more than 1,000 campesinos. 90 With the most politically and ideologically diverse forces demanding Somoza's ouster, the hegemonic powers' apparent belief that elections in 1981 would provide the solution to the crisis also came in for severe criticism. "Washington seems to have lost touch with events here," lamented a businessman who identified with the moderate opposition. "It's talking about human rights when people here are calling for arms to overthrow the dictatorship. This situation can't last until 1981-91. American policy was caught in a dilemma. Its closest allies were seemingly incapable of politically or militarily effecting a regime change while support for the anti-system FSLN was growing apace. Efforts during April to promote a coup by dissident Guard officers came to nothing. 92 Hoping to isolate the Sandinistas and improve the standing of its allies, Washington shifted policy gears slightly, repeating its call for negotiations between the moderate and conservative opposition and Somoza, but also prodding the latter to consider some form of power-sharing arrangement. The U.S. Embassy encouraged the formation of the Broad Opposition Front in May 1978, impressing upon wealthy business and conservative political leaders such as Alfonso Rabello and Adolfo Calero that without a structured organization and a coherent, thought-out strategy, their constituencies were unlikely to survive as influential actors in opposition or government. 93 Having overcome the latest challenge to his authority through the application of overwhelming force, Somoza exuded confidence in his ability to serve out his term of office. At a meeting with Ambassador Solon in early May, he dismissed calls for his resignation as U.S. inspired, and contended that his bargaining position had been considerably strengthened by recent developments. Post-strike measures had reinforced the Guard's loyalty, the family business enterprises were flourishing, and there was a marked improvement in the government's economic and financial position. Acknowledging Somoza's political strength, Solon broached the possibility of rescheduling the next presidential elections for 1980 as a compromise with demands for his early resignation. Somoza said that he might be willing to advance the election date, but repeated his oft-stated position that under no circumstances would he leave office before May 1981. 94 In May 1978, the administration once more revealed the confused and contradictory nature of its human rights policy toward Nicaragua when it released the $10.5 million aid loans for education and health projects held over from the previous year. The decision was occasioned not by any dramatic decline in National Guard abuses but over fear that the congressional Somoza lobby would sabotage the foreign aid program and passage of the Panama Canal Treaty legislation. Led by influential conservative Democrats Charles Wilson and John Murphy, the dictator's supporters on Capitol Hill had worked tirelessly to force the administration to lay off Somoza, achieving some victories along the way. 95 In his capacity as a member of the House Appropriations Committee, Wilson had previously shown that he was not given to idle threats when he persuaded the committee to block a White House request for increased U.S. contributions to the multilateral development banks. Therefore, on informing the White House official in charge of foreign economic policy, Henry Owen, that no part of the 1979 foreign aid bill could be considered safe from attack if the aid loans for Nicaragua were not disbursed, Owen needed no convincing that this was a credible threat, an assessment he quickly conveyed to Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher. 96 The Panama Canal Treaty legislation, which had to pass through the House Merchant Marine and Fisheries Committee chaired by longtime Somoza crony John Murphy, was a considerably higher White House priority than Nicaragua. Given the importance President Carter attached to passage of this legislation, he was prepared to make concessions to the pro-Somoza lobby which overruled some actions taken by the Christopher Committee. According to Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs John Bushnell, one set of issues that President Carter overrode the Christopher Committee on dealt with the two aid loans. The President agreed that those loans that fell within the realm of basic human needs would go ahead. In Bushnell P.'s opinion, however, a credible case could be made that one of these loans was not a basic human needs loan. Nonetheless, the President had already decided to release the two loans before they were debated in the committee. 97. Carter officials insisted that this decision did not constitute an expression of political support for Somoza. 98. In mid-May, the State Department also reversed itself on a blocked $160,000 loan to Nicaragua for the purchase of military hospital equipment. On this occasion, Congressman Wilson waged another successful campaign, again exploiting the foreign aid bill pressure point in meetings with Christopher and other department officials. His message was blunt and threatening, that we release the funds for Nicaragua, if we know what's good for us. More disturbing to opponents of the dictatorship was President Carter's idea in June to send a personal letter of encouragement following Somoza's announcement that he proposed to invite an IAERC mission to visit Nicaragua, would consider ratifying the Inter-American Convention of Human Rights, expressed a willingness to negotiate with the opposition over amnesty for political prisoners, and declared that the group of 12 were free to return from exile. In a memorandum to Robert Pastor, NSC advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote that the president wanted a message, prepared for him to send Somoza encouraging these moves. 100. The State Department response, in the Secretary's office and the relevant bureaus, was exceedingly cool and unenthusiastic on the grounds that such an initiative ran counter to the basic thrust of American policy over the preceding 18 months. Under-Secretary for Political Affairs David Newsom appended a number of critical comments to the first draft of the letter prepared by the NSC's pastor. The department expressed additional reservations about a second draft authored by the president himself but was instructed to transmit this version to Ambassador Solon for presentation to Somoza. Neither Secretary Vance nor Assistant Secretary Vaki wanted the letter forwarded to Managua. but none of Carter's senior foreign policy officials was willing to personally argue the case with a president whose mind seemed made up. The most State could do was delay sending the letter for almost a month on the outside chance that the White House would have a change of heart. 101 Finally, resigned to the inevitable, the seventh floor instructed Ambassador Solon to deliver the communication to the Nicaraguan dictator. It lauded Somoza for the human rights initiatives he was considering but had not actually put into practice. This, at a time when the State Department was receiving new reports of an increase in National Guard violations and abuses. 102 One telegram from Ambassador Solon, dated July 7, noted that although the regime appears to be actively moving to improve its image, prior to upcoming visits by Amnesty International and the United Nations Human Rights Commission, the usual pattern of protest demonstrations, arrests and allegations of disappearances continued into June, a tendency of the GN to overreact. 103. Ever the opportunist, Somoza used the letter to deflect hemispheric pressures on him to institute changes or resign from office. The most prominent casualty was Venezuelan President Carlos Andrés Porras. At a secret meeting between the two heads of state in August 1978, Porras said that he and Jimmy Carter had decided that Somoza must shape up or get out. But with that, Porras told a senior Inter-American Affairs official, Somoza pulled this letter from Carter out of his pocket. Carlos Andrés Porras thought he had been sandbagged, double-dealt by Carter. To Porras, the letter was a signal that Carter was not nearly as committed on the issue of Somoza's having to leave as Porras thought had been the case in his earlier meeting with the president. 104. Carter's letter clearly did not produce the effect the White House intended. The consequences were precisely the opposite of the overarching objective toward which the actions of U.S. policymakers had been directed. It reinforced Somoza's belief that he would be able to govern until his term expired. It demoralized the conservative and moderate opposition upon whom Washington's political hopes were based. It increased support for the advocates of a military confrontation as offering the only realistic means of getting rid of the autocratic dynasty. Conclusion. Carter administration policy toward Nicaragua during 1977 and the first half of 1978 presumed that Somoza would serve out his term of office ending in May 1981. Washington's reluctance to clearly distance ourselves from Somoza 105 or do anything active to unseat him 106 stemmed largely from a triptych of concerns: Somoza's military power, the perceived incapacity of the non-FSLN opposition forces to threaten the regime or gain hegemonic status within the anti-dictatorial movement, and the fate of key congressional legislation that led the White House to avoid giving undue offense to Somoza's supporters on Capitol Hill, especially those who held positions of power on House committees responsible for scrutinizing the Foreign Aid Bill and the Panama Canal Treaty legislation. 107 Hence, the continued definition of Nicaragua as preeminently a human rights problem. The focus, in Assistant Secretary Vaqui's words, was on how to get the regime to reform itself. 108. The emphasis on human rights did not reflect any sense of misplaced values, any downgrading of traditional priorities, but was at all times anchored within the broader objective of safeguarding U.S. permanent interests in Nicaragua. State and NSC officials were consistently seeking to estimate the possibility and type of changes likely to occur in Nicaragua, as well as the individual and collective strength of the various forces ranged against Somoza in relation to continuing U.S. support for the dictatorship. Although interagency discussions revealed different perceptions of the relative strengths and weaknesses of the combatants, the regime's coercive capabilities and the absence of a viable political alternative dictated that American interests would still best be served by working through Somoza to institute desired reforms. The erosion of Somoza's political support and regime legitimacy was not paralleled by any weakening of the institution that underpinned his power, the National Guard. Thus, although Carter policymakers became more and more disillusioned with Nicaragua, said State's Nicaragua country officer Thomas Mehen, they basically felt that it was very unlikely that Somoza would be overthrown. State Department and embassy cables during 1977 and 1978 were saying it would be very difficult for any force to defeat the Guardia. The Guardia was so strong that the regime was not likely to be overthrown militarily. 109. The Chamorro assassination in January 1978 was a watershed event for the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie, transforming simmering economic grievances into a full-blown political effort to topple Somoza in alliance with other non-radical groups. Although the failure of the general strike to unseat the family dynasty could not obscure the fact that the regime was losing its control over civil society, senior U.S. officials expressed reluctance to entertain a major policy reassessment, in part because of continuing uncertainty over the ability of the acceptable anti-regime forces to assume power in the event of a political transition. As one senior U.S. diplomat involved in Central American affairs at the time put it, there was a concern that the opposition was not viable or very visible. 110. Ambassador Solon criticized the opposition for its lack of a negotiable specific program to dismantle the Somoza regime, and of an effective structure with a universally recognized leadership. 111. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State John Bushnell offered a blunt summary of Washington's basic dilemma. The question I asked in the debates was, if somebody shot Somoza tomorrow, who would take over? The National Guard was no improvement. If an election was held, the political forces were terribly splintered. The alternatives were Somoza and the Communists. The timing of any political transition was critical. We needed a game plan so that the moderates and Democrats could take over. 112. To the extent that the Sandinistas were equated with Communists, this preoccupation with the timing of any regime change also reflected a concern to deny new targets of opportunity in the region to either Havana or Moscow. This was an unpredictable situation, said Viren Vaki, a vacuum into which Cuba and other countries could enter. 113. President Carter raised this issue during his June 1978 meeting with Panamanian leader General Omar Torrijos. One question they discussed was how to constrain Cuba and other communist intrusion in the internal affairs of Caribbean and Latin American countries, and how to encourage freedom and democracy in Nicaragua. 24. In Nicaragua, both conservative and moderate opposition leaders voiced increasing dismay over Washington's preoccupation with human rights and what they viewed as its failure to understand the internal political dynamics of the situation that was polarizing and radicalizing the population with each passing day, carrying with it a potentially explosive challenge to U.S. permanent interests. The June 1978 Carter letter to Somoza congratulating him on proposed human rights initiatives merely confirmed the civilian opposition in its belief that Washington lacked an adequate understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the contending forces. The letter not only demoralized the anti-regime moderates who interpreted it, accurately, as a signal to Somoza that the U.S. would not force him from office, but it also bolstered support for those anti-system elements who contended that a change of government could only be achieved by military means, a solution that posed the greatest threat to historic imperial interests in Nicaragua. Washington policymakers during the first 18 months of the Carter presidency exhibited a strong grasp of U.S. interests in Nicaragua but a much more limited feel for the Central American country's internal political dynamics. Flawed judgments about the capacities of the major antagonists in an increasingly fluid and uncertain political situation translated into a profound underestimation of the dictator's present and future strength, and hence the regime's ability to meet fundamental U.S. needs. Consequently, the widespread administration perception that Somoza had restabilized his political authority in the months following the January-February 1978 upheaval, based on a relative decline in the level of political and military struggle, did not prepare Carter policymakers for what Ambassador to Panama Ambler Moss termed the big surprise of late August and September. 5. 115 Interview with Ambler Moss. The Carter Administration and Nicaragua, Mediation and the Politics of Frustration. Introduction. A proper conception of U.S. policy toward Somoza's Nicaragua must follow the multiple tracks that it pursues, as well as its capacity and willingness to shift track depending on the contextual situation, above all the scope and depth of the political class struggle. Explanations for Washington's failure to distance itself from the regime during the 1960s and the first half of the 1970s must be sought in the continuing inability of the opposition to weaken Somoza's hold on political power and the regime's economic policies that favored foreign investment and banking interests. Through 1976 and 1977, a more complex U.S. policy approach emerged in response to the incremental growth of localized, relatively uncoordinated opposition to the dictatorship. Although supportive of the latter's crackdown on the FSLN and the political left, the State Department began to issue occasional public criticisms of National Guard excesses and Somoza's lack of tactical flexibility in refusing to talk with even his most conservative opponents. Simultaneously, the American embassy in Managua expanded its links with the non-radical, anti-regime civilian leadership. Despite two major opposition attempts to overthrow Somoza before the halfway point of the Carter administration, U.S. policy oscillated between limited pressures for reform and business as usual. On the one hand, it suspended military aid and encouraged Somoza to negotiate with, and make concessions to, the acceptable face of the opposition movement. On the other, it continued to voice optimism that such reforms could be achieved without rupturing the historic collaborative relationship. For most Carter policymakers, there was a manifest reluctance to break with a government highly supportive of American political, economic, and strategic interests, and still perceived to be firmly in control of political and state power. The overwhelmingly human rights and reforms through Somoza focus of U.S. policy was abruptly challenged in August and September 1978 by a combined political-military upheaval, the bourgeois-led general strike and the Sandinista-led national insurrection, that graphically exposed the dictator's political isolation, forcing a now perturbed White House to undertake a major reassessment of its relations with the Somoza regime. For Washington, the growth of a mobilized democratic mass movement under increasingly radical leadership and Somoza's loss of control over whole sectors of society raised the hitherto unforeseen possibility of a future regime change based on the worst-case scenario. As the level of popular pressure for political change increased, and as the Sandinistas emerged as a potent and consequential force within the anti-regime movement, the United States began to pressure Somoza, albeit gingerly, to lay the groundwork for an eventual return to electoral/civilian rule. Initially, Carter policymakers looked toward some form of power-sharing arrangement with the moderate conservative opposition, and subsequently to Somoza's ouster either through voluntary resignation or electoral defeat. But the fundamental strategic objective remained unchanged, to marginalize or, preferably, exclude the FSLN as an influential actor in post-Somoza Nicaragua. Washington's decision to support a mediation strategy in the aftermath of the August-September upheaval can only be understood in terms of the emergence of a heterogeneous anti-regime and anti-system movement that raised the possibility of a future serious threat to U.S. permanent interests in Nicaragua and Central America. It was now increasingly evident, in the words of one involved State Department official, that Somoza was not going to make it, that his government was simply imploding, collapsing from within. We were concerned about what that would mean for American interests and what we might try to do to maintain stability and safeguard U.S. interests on the assumption that Somoza was not able to hold out one. This situation created a new policy imperative, to promote the interests of those groups opposed to Somoza's, emphasizing electoral/political changes rather than transformation of the state and polity, the structures and institutions that underpinned Somoza power. For the Carter administration, the basic issue was how to come to terms with the possible collapse of a long-standing client regime and influence the process of change in a way that conserved the institutional power of the National Guard and preserved other fundamental American interests during and after any political transition. Developments in late 1978 revealed the extent to which opposition to the Somoza dictatorship had cut across political, class, and occupational lines. Multiple challenges from Sandinista guerrillas, owners of capital, salaried workers, urban unemployed, political parties, and labor unions revealed the broad-based nature of the forces ranged against it. The Nicaraguan business community, for instance, had accumulated a string of economic grievances since the early 1970s. Not the least of these was Somoza economic competition and the fear of displacement from traditional areas of activity. Local capitalist class discontent intensified during the first year of the Carter presidency, erupting into an organized political effort to oust Somoza after the January 1978 assassination of opposition leader Pedro Joaquin Chamorro. New government economic measures to reduce a budget deficit in excess of $40 billion, in particular, the reimposition of a profit tax on industry, the announcement of sales levies on 166 new products, an increase in existing levies on 249 items, and a rise in invoice taxes, provided the catalyst for a return to the political barricades in August. A new phase in the anti-Somoza struggle was inaugurated with the spectacular and audacious seizure of the National Palace by a Sandinista guerrilla force on August 21 to 22, 1978. An estimated 1,500 people, including most of the Nicaraguan Congress, were taken hostage and released only after Somoza agreed to a series of guerrilla demands, among them a ransom payment and the freedom and guarantee of safe passage out of the country for a substantial number of political prisoners. The attack was a major political embarrassment to Somoza, but, more importantly, it served to undermine any aura of invincibility surrounding the regime. It showed that the dictatorship was safe nowhere in Nicaragua. 3 days later, on August 25, the Broad Opposition Front, a coalition of business, political and labor organizations, launched a general strike aimed at toppling the regime. Informal U.S. Embassy surveys characterized the strike as 80 to 90% effective. In the key northern provincial city of Matagalpa, the strike call detonated a spontaneous military uprising spearheaded by Los Muchachos. On September 1, Ambassador Solon wrote that the strike continued to gain momentum in Managua and gave no indication of leveling off in the provinces. The country remains tense with discontent and anti-GAN sentiment remaining high. Amid this groundswell of domestic opposition, Somoza's troubles were compounded by the appearance of cracks in National Guard unity, which went to the very foundation of the regime's power base. In early August, rumblings of unrest within the officer corporate over Somoza's policies precipitated a major shakeup in the Guard High Command. Acting to reassert and reinforce his personal authority, the commander-in-chief dismissed a number of senior officers, appointed his half-brother General José Somoza to commander of a Managua-based armored battalion, and promoted his son Lieutenant Colonel Anastasio Somoza to head the elite basic infantry training school. These moves, however, failed to prevent an attempted military coup at the end of the month that resulted in the arrest of more than 40 colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors, captains, and other disillusioned Guard members. 2 explanations were offered to explain the institutional upheaval: anger over Somoza's concessions to the guerrillas to end the National Palace takeover, and the possible existence of elements within the Guard who may be more willing to open the political system to change. The National Palace episode made Somoza more determined than ever to break the FAO-led general strike and bring the business community to heel, by whatever means necessary. Initially, he resorted to economic pressures, targeting those striking companies with outstanding loans from private local banks. Among new regulations promulgated on August 28 was one requiring domestic commercial banks to maintain a 25% reserve against loans made over the next 12 months to any enterprise that participated in the general strike. But neither Somoza nor Central Bank President Roberto Inser anticipated the private sector response: increased support for the anti-regime political offensive. Angered by what they described as a threat of blackmail, the influential Nicaraguan Development Institute and the no less prominent Nicaraguan Federation of Chambers of Commerce both voted to join the strike. Within days, the Chamber of Industries followed suit. A fear of 3 more years of Somoza in power had begun to grip the non-Somoza capitalist forces, who believed such a scenario would set the stage for an eventual victory of the left-wing extremist state. For them, the key to resolving the country's problems was removing the dictator, not changing the structures and institutions of Somocismo. In the words of an IND official at the time of the general strike, the problem is the man. He's taking over our market. We have no quarrel with anyone else or the system. Just get rid of him. 9. Whereas Somoza's resort to economic sanctions proved counterproductive, the shift to more overtly repressive measures achieved greater success. On September 4, American Ambassador Morris H Morley reported that in an apparent effort to neutralize the opposition, the GAN has begun to arrest opposition leaders. 10. The incarceration of hundreds of business, political, and trade union officials effectively terminated the strike. In the process, however, the leadership of the anti-dictatorial struggle began to shift toward the one group in Nicaraguan society willing to militarily challenge the Somoza coercive apparatus, the Sandinista National Liberation Front. On September 9, the dominant tercerista faction of the FSLN launched a series of coordinated military attacks in major urban centers throughout Nicaragua, hoping to ignite a mass popular insurrection that would overthrow Somoza political rule. In the departmental capitals of Matagalpa, Leon, Estili, Masaya, and Chinandega there occurred spontaneous mass uprisings of urban poor, unemployed youths, students, church people, middle-class individuals, rural wage workers, and peasants. 11. Popular support for the guerrillas enabled them to temporarily take control of a number of provincial cities and shake the regime to its foundations. In cables to Washington, Ambassador Solon remarked on the increased level of military capability and organization than heretofore and noted that they have received significant support from certain sectors of the population such as students. 12. Somoza's response to this challenge to his authority was swift and brutal. In a display of maximum force, he unleashed the National Guard who proceeded to drown the uprising in blood. Several thousand civilians were killed by bombs, mortars, and heavy artillery. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights called the National Guard counterattack excessive and disproportionate. It accused the Air Force of indiscriminate bombing of guerrilla-held towns without prior evacuation of the civilian population, and the Army of violating human rights in a grave, persistent, and widespread manner during the so-called Operation Mop-Up and also following the cessation of hostilities. Many persons were executed in a summary and collective fashion for the mere reason of living in neighborhoods or districts where there had been activity by the Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional, and young people and defenseless children were killed. 13. An angry Carter administration urged Somoza to discipline and control his troops. 14. The general strike, the national insurrection, the anti-regime mass mobilizations, and the violent National Guard response created the objective conditions for revolution in Nicaragua. The Guard, however, still posed a formidable obstacle, although it encountered difficulty in re-establishing complete control in some cities and suffered unprecedented casualties. It maintained an internal cohesion. 15. And stayed loyal to Somoza. If necessary, the dictator could continue to rule on the basis of force alone. After 2 abortive efforts to change the regime, the civilian opposition decided to seek greater U.S. involvement in its struggle to bring down the ruling family. In cables to the State Department during the last week of August, Ambassador Solon had already concluded that the opposition was too weak now to topple GAN or even wrest significant concessions, and Somoza knows this. Although Somoza remains more determined than ever to cling to power, encouraged by the blandness of current American policy, conversations with government and opposition leaders have convinced the embassy that only effective USG policy designed to pressure him to make reforms necessary to permit effective elections in 1981 or earlier was likely to effect a political transition. Unless Washington shifted to a new course of action, preferably some form of mediation by a third party, it risked a growing anti-American sentiment, the moderate opposition becoming more radicalized and eventually los influence. 16. Among the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie, there was a growing consensus that although Somoza now lacked the political credibility to govern effectively, a more active Washington role was the key to forcing his resignation. In order to blunt the growing radicalism of the anti-Somoza movement, leading members of the business community told the American embassy, it was imperative to end hostilities as quickly as possible. Otherwise control of the movement would soon slip from the hands of the moderates. Also of concern was the likely devastating consequences of a prolonged conflict on the critical agricultural export sectors. 17 But, wrote Solon, they remained puzzled by what they see as a lack of USG response to situation 18. On September 24, the ambassador cabled state that almost all the acceptable opposition influentials perceived U.S. policy as ambiguous and vacillating, and were convinced that only Washington could force Somoza to the bargaining table, thereby strengthening their hand vis-a-vis the radicals. 19. And these Nicaraguans were not the only American allies calling for a more interventionist approach. There was also what a senior State Department official described as incessant pressure from friendly governments in the region to become more involved, to go beyond a human rights focus. 20. What most surprised senior administration officials about the events of August-September was the scope of the anti-dictatorial movement that united groups espousing the most diverse UDOCs, ranging from conservative businessmen to radical nationalist guerrillas. 21 As the Sandinista insurrection began to peter out, a high-ranking Inter-American Affairs official arrived in Managua to get a reading on events for the State Department. He discovered a politically polarized country governed by a regime that lacked any semblance of popular support. What surprised me most was to run across a situation in which all of the business forces had declared against him. They were absolutely obdurate that Somoza had to leave. There were advertisements in all of the papers from the bankers and coffee growers and other associations calling on Somoza to step down. I told Washington that the situation was militarily improving but politically and psychologically was not getting better. Washington was definitely surprised at the scope of the opposition, especially my telling them flatly that the business community had turned completely sour on Somoza. He was bereft of allies. 22 Bemoaned one frustrated American official, this crisis has been coming for months but no one in Washington seemed to recognize the seriousness of the trend. Now, suddenly, we have a crisis and we find it's almost too late for us to adopt a useful position. 23. Ambassador to Panama Ambler Moss blamed the administration's misreading of Nicaraguan political developments on an inordinate preoccupation with shutting off the guerrillas' access to military aid from sympathetic regional governments. U.S. intelligence operatives had a tendency to explain it all in terms of gun running to the Sandinistas. They didn't realize how quickly Somoza's authority was eroding or how quickly Sandinista power was increasing. Panama was a prime target of these pressures. I was sent with instructions from the State Department at least 13 times during 1978 and 1979, said Moss, to ask General Torrijos to refrain from sending arms to the Sandinistas because it was not conducive to working out a settlement. President Carter himself told the Panamanian leader during their June 1978 meeting that Somoza can hold out for quite a while and if only people like you would stop running guns. 24. The need for a wide-ranging policy review seemed all the more pressing in the light of Somoza's continued refusal to entertain any compromise that might weaken his personal authority, evidenced by his heavy-handed crackdown on the leadership of the general strike. Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher criticized the arrests or detention of business leaders and directed Ambassador Solon to convey our strong concern at the effect this undoubtedly is having on preventing moderate opposition businessmen from expressing their concern over the growing strength of the radical left by supporting negotiations and moving along that route. The State Department feared that Somoza's intransigence and his repeated use of armed force or intimidation to quell domestic unrest would bury the anti-FSL and centrist option and leave behind a militarily powerful regime but one whose eroding political legitimacy would probably redound to the ultimate benefit of the most radical opponents of the dictatorship. 25 Pressured to do something to abort the drift toward large-scale confrontation, and even social revolution, in Nicaragua, the Carter administration moved to establish a centralized decision-making structure in an effort to get on top of the rapidly unfolding events and anticipate and shape their direction. Responsibility for formulating and executing policy was concentrated in two executive branch interagency bodies, the Special Coordination Committee, a crisis management group chaired by NSC advisors Zbigniew Brzezinski, and the Policy Review Committee, chaired by Secretary of State Cyrus Vance. The chairmanships of both committees reflected the fact that although Defense, Treasury, Central Intelligence, and other agencies participated in the policy strategy deliberations, it was State and the NSC that basically controlled the proceedings. At this juncture, Washington's objectives were essentially threefold: the short-term restoration of political stability, the eventual transition to a post-Somoza regime that excluded the Sandinistas from political power, and the survival of the National Guard as the coercive apparatus of the Nicaraguan state. Insofar as the subsequent policy debate generated any disagreements, it was over the means to arrive at a common goal, a negotiated settlement that protected U.S. permanent interests. Within the State Department, there was a broad consensus that Somoza's resignation offered the best hope for an orderly and satisfactory political transition. 26. The newly appointed Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs Viren Vaki believed Somoza's rapid ouster was imperative, and advocated forceful U.S. action to get him to make concessions to the moderate opposition and accelerate his departure timetable. But such an activist approach did not find favor with Secretary Vance or President Carter, both of whom desired Washington's involvement as part of a multilateral mediation involving other regional governments, which was first proposed by Costa Rican President Rodrigo Carrizo. "Let's not get in the middle of this," they said. 27. The White House was particularly keen to avoid identification with the interventionist behavior of past administrations and take no measure that might be construed as violating the OAS Charter on National Sovereignty and Non-Intervention in the Domestic Affairs of Member Countries. Meanwhile, NSC advisor Brzezinski, Deputy Secretary of State Christopher, and other foreign policy officials continued to emphasize the danger of a premature regime change leading to something that could be worse than what we have now. 28. In the Defense Department, the concerns were both local and sub-regional. Developments inside Nicaragua seemed to be creating an ideal situation for the communists to take advantage of. 29. If Somoza were overthrown, it might increase the vulnerability of allied military regimes in Guatemala and El Salvador, also under pressure from mass revolutionary movements. During the first week of September, Washington supported a Venezuelan request to the Organization of American States to convoke an extraordinary meeting to discuss the Nicaraguan situation. In Managua, Ambassador Solon presented Somoza with 4 hypothetical options: bolster the regime, terminate economic and political support, intervene to assist in his overthrow, or mediation. The United States, he said, had reservations about all but the last one. The client, however, was decidedly unenthusiastic about any kind of third-party mediation, which suggested that he intended to offer stubborn resistance to any attempt to chip away at his political authority. Or, in the ambassador's own words, Somoza remains unwilling to initiate dramatic reforms that might strengthen the center of the political spectrum. 30. In follow-up reports he described Somoza's determination to remain in office until his term expired as non-negotiable. Somoza was willing to talk, but was not willing to leave before 1981. The Nicaraguan leader was confident that he can surmount the present crisis, using force if required. In any event, he saw no reason to contemplate concessions to a weak and divided civilian opposition. The ambassador should inform the State Department that the situation was under control and going to calm down. 31. In Washington, high-level discussions were also taking place between American and Nicaraguan officials. On September 8, Assistant Secretary Vaki told Somoza's ambassador to the United States Guillermo Sevilla Sacasa and Foreign Minister Julio Quintana that there was a wide range of opposition to the regime from respectable and moderate elements, that the internal political situation was becoming more polarized with each passing day, and that repressive measures by the government against the moderates only served to legitimize the violent extreme. Therefore, he concluded, the important thing was to negotiate a new consensus so that chaos would not develop. 32. The State Department believed that only by establish the proper environment for such negotiations, which included releasing moderate politicians and businessmen arrested for merely supporting the general strike, would it be possible to undermine the growing strength of the radical left. 33. In closed testimony before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on September 13, Vaki stressed the very widespread opposition to the Somoza dictatorship, extending across the spectrum from conservative businessmen to leftist revolutionaries. And, he continued, the polarization was likely to worsen so long as Somoza refused to even consider relinquishing power before 1981, and the moderate opposition was convinced he was someone who could not be trusted to bargain in good faith. Against this background, the Sandinista strategy of active confrontation with the regime gaining some legitimacy among the opposition. By posing the issue as a choice, between him and chaos, between him and Castroites, Vaki declared, Somoza was undermining the moderates and in danger of bringing about a self-fulfilling prophecy. His actions were effectively chew-up destroying moderate, or let me call it the responsible, opposition given the continuing National Guard loyalty to the dictator. The real question is whether it is not possible to create some moderate third force choice between these two poles that are emerging. Vaki expressed uncertainty as to what that might be. He ended with the warning that a reconciliation between the regime and the non-radical opposition was probably the only way to arrest the polarization and radicalization, and diminish the risk of the leftist extremists coming into power. Among the moderate leaders who enjoyed the department's stamp of approval were Alfonso Robelo and Arturo Cruz. Both were described as responsible people who are capable of exercising power. 34. Within days of the September 16 OAS vote to hold a special meeting on Nicaragua, the White House accepted an SCC recommendation to dispatch a special ambassador to Central America and the Caribbean to gather support for a multilateral mediation of the Nicaraguan conflict. The administration hoped the diplomat, just retired ambassador to Panama William Jordan, could convince Somoza that a refusal to participate risked a major shakeup in bilateral ties and prevail upon the governments that were helping the anti-Somoza forces with material and moral support to reduce their actions and give the mediation effort a chance to succeed. 35. In outlining the case for mediation to the heads of government and foreign ministers, Jordan was instructed to emphasize three key points. First, the political situation in Nicaragua was polarizing rapidly with growing popular support for the Sandinistas. So something had to be done quickly to get discussions going and make a solution possible. Second, pressure on Somoza from his neighbors could be helpful in encouraging him to at least consider laying the groundwork for stepping down. Third, they should ignore Somoza's rhetoric that the choice was either back him or the communists. We felt that there were other possibilities and a lot of people in Nicaragua that were moderate and democratic and offered a good deal of hope for the future. But they needed encouragement, and the faster the better. During 10 days of intensive shuttle diplomacy between Costa Rica, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and Colombia, the special ambassador discovered enthusiastic support for a mediation effort, and gained commitments from each government to take part in the process if requested. He also visited Panama and Venezuela for meetings with two of the more outspoken opponents of the Somoza regime, Presidents Omar Torrijos and Carlos Andrés Porres. His brief was to dissuade both leaders from any precipitous military action against the Nicaraguan dictatorship. At the time, Torrijos and Porres were beating the drums and advocating military action, and Venezuela had moved some planes into Panama and Costa Rica. The great fear was that Porres would do something rash, such as attack Managua and Somoza's headquarters. Porres was suspicious of the Sandinistas and very afraid that if they were allowed to continue and then forced Somoza out militarily and took over, then this was going to open the door to Castro. One of the first things I had to do was talk to Torrijos and try to calm him down and get him to calm Porres down. Indeed, I did succeed in that no military action was taken and Porres did pull his planes out of Costa Rica and held his fire. 36. After meeting with Somoza to inform him about the purpose of Jordan's visit and restate Washington's concern over the outstanding arrest orders for a number of moderate politicians and businessmen who had not been engaged in violent activities, Ambassador Solon cabled state that the Nicaraguan dictator still does not perceive the carrot and stick combination that might induce him to accept mediation. 37. 24 hours later, Somoza delivered a stinging attack on Carter's human rights policy and the incompetence of the domestic opposition, insisting they were the root causes of the current unrest. he termed U.S. support for an on-site inspection by the Inter-American Human Rights Commission simply a Carter effort to further kick him. Despite this outburst, Solon sensed a slightly more flexible position on the mediation question, a greater receptivity to embassy suggestions, and a willingness on Somoza's part to shift positions so long as he could avoid the appearance of taking actions determined by the USG 38. This was all to the good because the special envoy was under orders to get Somoza to accept the mediation effort, promise U.S. participation if he requested it, and warn him that there would be real trouble in the bilateral relationship if he didn't accept this. 39. On September 23, the day of Jordan's first meeting with Somoza, the OAS foreign ministers gathered in special session to debate the Nicaraguan crisis and a U.S. proposal that the regional body send a human rights mission to investigate reports of National Guard abuses and take the lead in the search for a democratic solution to the unrest. The proposal was coldly received by a number of Latin American military dictatorships on the grounds that it violated the OAS prohibition on intervention in the internal affairs of sovereign states, but who privately were more likely concerned over the precedent that might be established. The final result was passage of a compromise measure calling on the Nicaraguan government to accept the friendly cooperation of the hemisphere in negotiating a settlement to the political conflict. The watered-down resolution satisfied Washington's basic objective, OAS support for proceeding with the mediation effort, and within days the State Department announced the successful conclusion of talks between Ambassador Jordan and Somoza to establish a framework for mediation based on the friendly cooperation of outside parties. 40. As both sides moved to address the question of the composition of the mediation team, it became evident that Somoza's decision to go along with the mediation was partly a tactical ploy based on an apparent belief that he could sufficiently influence the selections to ensure a committee biased in his favor. When Jordan suggested representatives from the United States, the Honduran military government, and the conservative civilian regimes in the Dominican Republic and Colombia, Somoza counter-proposed delegates chosen by the military dictatorships in Argentina, Brazil, El Salvador, and Guatemala. Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher accused Somoza of stacking the deck, declaring that his panel would neither be acceptable to the civilian opposition nor produce a stable and lasting solution. He cabled the embassy to make clear to Somoza that this effort must be even-handed and underlined how essential it was not to begin this process by allowing Somoza to control it, since it will not get off the ground under those circumstances. 41. On September 26, Jordan met with Somoza for a third time and relayed the State Department's unwillingness to get into game if main participants were shuffling feet and trying load dice against us. Unless the panel was more balanced, U.S. participation could not be guaranteed. 42. Part of the problem throughout the negotiations, Jordan remembered, was the bad advice Somoza was getting from his friends in Congress who were telling him to just hold firm. 43. Somoza finally relented and subsequent discussions produced agreement on the acceptability of negotiators from the United States, Colombia, Guatemala, El Salvador, and the Dominican Republic. Soon after, Colombia fell by the wayside when its president, Julio Turbay, wrote a letter to the head of the United Nations General Assembly denouncing the Nicaraguan regime for human rights abuses. Somoza was outraged and Washington was forced to reluctantly conclude that Colombian participation under these circumstances cannot be sold. 44. In order to maintain a balance between elected and non-elected Latin governments, the Carter administration persuaded Somoza to accept a three-person mediation panel: William Bodler, a former U.S. ambassador to El Salvador and Guatemala, and currently the State Department's Director of Intelligence and Research, Ramon Emilio Jimenez, the Dominican Republic's foreign minister, and José Alfredo Obiels Gómez, a former Guatemalan deputy vice foreign minister. At the time of the Jordan mission, the issue of U.S. economic and military assistance policy toward Nicaragua temporarily returned to center stage. The White House announced the suspension of all new military shipments and training programs on the same day that the Senate approved the fiscal year 1979 Foreign Assistance Appropriations Bill after voting to delete $8 million in economic aid to the Somoza regime on an amendment offered by Foreign Relations Committee Chairman Frank Church. Invoking arguments similar to those made by leading State Department liberals, The Democratic senator from Idaho warned his colleagues that Somoza was so politically isolated, his demise was all but certain, and it was incumbent upon Washington to do all it could to avoid a protracted military struggle that could only play into the hands of the extremists and lead to the emergence of another Castro-type revolutionary government hostile to U.S. permanent interests. 45. The amendment passed the Senate after it was modified to allow the President to use the funds if he could certify that such action would directly contribute to the redemocratization process. The amendment was subsequently dropped following a September 27 joint House-Senate Conference Committee meeting that could not resolve differences over the 1979 aid bill. But Deputy Secretary of State Christopher emphasized that the administration would still only release the $8 million to promote the progress of democratization, and the funds would not be dispersed in the absence of presidential certification that such a development was occurring. 46. Washington confronts an intransigent client. The mediation process. In the aftermath of the September 1978 insurrection, a general conviction took hold in Washington that Somoza had to go and that a formula was needed to make changes. 47. The distancing and human rights policy was no longer adequate to deal with what one American official characterized as a pressure cooker situation building up down there. 48. In settling on an alternative approach, however, the U.S. faced a dilemma. The options, explained the Under-Secretary of State for Political Affairs David Newsom, were limited and almost all unsatisfactory for one reason or another. Mediation was chosen as the least unappealing option. 49. Above all, it held out the best possibility of involving the Latin Americans. The administration wanted to build up regional pressure on Somoza to get out and, in the words of Deputy Assistant Secretary John Bushnell, mediation was the most we thought we could get the Latins to go along with. 50. The White House reluctance to contemplate a more aggressive approach to force Somoza to make concessions to the civilian opposition and accelerate his departure timetable was symptomatic of the incremental nature of the policy shift. "We weren't in the business of forcing reforms," Ambassador to Panama Ambler Moss remarked. "If you look back, the human rights record was largely hortatory." 51. Washington's restraint, according to another state official, was powerfully influenced by domestic political considerations and other important issues on the president's foreign policy political agenda, including relations with the Soviets. 52. Last, but not least, in the view of a number of policymakers, Somoza seemed to still have a lot of cards. 53. The Carter administration hoped the mediation strategy would achieve four interrelated objectives: contain what Secretary of State Vance described as the increasing radicalization of the Nicaraguan population. 54. Head off an explosion by pushing Somoza to ease up and get into a dialogue with his opposition. 55. Encourage the dictator's voluntary resignation and replace autocratic family rule with a moderate conservative civilian government, and ensure the survival of a reformed National Guard, thus avoiding a radical outcome inimical to our interests. 56. From the outset, American officials envisaged grafting a new regime, albeit one that included members of Somoza's political party, 57, onto the coercive apparatus of the old state. John Bushnell was quite specific on this point. "Our game plan in organizing the moderate middle was that they would provide the civilian control of the National Guard and the Guard would provide the law and order, and fight against the guerrillas and the left." 58. A member of State's policy planning staff called the survival of the Guard an absolute priority if the U.S. wanted to avoid any future likelihood of a Sandinista takeover lock, stock, and barrel. 59. It was hoped that the FSLN could be excluded from a significant role in any new political order. A Sandinista-dominated regime was termed highly undesirable and an alternative devoutly to be avoided. 60. On this point, recalled Secretary Vance's special assistant on regional matters, there was a firm consensus. There were no voices reaching the top of the administration making the case that a Sandinista regime would be a good replacement in relation to our interests. Due to strong reservations about the Sandinistas and their intentions, it was important to have an armed counterweight to the Sandinista military force. 61. To the extent that Washington contemplated any guerrilla representation in a post-Somoza government, only the Terceristas were looked upon in a reasonable light, particularly the faction's most conservative leader, Eden Pastora. 62. The importance attached to preserving the National Guard explained the White House concern that Somoza not be ousted by force of arms. If Somoza goes, we would prefer to see him go peacefully, commented a State Department official at the time. We would not like to see him toppled in an armed revolt. 63. Such a preoccupation contributed to U.S. tolerance of Israel's emergence as the dictator's most important foreign arms supplier during 1978 and the first part of 1979. It also explained the State Department pressure on Somoza to investigate reports of National Guard human rights abuses during the September insurrection and take the necessary legal action where it was justified. Deputy Secretary Christopher argued that placing the blame on individual guilty parties keep the National Guard as an institution free from such allegations. 64. In a confidential cable to all Latin American diplomatic posts on the eve of the mediation, Christopher summarized the U.S. objective as the achievement of a national consensus on Nicaragua's future political evolution, leading to a democratic political transition. 65. Initial signals, however, were not promising. Although Washington had managed to coax Somoza to participate in the negotiations, the Nicaraguan leader soon dampened any suggestions that he might be willing to make substantive concessions to the opposition. When the three-person mediation team, led by the American diplomat William Bodler, arrived in Managua on October 6, Somoza's welcome consisted of a public restatement of his intention to remain in office until May 1981. Adjourning to the dictator's bunker, the mediators, accompanied by Ambassador Solon, were regaled by a Somoza monologue critical of Washington and Caracas for encouraging the FSLN to believe it could oust him from office. He expressed pleasure that the negotiating group had arrived to help them climb down from the coconut tree. On leaving the meeting, Solon remarked to his colleagues that our task will be to persuade Somoza that he is higher up the coconut tree than the Sandinistas. 66. Some days later, Somoza launched a blistering attack against all those demanding his early resignation, calling such statements the meanderings of dreamers, full of illusions. In the same speech he announced that the defense budget and the size of the National Guard would be doubled, and that the state of siege would not be lifted. 67. Secretary of State Vance was in no doubt as to the meaning of the speech and the decree. It was a signal to all that he has no intention of leaving and is going to hang tough. 68. The daunting prospect of having to bargain with an obstructionist head of state, and a National Guard and nationalist Liberal Party that both lacked a strong institutional identity or capability of action independent from Somoza, 69 was not the least of the mediators' tasks. They also had to negotiate with an ideologically and politically diverse opposition movement. Grouped under an umbrella organization, the Broad Opposition Front, it included conservative business interests, moderate political groups, social democratic trade unions, and the so-called Group of 12, a mixture of liberal academics, professionals, businessmen, and church people recently returned from exile, who reflected the views of the insurrectional or tercerista faction of the FSLN. Within the FAO there were different, often contradictory, agendas, ranging from those conservative elements who identified with Washington's policy goals to the Group of 12 who insisted, there is no solution to this crisis if the Somocist system isn't dismantled, if the FSLN does not have participation in whatever future step of national life. 70. Ambassador Solon termed the FAO structure inherently unstable, united principally by anti-Somoza sentiment. 7. These various political orientations were reflected in the FAO's negotiating team. Alfonso Rabello, a pro-U.S. business leader, Rafael Cordova Rivas, an influential figure within the Democratic Liberation Union, and Sergio Ramirez, a member of the Group of 12. Cognizant of the potential problems involved in backing such a heterogeneous civilian opposition, the State Department instructed the American Embassy to continue to urge that FAO leaders remain united as the mediation process gets underway, and that they and other opposition figures such as the Archbishop, strive to the extent feasible to coordinate their views and the presentations they plan to make to the mediators. 72. In the course of initial discussions with the mediators, The FAO submitted a proposal based on the premise that there could be no satisfactory political solution to the conflict without an immediate separation of the entire Somoza family from any position of power. 73. The proposal demanded a complete reorganization of all military, political, juridical, and other state and governmental institutions tainted by Somoza influence as a prelude to the formation of a transitional government of national unity. Such sweeping changes were unacceptable to the United States, particularly those relating to state institutions. As a result, it began to differentiate more sharply between the groups making up the coalition, and set about cultivating the conservative FAO elements, those most willing to collaborate in the pursuit of imperial objectives. After both Washington and Somoza rejected the original FAO proposal for uprooting and terminating the family dictatorship, representatives of the more conservative forces offered the mediators a new proposal that immediately exposed the brittleness of the front's unity. It allowed the governing PLN to retain its congressional power and a reorganized National Guard to keep its monopoly over coercion under a new regime. On October 25, the Group of 12 publicly withdrew from the mediation, charging that the Carter administration had exerted undue pressure to force the FAO to moderate its demands for Somoza's immediate ouster, the expropriation of the family economic empire, and the disbanding of the National Guard. Any attempt to include the PLN and the Guard in a transitional government was denounced as tantamount to supporting Somocismo without Somoza. Soon after, the Union of Nicaraguan Workers resigned, also citing U.S. pressures and FAO concessions to Somoza. 74. The Nicaraguan Socialist Party did likewise. As the FAO began to unravel, with defecting liberal and progressive sectors shifting their allegiances to the FSLN, the dictatorship began to express increasing confidence in its ability to withstand the challenge to its power and survival. In Washington, policymakers' frustration over FAO disunity and the absence of leadership was palpable. One senior State Department official wistfully recalled the successful resolution of a transition crisis in the Dominican Republic in 1965 when President Johnson dispatched 23,000 Marines to crush a mass social revolutionary movement, restore the power of the old Trujillo military state, and establish the foundations for a return to electoral politics based on a hand-picked candidate acceptable to the White House and its local military oligarchy allies. The subsequent election produced an overwhelming victory for the conservative politician Joaquin Balaguer, confirmed the power of the rightist military establishment, and opened up the economy to foreign capital. In a conversation with former Costa Rican President José Pepe Figueres, the aforementioned American diplomat emphasized the need to avoid another Cuba in Nicaragua as well as another mess like the invasion of the Dominican Republic. "We've been looking everywhere for another Balaguer, but we can't seem to locate him." 75. Within days of their arrival, the mediators concluded that Somoza was so politically isolated that no peaceful settlement of the conflict was possible as long as he remained in office. Special Ambassador Baudelaire recommended that the administration bite the bullet and apply sufficient pressure to achieve the dictator's resignation as quickly as possible. The issue was heatedly debated at an October 31 Policy Review Committee meeting on Nicaragua. Siding with Baudelaire, Assistant Secretary of State Viren Vaki argued that if Somoza stayed there would quite likely be additional FAO defections, thus further weakening those anti-regime forces Washington hoped would dominate a post-Somoza government. NSC advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski shot back that if the FAO was such a fragile and vulnerable organization there must be serious doubts about its current ability to assume a hegemonic role within any new government. In Brzezinski's opinion, there was no justification in calling for sanctions to force Somoza from office if Washington's preferred alternative, as seemed to be the case, was incapable of seizing the opportunity. Instead, the United States should focus its efforts on developing a post-Somoza leadership and on making contacts with the National Guard. The Brzezinski view prevailed. The committee also agreed on the importance of selecting a new Guard commander as quickly as possible. 76. At the beginning of November, the mediation tottered on the brink of collapse. Following a Somoza speech attacking the United States and the internal opposition, Ambassador Solon cabled the Secretary of State that if his words are to be believed, he is committed to resisting outside pressures and hanging on to power at all costs. 77. On November 6, the FAO, severely weakened by defections, announced that it would consider the talks at an end if Somoza did not resign, leave the country, and pave the way for new elections within 15 days. Somoza and the PLN responded that the government would run its full course. But just as Washington sought to avoid a premature collapse of the dictatorship, so too was the Nicaraguan dictator intent on stringing out the mediation process for his own purposes. To this end, he counter-proposed a national plebiscite to determine the strength of the FAO's popular support. Based on the result, the FAO would be offered a role in a reorganized government, still under Somoza's leadership, to last until May 1981. Not surprisingly, the internal opposition denounced the scheme. Even Somoza's most conservative critics termed the plebiscite idea totally unacceptable. 78. The response in Washington, however, testified to Somoza's political acumen. On November 13, the PRC reconvened to consider this latest proposal. Once more, Baudelaire and Vaki argued the case for economic and political sanctions to force Somoza to leave the country, describing the plebiscite as just another ploy. Once again, they failed to persuade the president's senior foreign policy officials, Secretary of State Vance, Deputy Secretary Christopher, and NSC advisor Brzezinski, who took a more charitable view of the Somoza initiative and were able to convince the White House that instead of dismissing the plebiscite idea it should try to turn it into a referendum on the fate of the dictatorship. The meeting also emphasized again that the unity of the Guard was an important objective of U.S. policy. 79. In discussions with U.S. embassy officials, however, the anti-regime civilian leadership expressed its opposition to this latest Somoza gambit in unequivocal terms. One told Ambassador Solon that it was a Somoza trick, and that even if it became a referendum on whether the dictator goes or stays, there was every likelihood of the latter manipulating a victory, which could lead to renewed violence. Others now advocated a quick solution even if this entailed the use of U.S. military force. The only circumstances under which the opposition was prepared to consider participation in the plebiscite process would be if the National Guard were confined to barracks during the voting period. In its place, they suggested an inter-American force to guarantee security, observe the election procedures, and tabulate the results. If the plebiscite were held under these conditions, they were confident that Somoza would be overwhelmingly defeated. 80. The shifts and changes in American policy at the operational level should not obscure the fact that it operated at all times within the broader state regime framework. Saving the state was uppermost in the minds of William Jordan and Mauricio Solon when they conferred with the Nicaraguan dictator, amid the debate over the latter's plebiscite proposal, in yet another effort to get him to consider resignation and exile. Jordan turned first to the problem of the regime's growing political isolation. If it was only the Sandinistas, the situation would be manageable, he said. But it has developed into something quite different. 81. Jordan later amplified on this statement, "What I meant was that if we were talking about a minority that was clearly extremist and violent and to a large extent pro-communist, the solution for both the US and other neighbors would be simpler and easier. But it had gone beyond that. There were lots of people non-violent, non-left-wing, not communist, increasingly opposed to the Somoza regime. Therefore, it was getting to be a national struggle." Then he zeroed in on the institutional foundations of the regime. The society had become so polarized that it threatened the survival of those very institutions, such as the National Guard, which Washington deemed critical to the success of its transition strategy. "We are terribly concerned," the special envoy told Somoza, "that everything you have built up, and your brother before you, is in danger of being destroyed. And that means the political structure, institutions." 3. This determination to confine the process of change to the regime coexisted with a fear over the possible regional implications of a Sandinista victory. The American diplomats underlined Washington's belief that if the political situation were allowed to deteriorate further, it could ultimately destabilize the whole of Central America, which would play into the hands of the Communists and Castro. 84. The discussion ended with Somoza's being asked to reconsider his options. In a November 16 cable to all regional embassies, Secretary of State Vance wrote that the central objective of U.S. policy to try to prevent further polarization and radicalization of the situation which would facilitate a Sandinista takeover that could destabilize the Isthmian region. 85. Alan Riding, the New York Times correspondent in Central America, reported that U.S. officials had privately informed Nicaraguan opposition leaders that the White House was determined to see General Somoza out of office as soon as possible. 86. On November 21, the mediators presented both sides with Washington's compromise for breaking the stalemate, an internationally supervised national referendum within 60 days to decide whether Somoza retained power, or was replaced by a government of national unity and went into exile. In constructing this latest proposal, the State Department heeded embassy advice that the dictatorship must be excluded from any involvement with the voting process. Ambassador Solon explained why. The reason is that the Gan from Somoza down to the last Juez de Mista is controlled and staffed by the Liberal Party. Polling places are often as not in the homes of local Liberal Party leaders. Juez de Mista and National Guard Capitans de Canada are the local officials who normally supervise the elections. They frequently observe and even ascertain how each person votes. Electoral tribunals at the national and departmental levels are made up of members of both Liberal and Conservative parties, with the Liberals enjoying a majority in every case. Election disputes are almost invariably decided in favor of the Liberal Party. 87. The PLN rejected the mediators' proposal outright, while the FAO leadership declared that it was impossible to contemplate clean democratic elections so long as Somoza and his relatives were allowed to retain control of the National Guard. According to a state official involved in formulating the referendum plan, Somoza's response was equally dismissive. "I can lose that kind of election," he told Special Ambassador William Bodler. 88. After 6 days of no progress, the mediators set a 72-hour deadline for an agreement to be reached. Otherwise, they threatened to leave the country. Before the deadline expired, each side modified its initial position. The FAO gave conditional support to the plebiscite proposal after receiving the mediators' opinion that the resignation of the head of state prior to the election was not, as the governing PLN maintained, unconstitutional. An influential conservative political leader offered another explanation for the FAO change of heart: it had no other resources than to rely on the mediation. 89. Somoza shifted from his original position even more reluctantly. At first, he continued to reject any possibility of abandoning power voluntarily prior to 1981, irrespective of whether a plebiscite was held or not. Then, in an abrupt turnabout, he offered to participate in a plebiscite if the PLN were guaranteed a leading political and constitutional role in the establishment of a transitional regime should he lose the election, instead of the formation of an FAO government. Of course, Somoza also had other reasons for wanting to avoid a premature collapse of negotiations. 90. In a revealing conversation with Ambassador Solon at the time of this change of heart, Somoza rejected any up or down vote on his continuing in office and strongly intimated that he would only support a plebiscite that tested relative party strength. Solon came away from the meeting with the clear impression that he does not think the pressures bearing down on him are yet sufficient to compel him to throw in the sponge. This refusal to accept our formula strongly reinforced the impression that he was stringing this process out in order to gain time. The moment had arrived when Washington should consider specific measures such as economic and military aid sanctions. Otherwise, the ambassador believed, Somoza was unlikely to budge from his current stance and would continue to dismiss administration warnings as not credible. 9. Having momentarily saved the plebiscite proposal by threatening to discontinue the talks, the mediators recommended direct negotiations between the parties before the vote, but insisted that whatever the outcome of the election it must be accepted by the PLN and the FAO. If Somoza won, he would remain as head of state. If he lost, resignation would follow, and a joint session of Congress would elect a new president put forward by the FAO, but acceptable to the PLN, who would serve until May 1981. The new cabinet would be composed of 1/3 FAO representatives, ONET-HERD PLN members, and 1/3 independents approved by the FAO and the PLN. The judicial system would be reorganized, the National Guard would be restructured through the creation of 3 separate branches, a national police force would be created, and a new electoral law would be drafted to guarantee the long-term survival of a democratic, pluralist political system. The FAO responded that prior to any face-to-face discussions with the PLN, the regime must honor a series of minimum demands including an end to the state of siege, changes in the National Guard leadership, an amnesty for political prisoners, the lifting of press censorship, and a promise to confine the Guard to barracks during the pre-plebiscite period. 92 After conferring with Solon, the Nicaraguan dictator agreed to end the state of siege, introduce a general amnesty law, relax the radio-TV censorship code, and enter into direct negotiations with the FAO. The official PLN communication was delivered to the mediators on December 6. Under heavy pressure from Washington to participate in a solution to the conflict that ignore the guerrillas, 93 the FAO decided that these concessions were sufficient for talks to begin. Throughout this maneuvering, the U.S. Embassy worked closely with the most right-wing FAO members such as Adolfo Calero, the Conservative Party leader and president of Coca-Cola Nicaragua, whom Ambassador Solon described as one of the most level-headed and moderate leaders in the FAO. 94. To ensure the success of the talks, Solon urged influential conservatives and business leaders, including Archbishop Obando y Bravo and officials of the Superior Council of Private Enterprise to attend as observers. 95 Embassy activity was complemented by new State Department pressures on the Sandinistas' closest regional allies, Venezuela, Panama, and Costa Rica, to withdraw their support for the guerrillas unless they accept the plebiscite. 96. Almost 3 months of mediation, however, had seen a conviction take hold among a large segment of the political opposition that the U.S. solution to the Nicaraguan crisis began and ended with Somoza's replacement by an equally conservative but less repressive successor. Certainly, the State Department linked the fortunes of the FSLN to Somoza's ultimate fate. Assistant Secretary Vaki called the dictator the main argument for the Sandinistas' existence. 97. Policy Planning's Richard Feinberg noted that at the time of the mediation the general view was that the Sandinistas were still distinctly a minority and that once you get rid of Somoza they would become an even smaller minority. 98. A senior Central Americanist expanded on the thinking behind this hitting at the top strategy. If you could get Somoza out and if you could get Robelo or some other leading opposition figure as a successor, we thought that there was a very good chance of mobilizing the anti-Sandinista forces under one banner and thereby drain a very large measure of Sandinista support. 99. Or, as William Jordan Pithley observed, the feeling was that with him gone the basic problem would be settled. 100. For U.S. policymakers, Somoza's willingness to yield political power sooner rather than later also held out the possibility of containing popular demands for socio-economic change within acceptable limits. In mid-December, the New York Times correspondent in Managua reported that Washington is gambling that, once Somoza resigns, support for the guerrillas and pressures for reform will evaporate. 101. But these objectives began to founder on the shoals of an increasingly unrepresentative FAO, under more or less constant State Department pressure to moderate its demands in order to keep Somoza at the bargaining table and sustain the possibility of a non-military solution to the conflict. A vulnerable pressure point, U.S. policy and the fiscal crisis of the Nicaraguan state. Prior to the Chamorro assassination in January 1978, foreign capital saw little reason to change its long-held view of Nicaragua as a safe and profitable haven for investment and accumulation. For the most part, a knowledgeable American banker observed, Somoza created a very positive environment for foreign business in general and U.S. companies in particular. It was stable politically and a profitable place to do business. 102. Following Chamorro's murder and Somoza's ruthless response to the partially business-led general strike, new American investments slowed down to what one Nicaraguan economist called a glacial pace. 103 And even some foreign banks began to talk about reconsolidating their operations. 104. Responding to Somoza allegations of an economic boycott by finance capital, U.S. Ambassador Mauricio Solon told the dictator that the banks had also become increasingly disturbed about the practice of government officials siphoning off portions of each new loan for their own private use. 105 No foreign bank was more concerned over unfolding developments in Nicaragua than Citibank, whose exposure, estimated at $128 million in mid-1977, exceeded that of any of its competitors. Of this amount, about $60 million had been lent directly to the regime, while millions more in loans were made to government banks and other state-related institutions. According to Onofre Torres, who arrived in Managua in May 1977 to manage the Citibank branch, prior to that time, headquarters had not shown much concern about loans made to government entities or whether money was being siphoned off by Somoza personally. Torres and his deputy William Dewey began to take a hard look at Citibank's exposure to certain business groups and try to determine if these companies were economically viable or not. We began to get concerned about the financial situation of the companies we were lending to because of the general deterioration of the economy. The major targets of the investigation were companies owned by the Somoza family. The objective was to reduce outstanding loans and to require the Somoza companies to repay, not roll over, loans. For the most part, the general was prepared to accede to our demands because this was not a problem he needed. 106. Amid the generalized economic crisis, the Chamorro assassination sent another important message to Citibank officials in Managua: things are bad and getting worse. 107. But New York headquarters was reluctant to embrace such pessimistic reports, especially in the light of more positive assessments they were receiving from the Carter administration. New York didn't see the situation was deteriorating as fast as it was from our perspective in 1978, said William Dewey. They were getting briefs in Washington and reporting that Somoza was once again going to weather the storm, that the opposition was not large or powerful enough to mount a two-front war. 108. Still, around the middle of the year, a Citibank executive informed Ambassador Solon that New York was contemplating a gradual decrease in the bank's exposure in Nicaragua due to political trends in the country. Soon after, a decision was taken to reduce the total portfolio by around $10 million. Other U.S. banks also indicated their anxiety over Nicaragua's future by placing country limits on new loans that effectively meant a refusal to provide additional lines of credit unless a particular regime proposal seemed extraordinarily attractive. 109 Not all the American or other foreign banks in Nicaragua followed Citibank's example. Indeed, at this stage the cautious approach adopted by Citibank seemed more the exception than the rule. A number of competitor banks still had unqualified confidence in Somoza's ability to prevent the internal conflict from getting out of hand and aggressively sought to increase their exposure. None of the U.S. banks that didn't have a local presence, or even Bank of America which did, were intimidated by the Chamorro murder and burning down of Citibank's branch. We did everything after that to collect on everybody. We began pulling in and not extending new loans. The Bank of America used this as a competitive opportunity to lure clients away from us. There were varying perceptions among the banks and that continued for many months. 110. On the eve of the August-September upheaval, William Dewey recalled, there was still lively competition. We were taken out in several cases by the Lloyds Bank affiliate, Bank of London. Other foreign banks did not show our concern about the country credit risk. They believed that Somoza could deal with the crisis and were not prepared to abandon him or other members of the private sector. There was still the perception that Somoza would weather the political crisis, that the National Guard was capable. 1. Among the major foreign banks still willing to underwrite the Somoza regime was Italy's Banco Ambrosiano, which established an office for offshore business in the government's newly created free zone and did a lot of business directly with the government and the Somozas. 112 and Swiss Bank Corporation, which had agreed to lend the dictatorship $15 million without strings just prior to the national insurrection. 3. If Citibank's pessimistic assessment of the Nicaraguan situation were not shared by many of its own fraternity, foreign investors and the multilateral development banks were another matter entirely. Both contracted their lending to Nicaragua during 1978. Loans from the MDBs, which totaled $120 million in 1976 to 77, almost dried up completely. The Inter-American Development Bank refusal to approve loan requests was instrumental in forcing the regime to shelve its multi-million-dollar copolar hydroelectric project for. With the exception of two $20 million credits from the Central American Monetary Stabilization Fund, the Somoza dictatorship became increasingly reliant on foreign commercial banks. But even these institutions began to impose harsher lending conditions than previously. The Nicaraguan economy was further undermined by the domestic unrest in the form of large-scale capital flight. It reached record levels in 1978 as between $230 and $255 million left the country, more than half at the instigation of the Somoza family and its closest supporters, for deposit boxes in foreign financial institutions or to purchase arms for the National Guard. 5. Nicaraguan exporters also began to channel more and more of their foreign exchange earnings into overseas banks. Against this background of declining access to funds from abroad and massive outflows of capital, the revival of high-level social and military struggle in August-September 1978 had a particularly devastating impact on the Nicaraguan economy. The popular insurrection destroyed over 600 factories, and enterprise losses in the provincial cities of Masaya, Leon, Chinandega, and Estili alone totaled more than $66 million. Capital flight quickened apace, an estimated $60 million decamped between August 25 and September 21. The inability to maintain normal levels of tax collection due to the hostilities so contracted public revenues that the regime was forced to borrow money from the central bank to cover shortfalls in its regular operating expenses. However, the problem of debt interest repayment obligations could not be resolved in this fashion, raising the distinct possibility of a default, thus alienating the country's foreign private bank creditors, the dictator's only remaining significant source of overseas credits. Compounding these economic woes, Nicaragua's foreign exchange reserves were almost exhausted and international insurers were refusing to make payments on $60 million in war-related damage claims. 6. With the central government about to be overwhelmed by the cumulative impact of these economic and fiscal pressures, Somoza turned for a way out of his predicament to the International Monetary Fund, one of the capitalist world's preeminent financial institutions, which had emerged in the 1970s as perhaps the most important social and economic agenda-setting agency in the Third World. His government formally applied for a special drawing rights $21.6 million loan from the fund's compensatory financing facility, which had been established to help Third World countries experiencing balance of payments difficulties resulting from severe, but temporary, losses in export earnings due to circumstances beyond their control. Following normal procedure, the fund dispatched an inspection mission to Managua to make an on-the-spot assessment. Although unable to travel beyond the capital because the regime could not guarantee its safety, the team prepared an informal report to the IMF Executive Board that was sharply critical of the submission. It argued that primary responsibility for the country's economic plight did not rest with export price fluctuations but was linked to the economic activities of the Somoza family and its allies, specifically, the siphoning off of millions of dollars in foreign aid, year after year, for purposes of private enrichment or equipping the National Guard. 7. On September 15, the Executive Board met to consider the Nicaraguan request, and decided to postpone a final judgment but to keep it under active consideration. The U.S. Executive Director Sam Cross lobbied hard to have the request deferred rather than rejected outright on the grounds that recent political developments in Nicaragua may have further weakened the country's export prospects, thus invalidating the calculations upon which the CFF request was originally based. Deputy Assistant Treasury Secretary for Developing Nations Arnold Nachmanoff put it more succinctly. The U.S. wasn't satisfied that Nicaragua had met the conditions for the CFF 8. NSC Latin American staff specialist Robert Pastor maintained that State and Treasury were united on an overall strategy despite the latter's stress on the importance of guaranteeing the integrity of the IMF. This was not difficult because Somoza had not fulfilled the requirements. Vaki used Bushnell to come up with a whole variety of specific technical criteria by which the IMF should not consider giving the loan. As long as the State Department came forward with technical criteria, Treasury did not question the IMF's right to deny the loan. 9. Both Treasury and State Department officials agreed that more time was needed to clarify the economic situation inside Nicaragua. Treasury official Thomas Letty recalled that the decision not to knock it back completely involved a strong tactical consideration and an underlying feeling that it would not be proper to try and defeat something that might in substance have been right and would have been damaging to the U.S. position in the Fund 120. State was also reluctant to see the request voted down to avoid unnecessarily alienating the Somoza lobby while Congress was debating important international financial institutions legislation. 121 After the IMF announced its decision to put off a final vote, negotiations between Nicaragua and 8 foreign and American banks involving loans totaling $40 million, conditioned on a successful fund outcome, collapsed. 122 Predictably, the Somoza government responded to the IMF action with a mixture of anger and bewilderment. A delegation of senior Nicaraguan officials led by Central Bank President Roberto Inser complained to U.S. Executive Director Cross and Assistant Treasury Secretary Nachmanoff that without a fund seal of approval it would be impossible for the central bank to maneuver financially, repay its debts, and maintain access to private international sector. The Carter officials restated the board's concern over uncertainties about the calculations in the CCF submission but attempted to reassure the delegation that the postponement should not be interpreted as a negative judgment of the request. Washington remains open-minded and would base its final decision on an updated assessment of Nicaragua's economic situation. 123 In mid-October, Central Bank President Inser told a high-ranking American embassy official that Nicaragua's foreign reserves were fast disappearing and that the government intended to submit new requests to the IMF and the Central American Common Market for $30 million and $20 million loans respectively. But the severity of the fiscal crisis was such, he believed, that it would also be necessary to convince the foreign commercial banks to provide an extra $30 million in new credits during 1979. 124 While the Nicaraguan government was still reeling from its treatment at the hands of the IMF, State Department officials broached the possibility of exploiting the parlous state of the country's economy to pressure Somoza to take the mediation negotiations more seriously. In early October, Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher had sent a telegram to the Managua embassy that read in part, "While our basic position is that existing loan and grant agreements constitute binding obligations on the USG, timing of certain disbursements may be important and in some projects consideration might be given to delaying major new steps which would give rise to significant disbursements depending on the progress of mediation." 125. Ambassador Solon was a strong advocate of using aid as a form of leverage to facilitate a successful political outcome. Recent discussions with Inser and a representative of the powerful non-Somoza Banco de America Economic Group, Ecobedo Fernandez, reinforced this conviction. They told him that the government was in dire financial straits, no relief in sight until early next year for the purpose of the mediation effort. The implication is clear: maximum financial pressure can be exerted on Somoza and GAN in the next 2 or 3 months. Nicaragua's economic crisis, the ambassador cabled Washington on October 13, constitutes a potential plus in bringing about a settlement. 126. Despite embassy urging, the administration moved with great circumspection, and ultimately resisted the imposition of significant economic sanctions, preferring to accommodate Somoza's idiosyncrasies and encourage him to take the desired measures voluntarily or risk some vague future retaliation. A few days after Solon's conversation with Inser and Fernandez, the U.S. Export-Import Bank announced that henceforth the export credit programs to Nicaragua would be assessed on a case-by-case basis. But Warren Christopher was quick to assuage Managua's fears by saying that the bank had not gone off cover. It was merely taking a very cautious approach given the current depressed state of the Nicaraguan economy. 127 In early November, the opposition newspaper La Prensa reported subtle U.S. threats to revise Nicaragua's annual 900,000-pound meat export quota to the American market. 128 Lots of things were being proposed, Assistant Secretary of State Vaki recalled, you up to and including the cutting of the meat quota. The question was how to convince Somoza that we were serious, whether about the sugar quota, the meat quota, or suspending aid. The White House would say rather than invoke those sanctions, let's say to Somoza that if you don't do these things bad things are going to happen. We were saying do them and then say to Somoza what are you going to do 129. The White House approach prevailed. As Carter officials considered the economic sanctions option, the IMF Executive Board prepared to reconvene for another round of discussions on the compensatory financing facility loan request. After what the London-based Financial Times characterized as much U.S. arm twisting, the directors once more adjourned without taking a final vote. 130 Secretary of State Vance reported that a clear majority of the board supported the second postponement at our initiative 131. An involved Treasury official attributed the White House stance to the September insurrection and its aftermath, which rendered a second IMF inspection team visit to Nicaragua to assess the quality of the technical data included in the loan request impossible because this time around the Somoza government could not even guarantee its safety in the capital city. Washington's support for another deferral was also linked to the State Department's continuing preoccupation with minimizing Somoza lobby attacks on key executive branch legislation before the House and Senate. Indeed, State went out of its way to assure one of Somoza's leading congressional standard-bearers, Texas Democrat Charles Wilson, that administration votes in the IMF were dictated exclusively by neutral economic factors and did not indicate a shift in policy or a disposition to use economic pressures to force the dictator to accept the mediator's plebiscite proposal. On the IMF, Secretary Vance wrote, we explained to Wilson, at all levels including very senior levels in Treasury and State, that the action we took was for technical reasons 132. Interpreting the IMF's decision to table the CCF loan request for a second time as tantamount to a rejection, the Nicaraguan government withdrew the submission. According to Vyern Vaki, the fund's action really rocked Somoza. 133 It certainly had a powerful negative impact on his relations with the foreign private banking community. Having conditioned the release of major new credits on IMF passage of the CCF request, American, British, Canadian, and other banks with long histories of exposure in Nicaragua began shelving some large pending loan applications on the grounds that the country had failed to regain international financial respectability. During November, the American embassy in Managua witnessed an upsurge in visits by senior officials of U.S. commercial banks expressing concerns about the worsening economic and financial climate. This unease soon turned to alarm when the government resorted to new controls to tackle the problem of a severe shortage of foreign exchange. The embassy reported that 2 American banks had already cut existing lines of credit to Nicaraguan banks and that others are looking hard at their posture vis-a-vis the GON. They have long-range interests in Nicaragua and would like to take a long-range point of view 134. With a gross domestic product of less than $2 billion, a small, resource-weak Central American economy had managed to accumulate over $800 million in long-term debts, more than half of which was owed to these private financial institutions. 135 Against that background, the move by foreign banks to contract their private and public portfolios was quite understandable. By mid-November, the Nicaraguan economy had reached breaking point, forcing the central bank president to officially notify the country's principal foreign creditors that it could not meet its current obligations, an estimated $150 million in interest payments due before the end of 1978, and was applying for a refinancing or rollover of its overseas debt. 136 Instead of panicking, though, most creditor banks still remained optimistic about a quick resolution to the problem. The manager of Citibank's Managua branch explained, the bank said the reason why the government couldn't make the payments was political, a war was going on, it would be resolved soon, and the money would flow back in. That was the belief. Everybody blamed it on a temporary political situation that would be resolved when Somoza left 137. American diplomacy stalled, the collapse of the mediation track. With the passage of time, the broad opposition front began to increasingly reflect the views of a narrowly based agglomeration of right-wing organizations and individuals rather than those of a mass-based, polyclass and dictatorial movement. The mediation strategy had not only split the civilian opposition, it had failed to dislodge Somoza from power and increased support for the FSLN, to the point where most of the anti-Somoza forces inside Nicaragua were willing to let the plebiscite collapse rather than endorse any outcome that excluded the Sandinistas from a role in the political transition commensurate with their contribution to the anti-regime struggle. In the large urban centers, the insurgents' growing popularity also gave them a powerful weapon to render any plebiscite meaningless, either by directing its constituencies to abstain from voting or preempting the vote by launching a new military offensive. To undercut the latter option, Washington again resorted to diplomatic pressures, targeting the anti-Somoza regimes in Caracas, Panama City, and San Jose in an effort to curtail any planned FSLN attack. But what Ambassador Baudelaire discovered upon his arrival in Costa Rica and Panama to press for a rupture in ties with the FSLN unless the Sandinista High Command accepted the plebiscite proposal was that the anti-Somoza struggle so popular in these countries that such anti-rebel moves politically impossible for their governments. 138. On December 20, amid threats by Nationalist Liberal Party negotiators to halt talks unless the FAO agreed to participate in a government of national unity if Somoza topped the plebiscite vote and to withdraw a demand that the dictator go into exile if he lost, the mediators presented an expanded and revised plebiscite draft to the warring parties. Although it still retains such key features of the original document as an internationally supervised vote and reform of the National Guard, there were changes designed to make it more palatable to Somoza. For instance, the dictator no longer had to abide by an FAO demand to leave the country during the election campaign, he was only required to resign from his National Guard post. The plebiscite would determine Somoza's political fate and the results would only be accepted as meaningful if there was effective compliance with measures adopted for the full observance of constitutional guarantees, amnesty, pardons, and media reforms. Effective compliance included immediate overseas postings for two leading National Guard officials, the dictator's half-brother General José Somoza, director of the National Guard, and his eldest son, Major Anastasio Somoza, head of the military training school. Until the process was completed, the Guard's confinement to barracks 72 hours before voting began, international supervision of the state-run media to ensure both sides equal access during the campaign period, and a prohibition on either the FAO or the PLN using government personnel or resources in support of their electoral goals. A Somoza victory would empower him to form a new government and require the FAO to accept the role of a constructive and peaceful opposition. A defeat would be followed by resignation and exile within 3 days, although his obligatory sojourn abroad would only extend until May 1981. 139. In the event of an FAO triumph, the new president would name a cabinet composed jointly of FAO, PLN, and independent representatives along the lines set out in the earlier document. Significantly, the mediators demanded no changes in, or reorganization of, the pro-Somoza Congress. Thus, whatever the outcome, conservative political forces would still play a prominent role within a new government of national reconciliation. The day of the mediators' latest proposal, Ambassador Solon cabled the State Department to the effect that Somoza was intent on deliberately sabotaging the negotiations in the belief that he has weathered the storm and can now dispense with the mediation, pinning responsibility for its failure on the FAO's refusal to participate in a Somoza-led government should he win the plebiscite. A combination of factors explain the dictator's growing confidence: the defeat of Acción Democrática in the Venezuelan presidential elections, new Costa Rican government curbs on Sandinista guerrilla activities in that country, indications that Panamanian President General Omar Torrijos was waning in his support for the FSLN, an easing of financial pressures on the regime, and the absence of a unified and effective civilian opposition. 140. Secretary Vance instructed the embassy to tell Somoza that the FAO's refusal to join a regime led by him is not a valid argument for refusing to negotiate a plebiscite package, and that in the absence of a rapid and successful conclusion to negotiations, bilateral ties will be strongly affected. 141. In another attempt to persuade Somoza to modify apparent stonewalling, 142 State enlisted the help of the Defense Department, historically the dynasty's most consistent bureaucratic ally. Since Carter's election, the Pentagon had opposed any policy shift on strategic grounds or in the belief that Washington's options were limited in any case. If the department thought about Nicaragua at all, said Assistant Secretary for International Security Affairs David McGifford, it was, well, Somoza's there, an unsavory fellow, but there is not much we can do about it. I-43. However, the events of August-September jolted the Pentagon no less than the rest of the imperial state. Officials started pondering whether the upheaval signaled the beginnings of a very unhealthy period of instability that might have strategic implications for the rest of Central America. They felt that some of Somoza's internal policies weren't necessarily conducive to long-term interests of the government or Nicaragua or the United States. 144. But, at least initially, there was considerable hesitation about going down the mediation road. The department was nervous about mediation, states Wade Matthews remembered. They didn't like it and thought it would come a cropper. 145. Many within the coercive agency still adhered to the notion that the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. I-46. At the same time, senior officials began to accept the reality of the situation. A regime change was increasingly likely, probably sooner rather than later. In that circumstance, the Pentagon's Director of Inter-American Affairs Admiral Gordon Schuller explained, the overriding issue became that of preventing a second Cuba. The Pentagon recognized a change had to take place and wanted change to take place, but in an orderly fashion. The Pentagon didn't want the Marxists, leftists, Sandinistas to be in charge. All defense wanted was stability. If a dictatorship, that's fine. If a democracy, that's fine. But a stable government. Didn't want another Cuban situation. That worried defense. All defense was after was stability. A good military dictatorship was fine, a good civilian government was better. 147. A mid-November background paper prepared by the Western Hemisphere Division for Defense Secretary Harold Brown also dwelt on the likely negative strategic implications for U.S. interests throughout Central America if Somoza sought to hold onto political power. 148. Hoping to persuade Somoza of the Pentagon's equally strong commitment to achieving a peaceful resolution of the crisis, 149. Secretary Vance authorized Lieutenant General Dennis McAuliffe, the head of Southern Command in Panama, to accompany William Bowdler to a December 21 meeting with the Nicaraguan leader. McAuliffe dispelled any illusions Somoza may still have harbored about the agency's stance. There was broad acceptance, including the Joint Chiefs of Staff, of the necessity for a regime change. The prospect of a more radical outcome increased the longer the conflict persisted, bringing with it the threat of shockwaves throughout the region. At the same time, McAuliffe gave the dictator assurances that the National Guard would play an important role in any future government of the country, even though it might be necessary to change the institution's makeup, complexion, and image. 150. This was the subject of ongoing discussions between U.S. military officials and Guard officers. Ambassador Bowdler confined his remarks largely to criticism of Somoza's obstructionist attitude toward the mediation proceedings, singling out his insistence that the FAO agree to join the government if he won the plebiscite. 151. Both American officials cautioned that failure to achieve a swift and successful outcome would strongly affect the overall relationship between Washington and Managua. 152. But not even Pentagon entreaties could change Somoza's mind about the mediator's December 20 plebiscite proposal. He persisted in his objections to overseas assignments for National Guard family members, or to his own exile for any time period should he lose the election. The official PLN reply accused the document of violating the Constitution, and refused to countenance the elimination of the voter inscription system and other specific changes. What angered the dictator most, though, was the proposed control and organization of the referendum, instead of mere oversight of the process by an international authority. This latest example of Somoza intransigence produced new divisions and morale problems among an opposition that had already agreed to abide by the mediator's plan. 153 Political Commission member Alfonso Robello declared that the FAO/PLN negotiations were now on the verge of a breakdown. 154. Meanwhile, those groups that had withdrawn from the FAO, the Group of 12, the Union of Nicaraguan Workers, the Popular Social Christian Party, the United People's Movement, and the Independent Liberal Party, charged that by continuing to participate in the U.S. orchestrated peace process, the FAO remnants bore major responsibility for the disunity of the anti-Somoza forces. Upon their return to Washington, Baudelaire and McAuliffe proposed that Somoza be given an ultimatum: adopt a more flexible negotiating posture or the ambassador, defense personnel, Agency for International Development officials, and Peace Corps workers will be recalled. At its December 22 meeting, the Special Coordination Committee decided to send Baudelaire to meet again with Somoza and issue a stern démarche calling for a definitive response to the plebiscite plan by December 28. The Interagency Committee also recommended simultaneous statements by prominent legislators and a private communication from President Carter to Somoza to the effect that a further rebuff to the mediators would lead to retaliatory measures along the lines proposed by the envoys. 155 Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher, though, was pessimistic about the outcome. In an update to all regional embassies, he wrote that the negotiations were at an impasse which could lead to collapse. The PLN had adopted a tough and uncompromising line, and there was a real possibility that Somoza may now be prepared to torpedo the mediation and the plebiscite. 156. The flurry of high-level activity was not confined to Washington. In Managua, Ambassador Solon kept up a busy schedule of meetings with opposition leaders to urge support for the mediation effort. 157. Instead of compliant allies, however, he ran into a barrage of criticism over Washington's perceived lack of pressure on Somoza to do likewise. And there was a second blunt message: efforts to resolve the conflict were not helped by Carter administration hostility toward the FSLN. The White House must adopt a more flexible approach toward the Sandinistas, including some public action to explain to the FSLN that the U.S. was not hostile to true change in Nicaragua and would stop undermining their international collections. 158. While the ambassador balked at raising this issue with his superiors, he dismissed any plebiscite counter-proposal as an attempt by Somoza to escape shouldering full responsibility for failure of the talks. But should the mediation fail, he warned the department against a return to business as usual with Somoza on the grounds that it would destroy our credibility with the moderate democratic forces in Nicaragua. I-59. By the fourth week of December, embassy reports were suggesting that neither the FAO nor the government would be unduly disappointed if the mediation process did indeed collapse. Somoza had strengthened his military position and appeared supremely confident that he could resist both internal attacks and international pressures. In any event, he was likely to seize on the opposition's refusal to serve under him should he win the election as the most convenient pretext for sabotaging the talks. The FAO, on the other hand, although still uncertain about its electoral prospects, was convinced that the outside world would blame the dictator for any breakdown of negotiations, which would inevitably produce increased American pressure on him to resign. 160. On the day the White House finally expressed a willingness to impose sanctions in an effort to force Somoza to participate in elections, the dictator unveiled his long-awaited counter-proposal. The document turned out to be nothing more than a composite of earlier positions that had already been rejected by the mediators and the FAO. These included 4 key demands: the plebiscite must be organized and controlled by a national authority, the vote must only determine whether Somoza finishes his constitutional term as president or convenes a constituent assembly to organize a provisional government, neither Somoza nor members of his family would be required to leave the country if the opposition won the plebiscite, and the ground rules operating in previous elections would remain in force during the plebiscite. 161 Under-Secretary of State David Newsom predicted that this scenario will almost certainly be unacceptable to the FAO. 162. The State Department immediately recalled Ambassadors Baudelaire and Solon and General McAuliffe for consultations. In Baudelaire's view, the next move was obvious. Somoza was deliberately nickel and diming the mediation to death and, at the risk of a further deterioration in U.S. FAO relations, the counter-proposal must be rejected out of hand. He told Secretary Vance that a prolonged crisis could well destabilize other Allied governments and American interests throughout the sub-region. 163 Vaki and other senior department officials agreed. The FAO poured scorn on the Somoza document, reaffirmed its support for the mediator's December 20 plan, and expressed the hope that Washington would at last stop mollycoddling the dictator. To keep the process alive, however, the opposition intimated that it might be willing to relent on its public demand that General José Somoza and Major Anastasio Somoza leave their National Guard posts and go into exile prior to the plebiscite 164. Still reluctant to give up on a mediated solution, the president insisted that Somoza receive another benefit of the doubt. It was little wonder that the dictator paid scant attention to what must have sounded like hollow warnings from other officials that unless he adopted a more flexible posture the whole gamut of relations could be affected. 165 The mediators were instructed to revise the December 20 proposal on the basis of a formula allowing the election to be formally administered by a national plebiscite authority in accord with PLN Somoza demands while simultaneously preserving the control, integrity, and acceptability provided by an internationally conducted vote. L66 terming Somoza's scheme a joke and a fraud. The American Embassy's Deputy Chief of Mission James Cheek asked to be relieved of his post after it became clear that Carter would not get tough and insist that Somoza had to go. 167. Ambassador Solon continued to bear the brunt of opposition frustration over what it viewed as Washington's excessive forbearance in the face of Somoza's electoral machinations. On January 4, 1979, he was sharply rebuffed by an FAO Conservative Party delegation when he tried to test FAO willingness to accept any further changes in their position. Undeterred, the ambassador probed for a new opening, wonder about the FAO attitude if the GON would make concessions and accept a plebiscite free from coercion and honestly administered. An FAO leader said that the front would agree to cosmetic changes in the December 20 plan if there were effective controls over the plebiscite and some public evidence that Somoza is willing to cede power. 168. Later that day, Solon briefed officials of the Nicaraguan Development Institute who expressed profound displeasure over the Carter administration's failure to denounce Somoza for the apparent breakdown of negotiations. Furthermore, they called on the White House to mobilize global financial sanctions against the dictatorship, maintaining that Somoza only understands pressure and that violence is the only alternative to international pressure. If violence increases, they believe, it will be at the expense of the moderate, pro-U.S. groups. 169. The American ambassador termed this view that Somoza could be forced from office provided there is strong U.S. pressure, unrealistic, even naive. They apparently have not considered, or are unwilling to contemplate, the possibility that despite all possible external pressure Somoza may have sufficient holding power to continue in control for prolonged period. 170. The mediators' revisions of the December 20 plebiscite proposal were completed by the second week of January 1979. In a concession to Somoza, it provided for a referendum administered by a bipartisan national agency composed of members of the governing PLN, the FAO, and independents. But the mediators stood firm on the need to vest ultimate responsibility for the plebiscite in an international authority, either the Organization of American States or a multinational commission. 171. Predictably, Somoza and the PLN balked, insisting on a nationally supervised election as well as the prior inscription of voters and other traditional features of past elections. In the absence of this kind of control over the process, the regime had apparently concluded it could not win a popular mandate. This response finally exhausted the limits of White House tolerance. A frustrated Ambassador Baudelaire was reported favorably disposed to a National Guard coup if the outcome was a business-dominated government. 172 The mediation collapse was a devastating political blow to the conservative and moderate anti-Somoza forces. Washington had extracted one concession after another from the FAO in the process of trying to get Somoza out without leaving a power vacuum into which the Sandinistas could jump, 173 eventually fracturing whatever consensus it may have initially enjoyed, paralyzing its ability to act, and destroying its credibility as a viable, structured alternative to the dictatorship. By January 1979, the FAO had lost one-third of its original membership, leaving the organization dominated by conservative business rightist groups and individuals with little or no popular base of support. As the mediation ground to a halt, one opposition leader remarked to State Department officials that those groups leaving the FAO are being drawn to join forces with more radical opposition. 174. Washington's ability to promote an acceptable regime change in Nicaragua during the latter part of 1978 was enormously complicated, and eventually undermined, by Somoza's obdurate and stubborn behavior. Boldened by a White House that was not firmly resolved to force his departure, 175 the client kept throwing up roadblocks to each of the mediator's proposals and declared time and again that he would not abandon power voluntarily before his term expired in May 1981. Throughout the negotiations, Somoza concentrated his energies on military matters. The strength of the National Guard almost doubled from 7,500 to over 14,000 troops, augmented by large-scale weapons purchases from Israel and smaller arms acquisitions from Argentina, El Salvador, Guatemala, Brazil, South Africa, and the Bahamas. Jerusalem had earlier provided the weapons and transport planes that enabled Somoza to crush the September FSLN insurrection, and its continued military support added to the dictator's confidence that he could surmount any foreseeable domestic challenge. 176 American reluctance to challenge this Israeli-Nicaraguan alliance was not unrelated to the Camp David Mideast summit, which more or less coincided with the Sandinista uprising, and its aftermath. As one commentator observed, the U.S. government didn't want to squander its capital on Nicaragua when it had something that appeared infinitely more important going. 177. In the most candid official assessment of the mediation failure, Assistant Secretary of State Viren Vaki admitted that Washington had anticipated neither Somoza's fundamental rigidity and refusal to make any concessions indicating a willingness to eventually relinquish power nor his intention to string out the talks to gain time in the belief that he could strengthen the National Guard and simply hold on. 178. Missing from this statement was any reference to the administration's apparently inept efforts to exploit moments of institutional discord within the National Guard officer corporate over the dictator's behavior. According to Richard Millett, the one former U.S. military attaché who really knew the National Guard received only one phone call from the State Department during the entire crisis. When some National Guard officers revolted in September 1978, the State Department called him at Fort Bragg and asked if he knew them. That was at 179. The mediation episode graphically exposed the gap between Washington's rhetoric and practice. Despite periodic threats of retaliation and warnings of a major policy reassessment, the White House appeared always willing to go the extra step to accommodate Somoza's maneuvers and delaying tactics. It repeatedly backed away from a more forceful approach, what Ambassador Solon called a credible ultimatum. 180. One State Department 7th floor policymaker laid the blame squarely at the door of a vacillating president who was unsure of how to proceed and let policy drift. He elaborated. The plebiscite proposals gave the White House good warm feelings. There was strong resistance in the White House to anything anti-Somoza. Every time Somoza came up with the plebiscite, it carried weight with senior political levels in the White House. Basically, the White House considered this an eggshells issue and was tiptoeing around when it should have been far more forceful in pursuing policy. 181. The uncertain fate of the administration's two key legislative programs, the Foreign Aid Bill and Panama Canal treaties, also affected Carter's handling of the Nicaragua issue. Confronting a situation where Somoza's congressional allies were capable of, and threatening to, sabotage these requests, Chief of Staff Hamilton Jordan repeatedly told the president that you can endanger the greatest achievement of your administration, the Panama Canal legislation. And for what? Nicaragua, 182. The administration went to extraordinary lengths to avoid provoking the ire of the dictator's most prominent and influential cronies on Capitol Hill. Ambassador Solon gave one example. "I remember one day, during the mediation, Somoza was told privately by the administration that foreign assistance would be curtailed. Congressman John Murphy and Charles Wilson came to Managua to see what the mediation was doing to help Somoza. I received a cable from the State Department that when they came to see me I should not tell them we had curtailed the disbursement of loans. Immediately. Mediation and frustration under Carter 167. Wilson and Murphy went back to Somoza and said to him that he didn't have to worry about these loans. 183 Byron Vaki thought that Murphy and Wilson put such a lot of pressure on the administration that it became a little intimidated, while his State Department colleague David Newsom accused the two legislators of almost single-handedly sabotaging the mediation. Murphy was in constant contact with Somoza and encouraged him to resist the suggestions of the mediators and was citing his own clout on Capitol Hill. Somoza felt up to the end that he had political clout on Capitol Hill and didn't have to pay attention to what the Carter administration was trying to do. 184. On January 26, 1979, the Policy Review Committee convened to discuss Nicaragua. A State Department paper seriously questioned whether there was any point in further negotiations with Somoza given his apparent refusal to support a plebiscite process that he could not manipulate. The FAO opposed additional concessions on the grounds that it would trigger more defections from its ranks, and the mediators did not want to continue a dialogue that would only serve to weaken the position of the moderate forces. But this deadlock posed the danger that the moderate opposition will disintegrate, lead to further polarization and radicalization of the body politic with the attendant negative impact on other Central American countries. Therefore, the critical question for the PRC was whether to distance ourselves from Somoza, and thereby encourage the moderate opposition, or simply allow the mediation to lapse and maintain relations with Somoza. In reaching its decision, the PRC had to weigh a number of factors, not least Washington's responsibility for the fate of the moderate forces whom it actively encouraged to negotiate with Somoza, and who are now exposed and look to us for moral support. 185. The meeting quickly agreed that sanctions against the Somoza regime could no longer be avoided, if only to reinforce U.S. support for the civilian opposition. But still not wishing to signal a major break with its client, it recommended symbolic retaliation only. 186. The White House concurred. In early February, the State Department announced the cancellation of the U.S. military aid program, which meant the loss of $800,000 in the pipeline, the withdrawal of American military personnel in Nicaragua, the permanent suspension of development. 168. Loans totaling $10.5 million, a freeze on new economic assistance except for basic human needs programs nearing completion, and a reduction of the Managua embassy staff by more than 50%. 187. To one career diplomat, however, this punishment was further confirmation of a president who wouldn't bite the bullet either way. That is, he wouldn't say let's get out of this mess and let Somoza stew in his own juice, or no, let's get tough with Somoza. L88. Legislative concerns, the illusory belief among some policymakers that a settlement is still possible. 189. A lull in the military struggle, the perception of a divided and paralyzed opposition incapable of seriously challenging the regime or the state, and CIA reports that Somoza's chances of remaining in office until May 1981 were better than ever. 190. All contributed to the White House's rejection of more drastic sanctions. Arguably, though, no one factor was more important in constraining a harder line approach than the lack of certainty over what would follow in the event of Somoza's ouster. The Secretary of State's Special Assistant on Regional Affairs Peter Tarnoff emphasized the constant worry over a premature transition. There was considerable concern over the absence of a third force alternative. When it looked obvious that was not going to happen, the administration became concerned about a too rigid movement from one regime to another. The Democratic opposition was not capable or viable, and there seemed no way to guarantee the Democratic opposition a prominent position in the post-Somoza period. 191. Conclusion. U.S. efforts to mediate a solution to the Nicaraguan crisis during the latter months of 1978 illustrate the centrality of the state regime distinction in the making of American foreign policy. The possibility of a challenge for political and state power by a democratic mass social movement forced Washington to begin the process of disengaging from a traditional Third World ally in order to promote a regime change that would ensure the continuity of the old state, thereby preventing any likelihood of a challenge to U.S. permanent interests. The White House push for a negotiated transition was an attempt to focus the debate on a narrow set of political/legal changes. The goal was to facilitate the ascendancy of the center-right anti-regime opposition forces over and against the guerrilla political left anti-regime movements, while minimizing changes in the socio-economic model as well as the state institutions. Between January 1977 and mid-1978, Carter administration policy was confined to human rights criticisms, military aid sanctions, and diplomatic pressures on Somoza to begin a dialogue with, and make concessions to, those civilian protagonists who were willing to cohabit with the regime and work with the existing state institutions. These efforts were frustrated by a recalcitrant client and Washington's preference for working through Somoza, which blinded it to the emergence of a broad-based opposition movement and the regime's eroding political support. The upheavals of August-September 1978, a general strike and mass insurrection, dramatically revealed Somoza's vulnerability and forced U.S. policymakers to acknowledge that the dictatorship was less firmly in control of its population than they had previously believed. Forced to take account of these internal developments, but still reluctant to apply direct and forceful pressure on the client, the White House settled on a strategy of mediation as the most elegant way of being activist at the time. 192. The U.S. hoped this proposed political solution to the Nicaraguan crisis would halt the growing popular radicalization, get Somoza to voluntarily leave office, ensure that non-Sandinista forces would dominate the new regime, and preserve the traditional role of the National Guard as the coercive apparatus of the state in the transition and post-transition period. The last objective was at the forefront of policy deliberations throughout the mediation period and was a powerful argument in favor of a negotiated settlement. For an extended and drawn-out military conflict, Washington reasoned, correctly in hindsight, maximized the possibility of an eventual FSLN victory and the loss of both the regime and the state. Somoza, however, had his own, quite different agenda. It soon became apparent that he perceived mediation as an opportunity to reconsolidate his political and military hold on office. Once the mediation began, Carter administration judgments divided over possible U.S. courses of action. NSC advisor Brzezinski cautioned against precipitating a regime change in the absence of a suitable replacement and seriously doubted that the acceptable opposition elements were currently strong enough or sufficiently united to take over the reins of government. Others, notably Ambassador Baudelaire and Assistant Secretary of State Vaki, assigned the first priority to getting rid of the dictatorship. The mediation effort became a conflict, said one official, between Baudelaire and Vaki, who really felt we should put maximum pressure on Somoza and get him out, and those people such as Brzezinski, and even Vance, who spoke of the constitutional issue. An American president cannot push a constitutional president from his perch. L93. Yet, for all its moralistic, non-interventionist rhetoric, the White House was not averse to specific forms of direct involvement in Nicaragua's internal conflict. During 1978, for instance, President Carter had no qualms about putting his signature to a writing that authorized covert CIA intervention in support of the moderate anti-Somoza forces. 194. Increasingly convinced that popular support for the Sandinistas and widespread hostility toward Somoza were opposite sides of the same coin, Washington tried, without success, to get the Nicaraguan leader to voluntarily leave office before his term expired. The explanation for this lack of success was twofold. First was the administration's excessive forbearance toward the client's duplicitous behavior in order to keep him at the bargaining table and pacify the Somoza lobby. There was also a reluctance to exploit the vulnerable economic pressure point. Initiatives here were limited to selective aid cutbacks, votes to postpone Nicaraguan loan requests to the IMF, and vague threats, not acted upon, to impose more far-reaching sanctions. While Deputy Assistant Secretary of State John Bushnell argued that the IMF votes sent a clear message to Somoza that we were turning up the heat, 195 American officials at the time insisted that these actions were based exclusively on economic and technical flaws in the submissions and did not constitute political pressure on the regime. Furthermore, those American commercial banks that decided to contract their exposure in Nicaragua were not encouraged to do so by Washington. On the contrary, it stemmed from their own perceptions about the future of the political-economic climate in Nicaragua. Second, American policymakers underestimated the growing strength of the Sandinista movement as part of a broader failure to adequately sense the shifting nature of the political-military struggle. Their continuing belief that it was possible to achieve a negotiated solution that marginalized or excluded the FSLN offers no better illustration of this point. Even the most conservative opponents of the dictator, Washington's closest allies, declared that such an approach was totally unrealistic and could not succeed. In seeking to accommodate Somoza's demands at almost every turn, the U.S. co-opted, pressured and, ultimately, so compromised the non-radical opposition that it disintegrated as a significant political force. When Somoza's actions finally exceeded the limits of Washington's tolerance, signaling the collapse of the mediation track, the White House again revealed its opposition to a definitive political or economic break with the dictatorship by authorizing retaliatory measures that consisted of limited or symbolic sanctions only. We blinked on pushing hard to get Somoza out in late 1978 and blinked on getting the mediation proposals enacted, remarked a disillusioned State Department official. That's when things fell apart. 196. The breakdown of the mediation, undermined by a combination of inadequate policy calculations and conflicts with the client dictator, led the U.S. government to discontinue its pressure on Somoza during the first quarter of 1979 in the apparent belief that the threat of mass insurrection had passed and the non-radical civilian opposition was incapable of bringing about a regime change. In late May, to Washington's considerable surprise, the Sandinistas detonated a new wave of insurrectionary struggle that in less than 2 months produced the very outcome the Carter White House had fought hardest to prevent: the military defeat of Somoza, the disintegration of the National Guard, and the FSLN capture of political and state power in Nicaragua. 196 Interview with Malcolm Barnaby. Washington ruptures a historic relationship, dumping the dictator to save the state. In May 1979, after more than 4 decades of support for the Somoza family dynasty in Nicaragua, the threat to the state posed by a popular revolutionary movement led by Sandinista guerrillas forced Washington to adopt a position in favor of supporting a regime change. This policy shift was inextricably linked to dramatic changes in the nature of the socio-political and military struggles. After the September 1978 insurrectionary upheaval, the FSLN embarked on a concerted effort to broaden its political base, supporting the establishment of the United People's Movement and, subsequently, the National Patriotic Front. The emergence of structured urban support networks, including armed militias, civil defense units, and neighborhood committees, complemented these moves. The Sandinistas further consolidated their hegemonic status among the anti-regime forces when the three tendencies resolved their tactical and strategic differences, and established a unified high command. Within the space of 9 months, the FSLN was transformed from an organization numbering approximately 600 active members to unchallenged head of a mass social movement of wage workers, urban poor, peasants, students, property owners, and church people, and their respective political, labor, and civic organizations. This severely complicated Washington's ability to gain control of events and shape their outcome in a manner compatible with U.S. permanent interests. Between January and April 1979, the military conflict escalated from relatively small-scale, rurally based confrontations to major clashes in cities and towns. On March 8, for instance, American Embassy Charge d'Affaires Frank Tucker reported that fighting between the Guardia and increasingly large groups of Sandinistas is intensifying in the northern mountains and in areas in the south, some within 20 to 30 miles of Managua too. Accompanying these developments was rising National Guard violence against civilian non-combatants suspected of supporting the FSLN. One American embassy cable did not mince words. Reports of human rights abuse in the form of beatings, torture and deaths appear daily. 3. In late May, the Sandinistas announced a new nationwide offensive to oust the ruling family from power. By mid-July, the FSLN controlled all major provincial cities and towns, and stood poised on the brink of military victory in Managua, leaving the Carter administration with one of two options: direct military intervention to safeguard U.S. national security, or accommodation to the inevitability of a Sandinista military victory over a historic client regime and state in Central America. When American policymakers first began to seriously contemplate the possibility of a political transition in Nicaragua, the survival of the National Guard, restructured and under new leadership, emerged as a fundamental strategic priority. We wanted to split the National Guard from Somoza. If we could drive a wedge between Somoza and the National Guard, then we thought we could win over important elements of the Guard and keep it intact as an organization, and a new National Guard would be an agent for law and order under a new regime. 4. Washington's efforts to pry the Guard loose from Somoza's iron grip, however, proved a formidable, and ultimately unattainable, goal. The dictator was able to retain the loyalty of his officer corporate through an effective manipulation of professional ambitions and personal needs. Somoza personally makes all decisions on promotions, a knowledgeable Nicaraguan commented at the time of the October 1977 Sandinista-led national uprising. If one of them gets sick, he goes to Somoza for help. If he needs a loan, he gets it from Somoza. 5. As a result, said a Pentagon official, the military institution itself was secondary to the personal bonds between the officer corps and Somoza. 6. The Nicaraguan leader also moved swiftly during 1978 and 1979 to purge Guard officers suspected of supporting Carter policy goals, making any White House effort to sever the Guard's allegiance to the regime that much more difficult. 7. Post-mediation U.S. policy, accommodating Somoza. Throughout 1977 and 1978, Carter policy toward Nicaragua was based on manipulating a two-track approach: criticism of specific Somoza regime practices and declarations of support for segments of the opposition movement interspersed with concessions to the dictatorship. This had the practical effect of, at least temporarily, strengthening Somoza's position and confirming his belief that Washington was not committed to a confrontationist policy to force him from office. During the brief interregnum between the collapse of efforts to negotiate a solution to the Nicaraguan conflict and the climactic military encounter in the summer of 1979, the Carter White House abandoned efforts to force Somoza to leave the presidency before May 1981. It was not willing to apply maximum pressure to force Somoza out, complained a number of State Department officials. It was basically reluctant to face up to telling Somoza he had to leave. 8. Assistant Secretary of State Vaki acknowledged that the U.S. did deal differently with Somoza during this period, largely as a consequence of the mediation debacle. It was a period in which there were no options there that made any sense. Policy was in disarray. The middle really broke up with the mediation. The effect was a belief that Somoza was really strong enough to probably finish out his term. 9. Ambassadors Petsulo and Moss placed more emphasis on Somoza's armed forces buildup, which inclined Washington to think that the threat of mass insurrection had passed. At worst, the military conflict had devolved into a kind of stalemate. Somoza couldn't defeat the Sandinistas and the Sandinistas couldn't defeat Somoza. Therefore, there was no great urgency to do anything drastic. 10. The basic dilemma U.S. policymakers faced in contemplating the possibility of a regime change remained what it had always been: what could possibly take Somoza's place that would be in our interest? 11. If the dictator had his way, it would be a hand-picked successor. In 1981, who would allow him to retain direct or predominant control over the NG-12? In late February, Somoza indicated a desire to normalize relations with the U.S. and re-involve the USG in seeking a political solution to the internal conflict. Ambassador Solon interpreted this overture as evidence that Washington's measures of disassociation were hurting the regime economically and politically. 13 Secretary Vance agreed, terming proposed Nicaraguan government reforms nothing more than an attempt to regain USG support for an underwriting of Somoza's policy. For Washington to take new diplomatic initiatives at the request of an autocratic leader who had deliberately sabotaged prior efforts, and at a time when he was relatively strong, would only discourage the opposition and project an image of U.S. identity with the gone. The current climate was not conducive to productive new initiatives, Vance wrote. Therefore, our posture should be cool but correct, while we assess the internal correlation of forces and possible new opportunities. 14. Even so, the White House could still not bring itself to forcefully pursue a regime change. Possible domestic political consequences of AU's orchestrated transition ranked high on the agenda of concerns. First was the impact it might have on the president's re-election chances. It was a shaky presidency already, said a senior foreign policy official. The administration had to think what the ouster of Somoza by a liberal American president would do in the way of damage among many conservative constituencies in the United States. 15. Second was its likely fallout on the Panama Canal treaties, the highest priority item on the White House Latin American agenda. The prospect of razor-thin majorities in both houses of Congress for passage of the canal treaties posed a major problem for an executive branch attempting to formulate a Nicaragua policy without provoking the wrath of influential Somoza supporters on Capitol Hill. On March 16, the Senate ratified the treaties by the slimmest of margins, one vote more than the necessary two-thirds majority. Implementation, however, required the passage of companion legislation through the House as well as the Senate. With the Congress almost evenly split between supporters and opponents, the Somoza lobby moved to exploit this opportunity in an attempt to gain more favorable U.S. treatment for the dictatorship. 16 Led by the chairman of the House Merchant Marine and Fisheries Committee John Murphy, the treaty opponents targeted the Panamanian government of General Omar Torrijos, which it accused of smuggling weapons to the Sandinistas. The day before the scheduled full House vote on the treaty implementing legislation, the dictator's allies forced the chamber to meet in secret sessions for the first time in 150 years to consider the accusations they were leveling against the Torrijos regime. The evidence submitted was so flimsy and lacking in credibility that it failed to convince more than a few legislators outside of the Somoza cabal. Nonetheless, President Carter had reportedly informed the Panamanian head of state Aristides Royo that Washington contemplated no new moves against Somoza prior to a favorable House vote on the canal treaties. 17 The administration's policy reversal on Nicaraguan loan applications to the International Monetary Fund was also symptomatic of its post-mediation approach toward the autocratic regime. After the fund, at White House urging, twice postponed a vote on a request for aid in late 1978, Managua had informed the country's overseas creditor banks that it could not maintain current payments schedules and asked for a debt restructuring. In December, the bankers turned down an initial request. 18 The following February, Nicaraguan central bank officials returned with a more detailed proposal, including a request for a new 8-year $88 million loan, reportedly to enable the government to repay medium-term debts falling due in late 1979. They told the creditor banks that the country had a serious political problem but that they were taking care of the problem, and were trying to hold the flow of dollars by keeping liquidity at a minimum. 19. Although the smaller banks voiced reluctance to increase their exposure in such a politically volatile setting for what seemed an inordinately long period, at least one of the larger banks was in general, very receptive to extending new lines of credit. 20 While the creditors agreed to form a committee to discuss the Nicaraguan request, one message came through loud and clear to the Somoza officials at the February meeting: the regime's chances of obtaining new loans would substantially improve if it reached an accord with the IMF, whom commercial lenders to the Third World had increasingly begun to view as the enforcer of economic development programs that gave the highest priority to countries meeting their international debt obligations. The Nicaraguan delegation had conferred with fund officials in Washington, D.C. before meeting the private bankers in New York City, where much of the talk, as suggested above, centered around the effort Nicaragua was making to reach an agreement with the Fund 21. That March, the dictatorship submitted a request to the IMF for 3 stabilization loans totaling approximately $65 million. An internal Treasury Department memorandum prepared for Secretary W. Michael Blumenthal said that the fund response would significantly influence the country's prospects for successful debt refinancing and access to new large-scale foreign loans. 22 Meanwhile, the creditor banks' dialogue about Nicaraguan lending revealed a widening rift between Citibank, the most exposed of all the private lenders, and its competitor institutions. The major disagreement was over the likely future of the regime. The response to Citibank's pessimistic assessment, presented at 3 prior mini-conferences, and a second meeting of all the creditor banks in the New York City office of Merrill Lynch in May, 1979, was decidedly frosty. Citibank's Managua branch manager Onofre Torres attended all 4 meetings. The discussion was about when things were going to get better in Nicaragua. I was asked how serious was the threat to the Somoza government. I said there was absolutely no doubt it will be overthrown within the next 30 days and there was no way renegotiation will go through. There was no point in doing anything until the new government took over. I do remember feeling at these meetings that Citibank was the bad guy and everyone wanted to dissociate themselves from us. They refused to heed Citibank's warning, mostly out of ignorance of what was happening in Nicaragua. The only contact with Nicaragua most of the foreign banks had, including the U.S. banks, was through their correspondent banks who basically told them that Somoza was dealing with the problem. A few banks' actions were predominantly shaped by their extensive financial ties with the regime. The most notable among these was the Swiss Bank Corporation, the bulk of whose $100 million exposure had been lent to enterprises owned by the ruling family. 23 Over at the IMF, the staff had presented its confidential report on the Nicaraguan submission in late April, which seriously questioned whether the traditional criteria for fund assistance to overcome a temporary external sector crisis could be met. The report found there was no case for providing compensatory financing facility funds because the value of exports declined only marginally in 1978, which was more than offset by a $168 million fall in import costs, producing a positive trade balance exceeding $38 million. Moreover, 1979 projections indicated an upward trend in exports and a further drop in imports, resulting in a trade surplus of $188 million and an overall surplus on the current account of more than $55 million. The fundamental cause of Nicaragua's financial crisis was not a severe temporary export shortfall or balance of payments deficit but massive capital flight. An estimated net outflow of private capital in 1978 totaling $280 million was deemed largely responsible for a fall in net international reserves of $223 million over the 12-month period. Financial mismanagement such as the practice of using short-term commercial bank credits to cover budgetary outlays was also targeted as a contributor to the economic downturn. The document concluded that Nicaragua's proposal involves substantial risks. 24 Despite this harsh assessment, there was widespread support among fund members for proceeding with the applications, primarily because the Somoza regime had agreed to abide by IMF standby conditions and had already implemented the requisite measures. Commented the State Department's Richard Feinberg, all the Europeans were in favor of the loan and were saying don't politicize this. Influenced by this argument, the White House decided to reverse its earlier stance. Those U.S. officials who continued to insist that this was a narrow view of assessing the loan, that political and economic factors were intertwined and that the economy was not going to be able to live by these conditions fought a losing battle. 25 senior Treasury officials, in particular Assistant Secretary C. Fred Bergston, were reportedly instrumental in convincing President Carter that recent American policy in the fund had created a negative reaction threatening the institution's integrity and ability to function smoothly. 26. But, as Caleb Rossiter pointed out, Washington's votes to postpone a decision on the earlier loan applications in no way constituted a challenge to the IMF's normal operating procedure. The U.S. merely expressed its opposition in technical terms permissible under the IMF's Rules 27. While U.S. representatives to the IMF were being instructed to ease up on Nicaragua, State Department officials were busy castigating the Somoza regime for arresting 5 FAO leaders to preempt efforts by the civilian opposition to organize another general strike timed for early May. Such heavy-handed action, State feared, was most likely to benefit the radical, armed protagonists of the regime, namely the Sandinistas. When the fund's executive directors gathered to vote on the Nicaraguan requests, State and Treasury officials decided that the U.S. representatives would play a low-visibility role in discussion but will go along with the expected approval. On May 14, the board unanimously approved all 3 loans and immediately released $22.3 million to the Nicaraguan Central Bank. Simultaneously, Secretary of State Vance cabled the American Embassy in Managua to explain to key moderate opposition leaders that Washington's action was based solely on economic and technical criteria and did not constitute any basic policy shift. 28 In justifying its vote, the administration argued that Nicaragua met the traditional criteria for IMF support, a balance of payments crisis due to a substantial fall in export income resulting from an abrupt collapse in world market prices for cotton and sugar. 29 The difference between September and November 1978 and May 1979 insisted the NSC's Robert Pastor was that Nicaragua had fulfilled the technical criteria 30. Such assertions, however, were markedly at odds with the fund's staff report. The most trenchant and incisive critique of the IMF's decision, and the Carter administration's concurrence, was offered by the influential chairman of the House Committee on Banking, Currency, and Urban Affairs, Henry M. Royce. In a letter to Treasury Secretary Blumenthal, he wrote that passage of the loans contradicted both the spirit and the letter of the fund's technical criteria. First, it was unclear whether the balance of payments crisis stemmed from an export shortfall or from massive capital flight authored largely by Somoza family members and their crony capitalist supporters. Second, granted substantial export losses, to the degree that they resulted from disruptions caused by the nationwide social and military conflict, in what sense could such disruptions be characterized as temporary or the result of circumstances over which the member country had no control? Royce contended that the IMF had in effect rendered a political judgment that the Nicaraguan government is not responsible for the disarray within its borders. He continued with telling logic, is there a standard set of IMF instructions for technical adjustments to offset the economic effects of civil war? To the extent that the problem is political, how can the solution be other than political? That the fund decision had automatically bolstered Somoza's political position seemed obvious. There is no doubt that the recent loan will greatly strengthen the Somoza government at the expense of its adversaries. 3. Treasury Secretary Blumenthal simply parried the Royce criticism and reiterated the public White House argument for supporting the loans. The Nicaraguan request was in total conformity with the operational standards and procedures of the IMF, the technical criteria fully met. 32. To have acted otherwise, he subsequently warned, could lead to the extreme politicization of the IMF. 33. The critical issue of whether the Nicaraguan government could successfully implement the program, which depended in large part, as states Richard Feinberg observed, on a revival of private sector confidence in the regime, was ignored. Yet the IMF had decided to place its faith in a business community that had categorically turned its back on Somoza, instituted a capital strike, and declared its intention to make no new investments even if the National Guard defeated this latest revolutionary challenge. 34. In both the military and economic spheres, U.S. policy reflected an approach less intent on forcing Somoza from office and more preoccupied with containing the growth of Sandinista power. Through most of 1978, and into 1979, the White House and State Department maintained a constant pressure on Panamanian leader General Omar Torrijos to halt military assistance to the FSLN and prevent his country from being used as a pass-through for such aid from other sources. In stark contrast to this aggressive effort to get Panama to sever its military links to the guerrillas, Washington took a remarkably relaxed view of Israeli arms shipments to Somoza during the last year of the dictatorship. The State Department only began actively to lobby Jerusalem on this matter less than 2 months before Somoza's overthrow. On June 13, Deputy Assistant Secretary Brandon Grove called in the Israeli embassy's political counselor to discuss the Nicaraguan conflict. He told his visitor that in order to achieve a negotiated solution and prevent a regionalization of the struggle, the U.S. urging all outside suppliers to halt arms shipments of any kind to either Somoza or Sandinista forces. 35. Washington finally prevailed on its Mideast ally to halt all military aid to Somoza 3 weeks prior to his downfall. 36. The U.S. government's seeming acceptance of Somoza rule until at least early 1981 was abruptly shattered by the Sandinista decision to launch another nationwide insurrection in late May 1979. Relatively unprepared for this turn of events, Carter policymakers struggled frantically to formulate an appropriate response. This new and increasingly definitive confrontation between a mass social movement led by radical guerrillas and a totally isolated client regime so alarmed Washington that even the specter of direct U.S. military intervention began to seep into the policy debate, fueled by intelligence reports attributing FSLN military victories to increased Cuban involvement on the side of the guerrilla forces. Some officials conjured up the possibility of a rerun of the 1965 Dominican Republic crisis when President Johnson ordered thousands of Marines to intervene in a civil war to prevent another Cuba in the hemisphere. On that occasion, a compliant organization of American states willingly gave its post facto seal of approval to the invasion. Opposition to the Somoza dictatorship, however, was so widespread that armed intervention would have incurred the wrath of almost the entire hemisphere, allies and enemies alike. Mexico, Brazil, Peru, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Grenada, and Jamaica had already severed diplomatic ties with Managua, and 2 high-level Mexican government missions were currently traveling around Central America and the Caribbean lobbying other countries to follow suit. 37. Military intervention in Nicaragua, America proposes, the OAS disposes. The second mass revolutionary upheaval in less than a year had a dramatic impact on U.S. policymakers' perceptions of the Nicaraguan conflict. In Washington, Viren Vaki thought that this was it, that the worst alternative was happening, that the Sandinistas were winning a military victory, and that the only question now was how to deal with that and find ways to limit the ongoing consequences. 38. In Managua, embassy officials responded similarly. We realized right away that it was over, said Ambassador Lawrence Petsulo. The question was what comes after that, and time is running out and the options available were very limited. We had to put policy together from scratch very quickly. There was a limited amount of time. 39. In the Department of Defense, alarm bells sounded about the instability that would follow and the opening it would give for expanded Soviet influence in Nicaragua and throughout the region. 40. The insurrection finally convinced senior Carter officials that Somoza would not likely be able to serve out his term and that urgent action was necessary to prevent a Sandinista capture of political power. 41. The client had finally outlived his usefulness. The feeling, Malcolm Barnaby recalled, was that as long as we were closely identified with Somoza and Somoza tried to hang on, our ability to create or deal with any alternative was practically nil. And if we were going to play a role, his departure was an essential prerequisite. 42. The more difficult problem was how to minimize FSLN involvement in a new government. The shift in the correlation of military forces and the realization that the Sandinistas, backed by a mass social movement and armed popular militias, were capable of contesting National Guard firepower came as a major surprise to official Washington. Discussing this latest U.S. failure to read the trajectory of the political and military struggle, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State John Bushnell conceded that we did not expect the Sandinistas to do as well against the National Guard as rapidly as they did. 43. In Ambassador Petsulo's view, faulty intelligence reporting was still a major problem. Field operatives had continued to minimize both the growing strength of the guerrillas and the extent of Somoza's political isolation. There was an underestimation of what the Sandinista strength really was. First, the reporting of the strength of the Sandinista forces in early June demeaned their capability. Washington was visibly surprised when this thing grew. Washington didn't really understand the scope of the opposition to Somoza. It was still thinking in classic insurgency terms, the size of the band of guerrillas fighting the National Guard, which had bigger numbers. But you had the whole population against the government. But Washington didn't comprehend this. 44 Part of the administration's problem in this area was self-inflicted. The policy of non-contact with the Sandinistas severely limited its ability to cultivate liaisons within the guerrilla movement. According to a Department of State official familiar with covert operations in Central America, the paucity of local agents of influence not just in the FSLN but throughout the Nicaraguan state and society was the root cause of the poor quality U.S. intelligence reporting. There was a general erosion of human intelligence resources in Central America that began before the Carter administration but continued after it came into office. By 1978–79, there were very few human intelligence resources remaining in Central America, and especially in Nicaragua. 45. Under the pressure of time constraints, policymakers debated how best to secure the kind of political transition in Nicaragua that would safeguard basic American interests. Simultaneously, the State Department began lobbying regional allies to involve themselves in the process. Special Ambassador William Bowdler conferred with a number of governments on possible joint approaches in which the United States might participate. 46. On June 11, the administration streamlined the policy-making process, establishing an interagency working group on Nicaragua under the formal direction of Assistant Secretary of State Vaki and the day-to-day leadership of Deputy Assistant Secretary Brandon Grove to study and evaluate policy options. That same day the Policy Review Committee debated a proposal originating with its chairman, NSC advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski, for a regional military peacekeeping force to intervene in the conflict, halt the rioting, and oversee a political transition. This idea had first surfaced 9 months earlier at a meeting of the Crisis Management Special Coordination Committee where it was raised by Deputy NSC Advisor David Aaron in connection with reassert the National Guard and keep the situation from being dominated by the Sandinistas. The PRC now recommended it to the President so long as it was coordinated with Somoza's ouster. 47. The White House desired a regime change that included preservation of existing institutions, especially the National Guard, and a role for all elements of the GON in establishing the new electoral process and procedures. To this end, President Carter authorized explorations re the possibility of an inter-American military peace force to maintain peace and guarantee the transition process, and thereby eliminate the potential for a Castroite takeover of Nicaragua. 48. The State Department instructed regional embassies to exercise the greatest care in choosing local officials with whom to discuss the military peacekeeping proposal and specified the kinds of approaches most likely to succeed with different regimes. To convince the military dictatorships in Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile, attention should be directed to the real communist threat in the absence of swift regional action, to assuage probable resistance among elected presidents in the Andean Pact countries, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic. State counseled its diplomats to stress the key role such a body could play in guaranteeing a democratic transition. Beyond specific appeals to individual governments, every Latin American capital should be left in no doubt that a threat to the peace of the hemisphere exists in Nicaragua and that only inter-American cooperation to produce a solution can defuse and eliminate this threat. 49. On June 13, Secretary of State Vance told a press conference that failure to achieve a political solution to the conflict would almost certainly lead to a radical solution inimical to U.S. interests. 50. Washington also revived the idea of convening an OAS foreign ministers meeting on Nicaragua and Central America, which had been strongly resisted by a number of Latin governments when first broached in mid-February because they believe our interest now vindictive since we were unable to pressure Somoza to take the actions encompassed within the report and believed that the reconvening of the MFM primarily to pull our chestnuts out of the fire. 51. State instructed its diplomats to approach foreign ministers or presidents and make a case for such a conference on the basis that the situation is getting out of control, raising the prospect of escalating violence, a more polarized society, growing Cuban involvement and an eventual Marxist/Castroite takeover of power. 52. This regional diplomatic offensive coincided with a new round of feverish political activity in Nicaragua, where the situation, in the words of a nervous Warren Christopher, was evolving rapidly and dramatically. 53 embassy officials met almost daily with local military leaders and moderate elements in an effort to prepare the groundwork for the eventual establishment of a transitional government of national reconciliation acceptable to the Carter administration. 54 On June 18, the White House requested an urgent OAS foreign ministers meeting to formulate a multilateral approach for dealing with the Nicaraguan crisis. This came hard on the heels of an announcement by the Sandinista leadership in Costa Rica that it had established a 5-member provisional junta to act as a government of national reconstruction and supervise the post-Somoza transition process. The governments of Ecuador, Venezuela, Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru immediately recognized the FSLN as a legitimate army and thus eligible for assistance as a belligerent under international law. Some U.S. officials privately conceded that Washington's call for an OAS conference was intended not only to force Somoza's resignation and minimize the possibility of a Sandinista military triumph, but also to forestall moves by other hemispheric regimes to accord the guerrillas belligerent status. 55 By this time, the military confrontation between the National Guard and the FSLN had reached a critical point. An internal Pentagon briefing paper prepared for Secretary Harold Brown and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff prior to a June 19 SCC meeting on Nicaragua described the Guard as being stretched to the breaking point and argued that only an active, forceful U.S. role prevent a hard left, Marxist-Leninist government from coming to power. The paper assessed 3 possible options: a new attempt to get Somoza to resign in favor of a coalition regime acceptable to the FSLN and the National Guard, a request to the OAS to support the peacekeeping idea, or unilateral U.S. military intervention. The peacekeeping force was the preferred solution, but it faced numerous obstacles, including the certain lack of OAS majority support. Direct U.S. military intervention would demonstrate to Moscow and Havana the administration's resolve to prevent communism in the hemisphere and ensure Washington considerable influence with whatever government emerges. But this option would almost certainly be opposed by most regional and global allies, produce a forceful Cuban response, and encourage third parties to support the FSLN. Still, if the FSLN did triumph, the U.S. was obligated to project its military power in such a way as to prevent the spread of revolution to other countries in the area. Primarily, the U.S. should undertake some actions/initiatives to neutralize Cuban and other external support to the insurgent groups. 56. The interagency disagreements that surfaced over what to do about Nicaragua at this late stage centered around differing NSC and State Department assessments of the most efficacious means of achieving a consensual goal: a new civilian regime prepared to cohabit with the old Somoza state. The peacekeeping force idea provoked the most discussion. To mobilize support within the imperial state for the military option, the NSC had taken the lead in defining Central America as an area of strategic importance to the United States and arguing that a Sandinista victory in Nicaragua would have a broad destabilizing impact on the whole subregion, increase Cuban influence, and create the potential to severely damage the administration's re-election chances in 1980 by triggering a "who lost Nicaragua" debate. 57 The Pentagon, the CIA, and the other executive branch intelligence agencies supported this interpretation and advocated a renewal of military aid to the dictatorships in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras to offset any ripple effect that might flow from a Sandinista triumph. Senior State Department officials opposed this kind of thinking on the grounds that any military intervention in Nicaragua would trigger an adverse reaction from the Latin Americans, 58 thereby threatening to isolate the United States at the upcoming foreign ministers meeting. The deputy U.S. representative to the OAS Irving Trajan had already informed Assistant Secretary Vaki of comments made by one regional ambassador on this issue. Trajan was told that Washington will run into a buzzsaw on intervention if we propose an external mediating force. When I suggested an OAS peace force, commented that there aren't the votes. 59 Regarding the proposed spotlight on alleged large-scale Cuban military assistance to the Sandinistas, Assistant Secretary of State Patricia Darien cautioned that American policy goals might be better served by a more low-key approach. To the extent that we play up Cuban involvement, it can only be a negative factor in our efforts on the Hill to seek support for the process of change in Nicaragua. Also, we reduce our own ability to work with those elements now and in the future. It is clear they are a diverse coalition, even the FSLN itself. Our best hopes are for recognizing the distinctions rather than submerging them in a Marxist cover. 60. Other U.S. diplomats questioned the benefits of any move to develop closer military ties with area dictatorships, contending that it would seriously weaken the credibility of the administration's human rights policy and complicate efforts to develop a normal working relationship with any future FSLN government. On June 19, Brzezinski chaired a meeting of the SCC, attended by the Secretaries of State and Defense, and the CIA Director, to discuss Nicaraguan developments and make recommendations to the President. The peacekeeping issue, Somoza's ouster, and the nature of the political transition dominated proceedings. Brzezinski reaffirmed his enthusiastic support for the regional military option, arguing that what was occurring in Nicaragua was basically an extension of the East-West struggle. None of state's leading policymakers embraced this view. As far as they were concerned, the first order of business was still to get Somoza to relinquish power. Furthermore, there was no evidence of much, if any, Latin American support for the peacekeeping proposal. But, as one of their number acknowledged, the NSC had the upper hand at this point. 61. The three recommendations to the White House testified to the Council's bureaucratic clout, that the administration accelerate efforts to convince the OAS to take a more active role in removing Somoza from office, stress the importance of a regional peacekeeping army to guarantee a stable political transition, and highlight Cuba's alleged role in the conflict, especially its military assistance to the FSLN. 62. Although the SCC's advice was reportedly acceptable to President Carter, the final State Department draft of Secretary Vance's June 21 OAS speech, reviewed by Vance and Vaki before forwarding to the White House, included no mention of the peacekeeping force or Cuban military involvement in Nicaragua. Whereupon, Brzezinski interceded with Carter, who subsequently decided to write into the Secretary's presentation specific mention of both subjects. 63. In his address to the foreign ministers, Vance charged that there was mounting evidence of involvement by Cuba and others in the internal problems of Nicaragua, and called for a political solution based on Somoza's replacement by an interim government of national reconciliation. To establish the requisite tranquility and order for a return to democratic rule, the OAS should dispatch a peacekeeping military force to assist the interim government in establishing its authority. 64. According to Vaki, the aim of the speech was to convince the assembled delegates that only a sharp break with the past offered any possibility of a negotiated solution, and that only direct hemispheric involvement was likely to avoid radical control of a post-Somoza government. 65. It was hoped that intervention would also serve the twin purposes of limiting the guerrillas' access to outside military aid and containing the struggle within the geographical boundaries of a single country. The peacekeeping force, said Vaki, was seen as a force that would insulate countries around Nicaragua from the effect of Nicaragua's troubles and possibly also reduce support from the outside for Sandinista elements in Nicaragua. It was not expressed at the OAS, but that was certainly a part of the concept as far as Washington was concerned. 66. Ambler Moss was more succinct and to the point, describing the plan as an attempt to promote an intervention without it being our intervention. 67. Not surprisingly, Vance's speech made no mention of the recently formed FSLN Provisional Junta. The hemispheric response to the peacekeeping proposal was almost uniformly critical, whereas the reference to Cuba elicited comments ranging from skepticism to outright disbelief. Although a clear majority of OAS member governments supported an immediate regime transition in Nicaragua, not a single delegate spoke in favor of the military interventionist option. On the contrary, the most politically influential countries in the region denounced the idea as nothing more than a refurbished attempt to justify U.S. intervention in the internal affairs of a sovereign state. 68. Regarding Cuba, even democratic Latin governments were moved to publicly accuse the Carter administration of wildly exaggerating Havana's military assistance to the Sandinistas. The case for Cuban involvement on the side of the FSLN derived from U.S. intelligence reports based on uncorroborated evidence obtained from Somoza and the National Guard charging that the Castro government was providing weapons, training expertise, and even military units to fight alongside the Sandinista forces, notwithstanding a May CIA report that stressed the limited nature of Cuba's military participation in the Nicaraguan struggle. Even before the conference ended, the White House was forced to admit that it had no direct evidence of Cubans on the ground, and the Defense Department downgraded Cuba's alleged role to that of cooperating with Panama and Costa Rica to facilitate arms shipments to the Sandinistas. 69 The next day, Washington admitted that it could not even produce evidence to sustain this Pentagon claim. State Department spokesman Tom Reston acknowledged that the U.S. is unable to prove the intelligence report that the three countries had been cooperating to arm the Nicaraguan rebels. 7 degrees During congressional testimony, Assistant Secretary of State Vaki termed the Nicaraguan struggle fundamentally indigenous in character and described Cuba as not the only or even the most important of the supporters of the anti-Somoza rebellion. 71. Other American officials referred to the conflict as essentially an internal rebellion. 72. The transparently fraudulent nature of the White House case against Havana was summarized by the Washington Post's correspondent in Managua at the conclusion of the OAS meeting. So far, Somoza has presented very little evidence of Cuban involvement, and the United States has provided none. 73. Bernard died. Eric's richly detailed account of the revolutionary struggle lends credence to this assessment, revealing a minimal Cuban role until the final, decisive confrontation when stepped up its arms delivery to the winning side. 74. For the first time since its founding in 1948, the OAS stood poised to hand Washington a sizable diplomatic defeat. As the State Department later conceded, most Latin delegations interpreted Secretary Vance's statement as part of a carefully designed U.S. plan to intervene in Nicaragua to ensure the continuation of U.S. influence through a successor government acceptable to U.S., not necessarily to the Nicaraguan people. 75. Confronting widespread regional opposition to the military peacekeeping force, the Carter White House forestalled any more embarrassment by withdrawing its proposal. Mexico and the Andean-pact governments offered a substitute resolution calling for a rapid political transition which will recognize the contribution that the various groups within have made in seeking to replace the Somoza regime. 76. The U.S. delegation's response was notably restrained. It endorsed the call for the immediate and definitive replacement of the Somoza dictatorship and acknowledged the futility of continuing efforts to promote the peacekeeping idea. But the hegemonic power cautioned that no alternative plan could be implemented unless it was acceptable to the vast majority of OAS members that, by implication, must include the United States. Back in the White House, President Carter and senior administration officials met throughout the day of June 22, then attended an emergency SCC meeting the next morning to settle on a response to the Latin American resolution as well as discuss broader U.S. policy concerns about Nicaragua. Except for NSC advisor Brzezinski, who continued to advocate some form of direct military intervention to prevent a second Cuba, the President and the other committee members had accommodated themselves to the need for more subtle and low-profile interventionist strategies to achieve the desired goals. The meeting reaffirmed the importance that Washington attached to the survival of the National Guard during any transition process and discussed the approach to be adopted toward the new FSLN provisional junta. Finally, the SCC decided to seek amendments to the Latin American resolution that would permit the United States some authority to negotiate a transition in Nicaragua. 77 Warren Christopher, Viren Vaki, and Robert Pastor returned to the OAS on June 23 and successfully lobbied for changes in the substitute resolution. In its final form, the resolution was carried by a vote of 17-2 with 5 abstentions. Even though the document obliquely criticized the United States by requesting all governments to scrupulously respect the principle of non-intervention and to abstain from taking any action incompatible with an enduring and peaceful resolution, it also identified the Somoza regime as the fundamental cause of the civil war, demanded its immediate replacement by an interim regime composed of representatives of the moderate opposition forces and the guerrillas, and called for the OAS to play an active role in facilitating a peaceful political settlement. Although the resolution lacked the specificity we had originally desired, Deputy Secretary of State Christopher was satisfied that it does permit, indeed it authorizes and encourages, constructive action by member countries. 78. Of course, for Washington to have cast a negative vote would have risked virtual isolation from the rest of the hemisphere. The State Department instructed Ambassador Petsulo to contact the broad opposition front leadership, provided with a copy of the resolution, and emphasized that the latter offered new opportunities for prevailing on Somoza to resign and go into exile, thus opening the way for a dialogue between the principal opposition forces about the establishment of a government of national reconciliation. In the event such a dialogue occurred, Petsulo should urge the moderate groups position themselves to emerge as independent participants. 79. FAO leader Jamie Chamorro told an embassy official that no decision had been taken over whether to adopt an independent posture or align with the FSLN provisional junta. To which the latter responded that Washington had no official position regarding the provisional junta, but that it preferred the FAO maintain independence. 80. In April 1979, the U.S. ambassador to Uruguay Lawrence Petsulo accepted a State Department request to take over the vacant Managua embassy following the departure of Mauricio Solon in early spring. According to Petsulo, his predecessor had just picked up and left, without authority, or so much as by your leave. Attending an early May conference of U.S. officials on Central American policy in San Jose, Costa Rica, the ambassador-designate was surprised that the report on Nicaragua basically focused on how we would convince Somoza to step down at the end of his term in 1981. Not a whisper about impending civil war. Before leaving for Managua in late June, he participated in 3 weeks of policy discussions in Washington that did little to allay his concerns about the broad thrust of administration thinking, almost daily meetings at NSC or elsewhere. Most of the discussions almost sounded like something about cleaning apartments, because everybody was talking about vacuums, what to do about the vacuums, and this vacuum, and that vacuum. 81. The first U.S. attempt to communicate directly with the Sandinistas took place during the San Jose meeting. The State Department's Director for Central America Brewster Hemingway let it be known that he was interested in talking with the conservative Tercerista Eden Pastora, a request turned down by the FSLN leadership. 82. Although members of the U.S. delegation to the June OAS meeting on Nicaragua did confer with Miguel Descoto, the FSLN ambassador at large, Washington steadfastly refused to acknowledge the existence of the newly formed provisional junta or sanction any formal contact between the United States and the Sandinista leadership. Senior officials still entertained hopes of devising and implementing a regime change that avoided a direct transfer of power to the junta and conceded only a limited, highly circumscribed, role to the Sandinistas within any interim government. This issue was at the root of a simmering bureaucratic disagreement between state and the NSC. The FSLN announcement of a provisional junta in mid-June provoked two distinct responses within the executive branch. Viren Vaki explained. The State Department positioned that we should accept a fait accompli and be realistic and try to deal with that, and the White House, especially Brzezinski, arguing that there may be a vacuum so we must try to put something in Managua to negotiate with the junta. 83. The issue was high on the agenda of a June 25 SCC meeting on Nicaragua. Influenced by Brzezinski's forceful presentation on the importance of saving the Somoza state in the event of the dictator's demise, the committee decided that the U.S. should pursue a two-track strategy, apply pressure on the junta to moderate its political outlook and enlarge its membership with the addition of more conservative individuals, and explore the possibilities of establishing an alternative, non-Sandinista, transition junta. We felt a need for a process, said one state official, that had a chance of working, that involved people of prominence and political viability. 84. That same day, a close associate of former Costa Rican President José Figueres visited the U.S. Embassy in San Jose to report on a conversation with Washington's most acceptable Sandinista leader Eden Pastora. According to the envoy, Pastora desired American military assistance to enable the forces under his command to reach Managua ahead of the more radical Prolonged People's War faction. The Tercerista leader wanted the U.S. to persuade Somoza to use the National Guard to block the advance of the other Sandinista forces and facilitate the rapid movement of his own group toward the capital. Failing that, Pastora desired that U.S.-controlled or Venezuelan-controlled aircraft be employed to soften Guard defenses on the southern front by bombing. Informed that U.S. policy was to promote a cessation of hostilities and a negotiated political settlement, the Figueres colleague Dr. Jaime Gutierrez announced his intention to take the matter up directly with Washington. 85 When Lawrence Petsulo arrived in Managua, he did not present his diplomatic credentials to Somoza. This was one way, the State Department hoped, of get the message across that the administration had irrevocably decided to cast him adrift. 86 At their inaugural meeting on June 27, the new American ambassador spelled out the administration's three major policy objectives: to ensure that the Guardia not collapse, to seek the formation of a transition government dominated by conservative and moderate opposition groups, and to marginalize, or preferably eliminate, the FSLN as a significant political force in the post-Somoza era. Their achievement depended in large part on a clean break with the government, which included the dictator's resignation and exile. Otherwise, the fighting would continue, increasing the likelihood of an extreme leftist takeover. He also emphasized the importance of the timing of Somoza's departure, had to be tailored with great precision to bolster moderate forces, preserve the institutional integrity of the GN and stop the bloodshed. 87. Among those touted by Petsulo for possible inclusion in a transition regime were Eden Pastora and representatives from the broad opposition front, the Nationalist Liberal Party, and the Conservative Party. It would be impossible, he told Somoza, to preserve the Guard unless measures were taken to rupture the public perception of the organization as an extension of the ruling family. A change of this magnitude could not be achieved overnight. For that reason, it was critically important that the dictator leave the country well before the regime change occurred. There was no likelihood of major assistance to the Guard until some time after his departure, because it still remains associated in the minds of the people here as your Guard. The ambassador then pointedly reminded Somoza that his political support had dissolved not only in Nicaragua but throughout the hemisphere as well. Somoza's response was measured rather than angry. He was prepared to leave office if the United States would guarantee roles for the National Guard and his PLN in the transition and post-transition period. 88 At this late stage, however, Washington was not prepared to give assurances of that kind. 89. Conferring again on June 28, the American envoy reiterated the fundamental objective of White House policy, preserving some institutional structure and preventing an extreme leftist solution in Nicaragua. This meant, first and foremost, preserving some segments of the Guard, even though the U.S. was very vulnerable to regional criticism on this issue, as many governments were convinced it was simply trying to impose another version of Somocismo. The success of the anti-FSLN strategy would, he reminded Somoza, depend on his willingness to allow the United States to dictate the timing of his departure. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Somoza acknowledged that his leaving was an essential first step and agreed that the planning process should begin as soon as possible. 90. The first of the American-authored transition schemes floated by NSC advisor Brzezinski, Petsulo, and other officials during the last week of June involved the creation of what the State Department's Warren Christopher termed a credible caretaker government. 91 U.S. officials met secretly with Somoza to outline the proposal, which was predicated on his resignation and replacement by a yet-to-be-designated PLN official who would remain head of state only long enough to appoint a 5-member executive committee that would constitute a provisional government or government of national unity. Membership of this executive committee would be confined to representatives of the National Guard, the PLN, the FAO, the Superior Council of Private Enterprise, and the Catholic Church. Upon completion of the process, the Carter administration would extend immediate diplomatic recognition to the new government, which in turn would request the FSLN Provisional Junta to nominate 2 additional members, thus creating the illusion of a broad-based transitional regime capable of preparing the country for elections and the restoration of constitutional rule. 92 Despite Ambassador Petsulo's best efforts to interest several potential candidates in the scheme during this first 24 hours in Managua, he quickly concluded that there was little if any chance of putting together an executive committee of any size. The opposition figures we identified have either openly supported the provisional junta or are fearful of playing an independent role. 93. Although Archbishop Obando y Bravo, at the ambassador's suggestion, agreed to consider issuing a pastoral letter and other support for such an initiative, the president of the Red Cross and head of the Chamber of Industries Ismael Reyes spoke for most of the targeted notables approached by the embassy when he told Petsulo that there are too many unknowns for his comfort. 94. American policy was still operating on the assumption that a political transition could be fashioned that ignored the FSLN. This, notwithstanding the fact that the provisional junta had already been endorsed by the most conservative FAO factions as well as the influential private sector organization COSEP. In conversations with U.S. officials at the time, spokesmen for both the FAO and COSEP quickly disabused Washington of any groundswell of support in these quarters for the competing junta plan. Opposition political and business leaders not only reaffirmed their support for the provisional junta, they also warned against any political solution that envisaged a role for the National Guard and the PLN on the grounds that virtually the entire population was opposed and it would therefore only prolong the conflict. Ultimately, the United States could not overcome the refusal of its closest anti-regime allies to lend their names to a transition arrangement that denied the provisional junta a role commensurate with the Sandinista contribution to the anti-dictatorial struggle. 95 In a dispatch to the State Department on June 29, Ambassador Petsulo reported that the possibility of creating anything resembling a viable executive committee quickly is so doubtful that it appears to be a dead letter. 96. Reflecting on the failed attempt to mobilize support for the establishment of a credible alternative to the provisional junta, Petsulo singled out two interrelated problems in his encounters with opposition leaders: potential candidates' unease over the lack of an assured security and support base that could back up their decision to participate in the U.S. plan, and the fear of FSLN reprisals. In contrast to a junta with the backing of the Sandinista High Command and the governments of Panama and Costa Rica, all the United States could offer anyone willing to join a caretaker executive committee, he told Assistant Secretary Vaki, was helpful words. The mediation experience, Petsulo reported, had left a profound lack of trust among the civilian leadership of the anti-regime movement in Managua. They had exposed themselves 8 months before, when suddenly, when the moment of truth came, to get Somoza out, we couldn't deliver. I mean, that's how they saw it, to put it in the bluntest terms. And they weren't about to expose themselves again in the middle of a civil war. 97. Surprisingly, Petsulo did not reject the executive committee's strategy as flatly unattainable. The one glimmer of hope depended on the ability of the National Guard to survive a political transition with its prerogatives and power intact. The prospect of attracting individuals to form part of the caretaker body would be immeasurably improved once it appears that a reconstituted GN can hold. He therefore urged the State Department to move with haste to help select a new Guard commander so that he begin putting a staff together, assuring that the rank and file of the GN will support him and offering support to a caretaker committee. 98. In the days that followed, the cable traffic between Managua and Washington referred again and again to the fundamental importance of preserving enough of the GN to maintain order and to hold the FSLN in check after Somoza resigns. Failure to do so, Ambassador Petsulo warned, can only lead to one other outcome: the vacuum we all wish to avoid will be filled by the FSLN, with all the negative consequences that would bring. 99. Amid these efforts to engineer an anti-Sandinista political transition, the Carter administration decided to establish official contact with the FSLN provisional junta. On June 27, Special Ambassador William Bodler, accompanied by Ambassador to Panama Ambler Moss, met with junta members Daniel Ortega, Violeta Chamorro, Alfonso Robelo, and Sergio Ramirez in Panama City. The first meeting, Moss recalled, got down to particulars, elections, assurances of no reprisals against Somocistas. We talked about integrating the Guard within the Sandinista Army 100. Although both American diplomats avoided discussion of the credible caretaker plan, it did not pass unnoticed. After the meeting, junta member Ramirez spoke on behalf of his colleagues. We consider the plan direct intervention in the affairs of the Nicaraguan people. Bodler and Moss also confronted a good deal of junta skepticism over Washington's ability or willingness to control Somoza. This was most evident in the response to the Bodler's statement that Ambassador Petsuyo would request Somoza's resignation the next day. Mr. Bodler seemed so sure it was going to work, but we said, why? It's the same demand he's turned down before. One partly as a gesture of goodwill toward the U.S., the junta announced at the conclusion of the meeting that a new Nicaraguan government would include an elected 30-member legislative council drawn from all political parties, civic associations, trade unions, and business groups except those closely linked to the Somoza regime. In Washington, meanwhile, the debate between state and the NSC over the credible caretaker/executive committee strategy flared anew during June 28 and 29 SCC meetings. The NSC and some White House officials challenged Petsulo's cables about the alternative junta scheme. For the administration to resign itself to an FSLN victory would lead to the very outcome all foreign policy officials wanted to avoid, a Sandinista monopoly of political and state power. Representing the State Department, Byron Vaki and Warren Christopher dismissed the alternative junta idea as unrealistic and unworkable, arguing that the United States would be better placed to influence the provisional junta in government the sooner hostilities were terminated. In the end, the committee agreed to persist with the two-track approach, continue efforts to reconstitute and strengthen the National Guard, and increase communications with the Sandinista leadership with a view to expanding the membership of the Provisional Junta and reaching agreement on a number of questions which will give the moderates a fair opportunity to survive the power struggle that is bound to ensue. It also decided against setting a specific, fixed date for Somoza's departure, pending discussions between the embassy and key civilian opposition leaders. 102 The timing was all important, as Petsulo remarked again in a June 30 telegram, if Washington was to avoid a vacuum that could be exploited by the extreme left. IO3 On June 29, the American ambassador detailed Washington's strategy for preventing leftist domination to Somoza. It depended on the latter's resignation, the substitution of a caretaker committee or person to head the transition regime, and the preservation of elements of the National Guard to prevent an FSLN takeover. 104. The next day, Deputy Secretary of State Christopher cabled the embassy that it was also imperative to dissuade Somoza from any attempt to appoint his own transition government on the grounds that it would be rejected not only by the FSLN and the moderate opposition but also by virtually every OAS member state. He urged Petsulo to please continue to seek some coalescing of opposition elements willing to take up the baton and reaffirmed the importance of preserving an effective, reconstituted National Guard presence so as to make certain the FSLN would not be the only organized military force in the post-Somoza era. 105 The ambassador responded that any chance of success depended on the level of hemispheric support the department could mobilize. An essential element in building the confidence of a caretaker group and a reconstituted Guardia Nacional is support by Andean group countries and other LA states. 106. Washington's determination to fashion a political transition based on a reformist and restructured National Guard gave U.S. policy the distinct appearance of simply wanting to hit at the top rather than dismember the foundations of the old regime. Although the State Department repeatedly denied that it was negotiating with Somoza over the future of the Guard and the PLN, the importance it attached to the survival of the armed forces amid a regime change remained at or near the top of the policy agenda. 107 American officials actively encouraged Pentagon-trained junior Guard officers to remain at their posts in the hope of sustaining the institution's historic role as a bulwark against radical political rule and socio-economic policies, and the guarantor of U.S. permanent interests. 108 The Carter administration scenario presupposed the demobilization and breakup of the Sandinista army and the incorporation of selected moderate guerrillas into the ranks, not the leadership, of a refurbished Somoza military organization. In preparation for a July 2 SCC meeting, the Defense Department prepared a talking paper for Secretary Harold Brown and the Joint Chiefs of Staff reviewing U.S. policy toward Nicaragua in the light of recent developments. Commenting on the objectives agreed to at the June 29 meeting, the paper's author termed them unrealistic and virtually unattainable given the reluctance of the moderates to participate in any alternative caretaker government. American intelligence reports describing the National Guard as demoralized and ready to collapse when Somoza departs, and the growing likelihood of an FSLN military victory. The paper also challenged some conventional wisdom propping up U.S. objectives in Nicaragua. First, it cited Ambassador Bodler's reports indicating the low probability of achieving a military ceasefire. Second, it referred to pronounced divisions among administration officials over the National Guard's ability to survive a regime transition. Third, it criticized those policymakers who expected an expanded provisional junta to evolve into a power somewhat friendly to U.S. interests for failing to appreciate that the elements with the most ideological cohesiveness and impetus are Marxist-oriented. They will dominate the eventual outcome in the absence of a viable National Guard. Finally, it cast doubt over the belief that there is no realistic prospect of setting up an inter-American peacekeeping force to separate the combatants and police a ceasefire. There are recent indications that some countries may now support such an effort. This remains the best and most effective way of preserving the National Guard. Therefore, defense should recommend two courses of action: new approaches to Latin American governments to contribute units and logistic support for a multilateral peacekeeping force, and U.S. military assistance to the National Guard if the FSLN presses for a complete military victory after Somoza leaves the country, on the basis that this was probably the only way to prevent a radical left dictatorship from coming to power. 109. The July 2 meeting of Carter's senior foreign policy advisors was a knockdown, drag-out battle for the primacy of two competing strategies. 110. One that dismissed the alternative junta effort as futile and advocated support for a new National Guard commander and pressure on the FSLN provisional junta to moderate its program as offering the best chance, at this late stage, of salvaging an outcome that included the survival of the Somoza military institution. The other that still clung to the military peacekeeping idea as a viable option or insisted that the State Department approach was not the best way of saving the Somoza state. Ambler-Moss summarized the trajectory of the debate and its outcome. The tenor of the meeting was whether or not to cut a deal with the provisional junta in San Jose. The Brzezinski side said no, we mustn't make a deal with them because the Sandinistas will dominate the junta, they are communists, they won't make a deal. We must look for moderates. Petsulo let loose a barrage of four-letter words: there aren't any moderate elements. Either make a deal with the provisional junta or there is no one to make a deal with. The other side was still looking for the center. The decision was referred to the president, who decided in favor of the Latin Americanists in the State Department and told Brzezinski to shut up. 111. Having settled on a plan that included expanding the provisional junta, effecting a ceasefire, integrating the armed combatants into a new military institution, and exiling Somoza, the White House turned to Panamanian leader General Omar Torrijos to lobby the Sandinistas while it remained in the background. Carter told Torrijos this did not mean that Washington's role as a major player was about to diminish. On the contrary, the United States would remain active in seeking to shape the outcome of the Nicaraguan conflict, but without using its hands. 112. In this period of daily Sandinista gains on the battlefield, however, American prospects of derailing the guerrilla forces' momentum seemed bleak indeed. The growing sense of urgency and foreboding among White House and State Department officials was understandable. By the first week of July, the FSLN completely controlled 6 major population centers, including the key northern cities of Leon and Matagalpa. 3. A cable from the American Embassy said that the National Guard was bombarding various provincial cities held by the Sandinistas. 4. As the insurgents gradually extended their authority to all parts of the country in preparation for the final assault on Managua, U.S. officials began to express concern over the possible regional multiplier effect of a revolutionary victory. "We're worried," Warren Christopher cabled regional embassies, that the moderates throughout the area will wind up with their backs to the wall. 5. The Pentagon reviewed contingency invasion plans but stressed that no instructions had been received to take planning actions. 6. On July 6, Ambassador Petsulo cautioned the State Department against applying pressure on Somoza to halt the guard bombing of urban guerrilla strongholds in the absence of some kind of equivalent gesture by the FSLN. Air power is the only effective force the GN has to combat the FSLN force, which is capturing more towns daily and clearly has the momentum. Our estimate is that the GN is close to the breaking point. 7. Sandinista military victories limited Washington's ability to wrest political concessions from the FSLN. In the event that the warring parties agreed to negotiations, the guerrillas would be in a powerful bargaining position. The trouble, as one Carter official acknowledged, is that you cannot take away from the Sandinistas at the conference table what they have won on the battlefield. 8. Of all the executive branch agencies, State was the strongest and most consistent advocate of the need to mobilize hemispheric support for the administration's policy. With time running out, it mounted another anti-Sandinista diplomatic offensive, targeting the FSLN's closest Latin American allies. The primary objective remained the fate of the National Guard. The secondary goal was to lobby for a more ideologically and politically balanced provisional junta in order to strengthen Nicaragua's democratic forces before a transition regime took power. 9. 3 of the 5 members are leftists, said one involved U.S. official. We would like to see a balance of preferably a majority of moderates. 120. Washington suggested moderate additions included General Julio Gutierrez, Somoza's ambassador to Japan, Escobedo Fernandez, Finance Secretary of the governing PLN, Emilio Alvarez, a Conservative Party politician, Mariano Fielos, a Liberal Party lawyer and rector of the National University, and Jaime Chamorro, manager of the opposition newspaper La Prensa. During the first week of July, senior State Department officials made lightning visits to at least 8 regional capitals where support for the Sandinista cause was strongest, while Special Ambassador Bodler held almost continuous meetings with the Provisional Junta in San Jose. Bernard Dieterich splendidly conveys the frenetic nature of American diplomacy in the waning days of Somoza family rule. Bodler met with the junta in San Jose in round-the-clock sessions on broadening the junta. Phone calls continued to the junta from a series of Latin American nations on behalf of the United States initiatives. American diplomats were active through Central and South America in hopes of twisting the Sandinistas' arm. While Bodler was in Costa Rica, Viernvaki toured Venezuela, Colombia, and the Dominican Republic, and American ambassador to Panama Ambler Moss dealt with Torrijos and Royo. 121 Until the results of this effort to neutralize the radical elements of the opposition could be assessed one way or the other, 122 Ambassador Petsulo was directed to obtain Somoza's resignation but await instructions regarding his actual exit from the country. Attempting to exploit regional concerns about political instability in Central America, U.S. diplomats raised the junta membership issue at every opportunity, arguing that to broaden the junta would be a reflection of all the opposition to Somoza, it would damp down fears of radical change. Otherwise, the situation would continue to polarize. 123. To further induce Latin governments to apply pressure on the FSLN to expand the junta and guarantee the survival of the National Guard, they were not beneath resorting to crude scare tactics and even the threat of sanctions. A second Cuba would pose a serious problem for all Central American and Caribbean rulers, and those offering support to such a regime might suffer U.S. economic retaliation. Peter Tarnoff, who advised Secretary of State Vance on hemispheric matters, elaborated, "First, we said if there was going to be a radical pro-Cuban revolutionary regime on the mainland, so to speak, everyone was going to pay very dearly for this. Second, was the impact on domestic politics. It would wreck the Carter administration in hemispheric affairs if some of our best partners became involved with such a regime. Hemispheric policies, aid, assistance, would be adversely affected. 124. One of the biggest obstacles in the path of the roaming envoys was the widespread distrust of Washington assurances that, as Ambassador Petsulo put it, we would deliver Somoza, get him to step down. They were deeply doubted by most of the Latins because they saw what happened in the mediation effort and they thought Somoza was so much our man that we couldn't do it 125. On July 7, however, a New York Times correspondent reported that several Latin American governments have begun pressing a rebel-backed Nicaraguan provisional junta to make major political concessions in exchange for 126. Costa Rica, Panama, and Venezuela, probably the Sandinistas' most important political allies and / sources of military assistance, all capitulated to U.S. entreaties. Having previously opposed the alternative junta scheme, they now threatened to withdraw political and military support for the FSLN unless the provisional junta showed more flexibility. 127. Costa Rican President Rodrigo Carrizo met personally with junta members to make sure they understood his endorsement of Washington's goals. 128. In the case of Venezuela and Panama, the receptiveness of Presidents Carlos Andrés Pérez and General Omar Torrijos to U.S. arguments did not constitute major policy shifts. Although both leaders were prominent supporters of the Sandinista movement, they had always most closely identified with the conservative tercerista Eden Pastora, believing that ultimately Pastora would emerge on top. Lawrence Petzulo insisted that Pastora's faction received all of the money the Venezuelan government provided to the FSLN. 129. According to Ambler Moss, Torrijos' attitude was influenced by his perception of the guerrilla as someone cut from the same mold as himself. He saw Eden Pastora as a dashing kind of social democrat in uniform. 130. At the June OAS meeting on Nicaragua, the Panamanian leader revealed his political outlook and policy objectives when he urged the Sandinistas not to become radicals and make the mistakes that are being committed by Somoza. At the time, Moss interpreted the statement as in effect recognizing the concern of the U.S. about the ideological makeup of the Government of National Reconciliation. I-31. The Carter administration's diplomatic full-court press was directed toward a single overriding objective: to contain extremist power in Nicaragua and thereby eliminate a potential threat to U.S. permanent interests throughout Central America. 132. Once again, the United States was, for all practical purposes, seeking to assume its historic role as the ultimate arbiter of Nicaraguan political arrangements. This latest outsider strategy, however, suffered much the same fate as earlier efforts. Not only was it opposed by the FSLN leadership in San Jose and Panama City, it lacked almost any semblance of support inside Nicaragua. Washington's local allies, especially the moderate anti-Somoza business and political leadership, were simply unwilling to collaborate in any plan that could be interpreted as an ultimatum to the FSLN, or sanction any of its members joining the provisional junta except at the express request of the Sandinista High Command. 133. Economic diplomacy complemented American political initiatives in the attempt to force the FSLN to broaden the junta's membership and moderate its political program. Irrespective of which forces inherited the political mantle from Somoza, the destruction wrought by the Civil War would place a premium on swift access to large-scale reconstruction assistance. The Carter administration indicated its preparedness to use the promise of extensive financial support as a bargaining chip to wrest concessions from the provisional junta in government. "We made it very clear to them," states John Bushnell recalled, "that the emergence of a democratic government respecting human rights in Nicaragua would bring further flows of assistance." 134. What the Sandinistas also had to understand, explained another U.S. official, was the relationship between foreign aid programs and domestic politics. "We can't be seen helping a bunch of radicals. The junta has to look moderate for us to be able to sell the package back home." 135. As the political-military struggle in Nicaragua approached its climax, U.S. policymakers and diplomats continued efforts to shore up the National Guard, disassociate the institution from the Somoza family, and press for changes that would maximize its chances for survival during and after a regime transition. In early July, Ambassador Petzulo informed the State Department that the time had arrived for the appointment of a new Guard commander so that the individual chosen can set in motion certain essential confidence-building actions which will help allay the fears of the middle and lower-grade Guard officers, who are the ones who command the troops and will form the nucleus of the GN after Somoza, and upon whom the U.S. will be dependent to prevent a FSLN Sweep 136. Secretary Vance agreed and further emphasized the importance of engineering a total transformation of the Guard as quickly as possible in order to preempt the expected Sandinista propaganda assault. These steps will enable new Guard to assert control immediately Somoza departs. The Carter administration was more than ever convinced that the fate of the moderates and the Guard were intertwined. In your conversation with moderate leaders, Vance told his ambassador, you should make clear to them that they will be making a mistake if they rely solely on the provisional junta to safeguard their rights. You may wish to consider urging them to establish contact with appropriate people in the National Guard. We expect that their only chance to hold their own after Somoza departs will depend on the extent they use the Guard to support their cause. Otherwise, the non-Sandinista forces will probably find themselves isolated and vulnerable. 137. Between July 7 and 17, Petsulo and his newly arrived Deputy Chief of Mission Thomas O'Donnell took part in about half a dozen meetings with Somoza to work out the succession. The ambassador's principal concern was to work out an arrangement for a transition that would preserve the so-called clean elements of the National Guard. 138. Even at this late stage, American officials were not immune from making statements that indicated a continuing failure to accurately interpret current political and military developments. In a meeting with senior embassy officials, for instance, the rightist FAO leader Adolfo Calero lamented the apparent inability of the USG to resolve the situation and avert a Marxist victory. Assurances that a negotiated settlement remained a strong possibility failed to impress Calero, leading Ambassador Petsulo to caustically remark, Calero's attitude is representative of the doomsday view we get from most moderates in the capital. 139. Amid the welter of diplomatic comings and goings, American activities in Costa Rica revived lingering concerns over whether the military interventionist option had been completely abandoned by the White House. On July 8, 2 U.S. Air Force helicopters and 35 Marines landed at the Llano Grande Airport near the northern city of Liberia, about 52 miles from the Nicaraguan border and not far from a major Sandinista supply line for one of its largest fighting forces based in the area. According to Costa Rican officials, the Minister of Public Safety Juan José Echeverría bowed to a humanitarian request from U.S. Ambassador Marvin Weissman to allow the Air Force presence in case emergency measures were necessary to evacuate American embassy personnel or other American citizens resident in Nicaragua. Upon their arrival, however, the Marines proceeded to set up a highly sophisticated communications network, creating widespread local concern over the primary reason for their presence on Costa Rican territory. Dumping Somoza to save the state. 207. In granting a foreign military force permission to enter Costa Rica, the government acted without the constitutional authority to make such a decision, which is vested in the legislative branch. On July 9, bowing to overwhelming popular pressure, the Congress met in emergency session and voted 29-20 to request President Rodrigo Carrizo to order the Americans to leave within 24 hours on the grounds that their presence constituted an affront to national sovereignty. Washington refrained from any urge it may have had to contest the expulsion order. For Carrizo, the episode represented an embarrassing and humiliating diplomatic defeat. 140. Against the backdrop of the Somoza regime's deteriorating military position, Washington renewed direct negotiations with the FSLN's provisional junta in yet another attempt to save the National Guard and enhance the position of its local civilian allies. Before the talks got underway, Ambassador Petsulo counseled the State Department to remain sensitive to the possibility that the FSLN may drag out the negotiations in the knowledge that time is on their side. Moreover, although such discussions offered the hope of a political settlement that created opportunity for the moderate forces, it was imperative to have a contingency strategy ready to prevent the FSLN from dominating the post-Somoza political scene. Petsulo even offered his own scenario: first, Somoza's resignation; second, the designation of a high-profile political figure such as Foreign Minister Julio Quintana as temporary president with responsibility for establishing a government of national reconciliation; third, the transition leader appoints a new National Guard commander in preparation for negotiating an armistice with the FSLN. Petsulo believed that it was absolutely vital to identify the transitional head of state in the public mind with Somoza's ouster because this would sap an unknown, though perhaps considerable, amount of FSLN support and substantially improve the prospects of the non-Sandinista forces. The latter, as well as the United States, would receive a further boost if the Carter administration was also perceived as an instrument of the dictator's political demise. The ambassador conceded that the success of this plan would smack somewhat of Somocismo in Somoza, but this was a secondary consideration beside the fact that it would be widely hailed as a break with the past 141. On July 11, Special Ambassador William Bodler met with the Provisional Junta in San Jose, Costa Rica. Their colloquy ranged over Somoza's resignation, the composition of the junta, an orderly transfer of power, the structure of a transition regime, the fate of the National Guard, and the protection of the rights of Somoza officials and supporters from indiscriminate reprisals. The twin issues of Somoza's departure and the makeup of the junta soon emerged as sticking points. Despite Bodler's assurances that the U.S. was willing to make a major effort to get Somoza out, the problem was that the junta never really believed that 142. On the membership issue, it simply rejected any change as an unwarranted concession. Virenvaki elaborated, the FSLN just kept throwing back the main argument put forward by Bodler, saying that it was already a big problem to get the junta formed and now you are asking us to go through a new disequilibria and we can't do it again. 143. On July 13, with key issues relating to the transition process still unresolved, the junta announced the cessation of talks and made public its own plan, which offered two concessions to Washington: a willingness to incorporate those National Guardsmen who agreed to an immediate ceasefire and return to their barracks after Somoza's departure into a new national army, and guarantees of safe passage out of the country for all government officials and military personnel not found involved in crimes against the people. 144. The State Department criticized the lack of prior consultation, the failure to address the membership question, and what it perceived as a subordinate role for the Guard within a Sandinista-dominated military institution. Secretary Vance instructed regional embassies to approach host government foreign ministers and encourage them to continue a dialogue with the Provisional Junta with a view to broadening and moderating the basis of programs so that the moderate elements might survive and flourish in post-Somoza Nicaragua. 145. Significantly, though, the White House also approved an SCC recommendation to establish direct contact with Eden Pastora to explore future possibilities for cooperation. 146. The collapse of the Somoza state and regime. The same day the San Jose discussions ended, and with the FSLN poised to begin its assault on Managua, Ambassador Petsulo cabled the State Department with the news that a timetable for Somoza's departure had finally been drawn up and that it must be executed before the epicenter of the military struggle shifted to the nation's capital. The result, hopefully, would be the blunting and rapid collapse of the Sandinista offensive due to widespread celebrations over Somoza's exit. The assumption behind Petsulo's excessively optimistic prediction was that popular sentiment desired changes primarily at the level of the regime, not in the state and economy. On the other hand, he warned, once the attack begins in Managua, the departure of Somoza will appear to have been the result of a military defeat than a negotiated settlement. In that case, the benefits we derive from orchestrating his departure will slip from our hands and the survivability of any element of the GN will be unlikely. 147. Secretary Vance needed no convincing. The Nicaraguan leader must understand that his failure to leave the country within the next 48 to 72 hours will render our capacity to establish an orderly change impossible by radicalizing the situation still further. Accompanying this warning should be an implied threat that any delay complicates the question of your arrival in the U.S. 148. Somoza appeared to accept this argumentation, Petsulo wrote, while restating his concern over the lack of guarantees for the future of the National Guard and the Nationalist Liberal Party. 149. Although saving the Guard was at the top of the U.S. agenda, the administration had already reconciled itself to the fact that the PLN will play no role in a transitional government. 150. True to form, the client continued to pursue his own agenda whether or not it conflicted with U.S. objectives and timetables. Determined to exhaust all possible options, he made a secret trip to Guatemala on July 13 in an unsuccessful attempt to convince the other members of the Central American Defense Council to send troops to fight the FSLN and enable the dictatorial regime to hold onto political power. 151 When word leaked of the visit, state's patience reached breaking point. An angry Vance informed Somoza that the fate of the non-Sandinista opposition was tied to your prompt departure and the designation of a successor and a new guard commander. Any refusal to leave the country post-haste would almost certainly guarantee a military solution to the conflict that would not permit the moderate elements to survive and compete with extremists. 152. A number of officials were convinced that the secretary's letter blew out of the water, destroying, once and for all, any thoughts he might have still harbored about postponing his exile. 153 There was renewed optimism in Washington when the Provisional Junta and Ambassador Baudelaire resumed discussions in San Jose on July 15. Since their last tête-à-tête, the junta had named an 18-member cabinet containing only one Sandinista member. Moderate businessmen and technocrats were appointed to the key economic posts and a former National Guard Colonel Bernardino Larios was put in charge of the Defense Ministry. It was later revealed that the FSLN originally intended to give the military post to Sandinista Comandante Humberto Ortega but agreed to substitute Larios under considerable U.S. pressure. 154 cabinet nominees also included 4 members of the liberal group of 12 or Los Doce. This time around, Baudelaire did not raise the contentious membership issue, presumably reflecting state's determination that it was a non-starter and would only stalemate the negotiations, thereby prolonging military hostilities and weakening the position of the Guard. Instead, the talks focused on military-related questions and the fate of Somoza officials during and after the transition period. Secretary Vance expressed particular satisfaction with the progress in defining modalities for a ceasefire, a standstill, and the eventual integration of the opposing military forces into a new Nicaraguan army. 155. But while these negotiations continued, there still remained the unresolved question of who to appoint as the new National Guard commander. The State Department backed Colonel Eno Sente Mojica on the grounds that he had credibility with the officer corps, the Provisional Junta, and foreign governments most closely associated with the Nicaraguan conflict. The embassy had solicited names of eligible individuals from Somoza but unequivocally rejected his 2 favored suggestions, General Humberto Sanchez or Lieutenant Colonel Alberto Moreno, as undermining Washington's basic objective, the survival of the Guard based on a restructuring of the chain of command and the projection of a more acceptable public image. Moreno was characterized as a good soldier lacks the prestige and polish of Mojica, while Sanchez was dismissed as a worse liability, an old Somoza warhorse, a corrupt deadbeat who would seriously prejudice the survivability of the Guard. Ambassador Petsulo cabled state that he would do his best to convince Somoza that Mojica is the best candidate to protect the GN's interests. I-56 2 days later, Somoza took a major step toward addressing U.S. concerns about the structure of the Guard. He retired almost 100 senior officers, including all the generals and most of the colonels and lieutenant colonels. This decision eliminated one stumbling block to a ceasefire and at least potentially improved Washington's chances of recreating a new Nicaraguan army within which the FSLN would play a subordinate role. American policymakers hoped that when the Provisional Junta arrived in Managua it would confront a National Guard whose senior posts were held by younger, professional officers less tainted than their predecessors by any association with the dictatorship. 157 The question of a new commander was also settled when both the U.S. and Somoza agreed on the appointment of Colonel Federico Mejia, selected from a new list of potential candidates prepared for Ambassador Petsulo by the CIA station head, to the posts of Guard Director and Chief of Staff, with the reported intention of offering one of the positions to Eden Pastora at a later date. 158 On July 17, Somoza resigned from office, beginning a transition scenario worked out between the outgoing dictator, officials of his government including Francisco Urquijo, a senior PLN member and president of the Chamber of Deputies, the FSLN's provisional junta, civilian opposition figures, and American officials in Washington and Managua. Urquijo was appointed interim president for no longer than 72 hours with instructions to arrange a meeting between Colonel Mejia and the Sandinista commanders to negotiate a military ceasefire and standstill, and begin discussions on the structure of the proposed new integrated national army, preparatory to the junta's arrival in the capital city to assume the reins of political power. 159 The agreement also included a Sandinista pledge of no reprisals against Somoza supporters and guard officers. Unbeknownst to the White House, however, the exiled dictator had apparently not completely given up hope of regaining his former power and authority. Without warning, interim President Urquijo reportedly ordered Colonel Mejia not to establish contact with the FSLN military leadership. When Petzulo and O'Donnell called on Urquijo in Somoza's bunker and suggested in the presence of Mejia that the new guard leader fly to the Costa Rican border and open negotiations with Humberto Ortega, Urquijo forbade it. L6°. He also told the diplomats that he was not prepared to surrender power to the junta. 161. The interim president frustrated at least 2 meetings arranged by American officials to implement a ceasefire and standstill agreement. Also, Somoza had deliberately neglected to brief senior guard officers about the transition formula. At the bunker conference, Mejia informed the 2 embassy officials he had understood that once Somoza left, the United States would actively support the National Guard. Apparently Somoza had told the senior guard officials. L62 State Department officials vehemently denied that any such promise had ever been made. Whether or not Somoza consciously deceived his guard colleagues and Urquijo, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that individual Pentagon officials may have encouraged him to believe that such military assistance would be forthcoming, or that the department would strongly push for it after his departure. Indeed, the agency had previously indicated it favored rearming the Guard once the new regime took power. Within hours of the formal termination of Somoza family rule, Urquijo issued a statement calling on the Sandinistas to voluntarily demobilize, making no reference to the ceasefire process or any of the transition agreements to which he was a party, and then notified Ambassador Petzulo that he